Huarahi ki te whakataitai a moutou e te wiki te kauma waru o Huatangaru. Ki rā tino pai te tautou ina, ke pera anō I tēnei rā ki kaha nā tama koutou. Ko Frank toku ingoa, ma Ian, ma Will, ma Clive, hoki I whakamui ho, I whakaongonga, hoki I a tautou nā wai I wahi aki nai. Tēnei, ki a tima te mahi hikinia. Welcome everyone to the finals day at the South Island Rowing Championship Regatta of 2025 on the reflective waters of Lake Ruataniwha as our athletes track their progress towards the national champions in the week of 18th of February. It was a great day yesterday, and here's to more of the same. So go well, crews. My name is Frank, and later there'll be Ian, Will, and Clive to keep you further informed and entertained. Right, on the job and row. So, race 152 and 153. These are the girls under 15 Cox Quadruple Sculls B and A finals. So we will start off with the B finals first. And once again, apologies if I get these names right. I've got a wee list here of names that I'm writing as they come in so I can pronounce them properly. So if I get something wrong and you want it pronounced properly, send us the name as it's written and the phonically how to say it. So anyway, girls under 15 Cox Quadruple Sculls. The race starts at 7:30. There are 10 crews in this race. The B final. In lane 1, we have Invercargill 1, Malison, Mila, Emma, Trinity. Kira Houston is the Cox. Lane 2, St Andrews College 1, Holly, Rebecca, Georgia, Madeline Rose, and Georgia Elwood is the Cox. Avon 51 in lane 3, Mackenzie, Ineza, Felisa, Pagan, and India Crow Eaton is the Cox. Kashmir 1, Holly, got this name wrong, so let's see, Aluria, Eliza, Zoe, and Ivy is the Cox. Wairu 1. Maggie, Hannah, Emma, Georgia, and Sarah Pond West is the Cox. Villa Maria 3, Neve, Lila, Sari, Isabella, and Ruby is the Cox. Marion College 2, Ava, Charlotte, Taylor, Lexi, with Peyton as the Cox. Wairoa 2, Kate, Ruby, Daisy, another Maisie. Oh, so let's see. Got Kate Young, Ruby Lindstrom, Daisy Lindstrom, Maisie Shinfield, and Maisie Ferguson as the Cox. That's Wairoa 2 over there in lane 8. And then on the last 2 lanes, we've got North End 4, Grace, Lila, Sophie, Ruby, and Margot is the Cox. And then the far outside lane 10, Christchurch Girls 2, Lola Grace, Annalise, Zara, Sophie, and Liv Abley is the Cox. And then following that will be the A final race, 153. Girls under 15 Cox Quadruple Sculls at 7:34. So 4-minute race, 4-minute gaps between the racing again. So in this race, there's 10 again. It's B1 to B10. In lane 1, we've got Marion College 1, Annabelle, Olivia, Esme, and Asha with Jesse's the Cox. Whakatapu 2. Annie, Posey, Caitlin, Mimi, and Jessie as the Cox. Wairoa 3, Emma, Izzy, Poppy, and Charlie with Hayley as the Cox. Timaru 11, Heidi, Neve, Ella, Mackenzie, Daisy Campbell, Cox. In the middle there, in a sweet spot, St Margaret's 1, Olivia, Grace, Stella, Eliza, and Bella as the Cox. Whakatapu 1, Jessie, Kira, Scarlett, Caitlin with Bella as the Cox. Villa Maria 1, Charlotte, Amai, Selena, JD, and Elisa as the Cox. St Margaret's 2, Ceci, Holly, Tessa, Grace, and Emily as the Cox. Dunstan Arms 1, on the far side there in lane 9, Bailey, Mila, Meg, Charlotte, and Elizabeth as the Cox. And then in lane 10, North End 1, Isla, India, Marley, Vive, and Holly as the Cox. So in that event, let's see, what's sort of makeup of, what's their island, provisional, the south, the Tai Waipunamu makeup here? We've got Central Otago, we've got 1, 2, 3 from Central Otago, and 1 from Otago. 1, 2, 3, 1 from, is that Timaru? Is that like North Otago? South, no, it's just North Taka. And then we've got from top of the island, Wairoa, and we've got, let's see, from Christchurch, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4. There we go. Still got a few minutes here. So now, so let's just quickly whip through. Let's also always thank our wonderful sponsor, Meridian, who are the main sponsor for this venue and provide a lot, as you can see, the names around the place, and deservedly so. South Island Rowing is very lucky to have Meridian as a sponsor. And just remember, if you're if you haven't had your breakfast yet, you haven't had your coffee, we've got coffee in a number of places. We've got a couple of vans down on the front there. There's also the South Island Rowing Cafe there, and also a couple of vendors around the side here selling good stuff for breakfast. They've got waffles, if you like the sweets, or I believe they've got bacon butties and lots of deliciousness like that. So if you've arrived down here to watch your kids, you've maybe had a bit of a later night last night, got up a bit late, just rushing here now, well, breakfast is there. Perfect. And if you want something completely different, of course, there's always the thing. Oh, it looks like we're underway. Is my watch out of sync? Doesn't matter. 7:25. So we've got event 152 is already underway. So well done to those under 15 girls. They must have been in the blocks and they've started them off. Rightio. Oh, can also a quick reminder while they're here, dogs need to be on leashes. You're welcome to use your barbecue, but you must have a fire extinguisher and attend it at all time. That's a current fire extinguisher, by the way. So they're coming up to the island now. It looks like a fairly even spread. This is the girls under 15 cocks, the B final. I think there's a boat missing. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, 10. It does look like there may be no lane 7. Who's that? Meridian College 2. Anyway. Just check that there. So at this stage I can't really see. They looked like they were fairly even coming through on the cameras there. I was using the cameras here and they still look fairly even there. Let's see, is there maybe that boat in lane 3. What's that? Wairoa 2, 8. Stroked by Kate Young. If they've entered their names in the order of their boat position. Could possibly be up there in the front there. We've got a bit of a gap back to that one. That might be lane Meridian College. It's way back, a little bit back. And across here to Villa Maria. It does look actually generally fairly even. It looks like something along the lines of boats in line are St Andrews College in lane 2, Avon 51, Cashmere, Wairoa, Meridian College. No, Meridian College, no, they'll be back. There'll be Wairoa, the second Wairoa, North End. They'll probably drop back a bit. That's lane 9, Christchurch Girls 2 on the far side. I take that back. I mentioned earlier on, I thought that one crew was not in the race. They've just dropped back a little bit. But it certainly looks like to me that the far lane there, Christchurch Girls High, that's Lola Grace, Annalise, Sarah, Sophie with Liv, Emily as the cocks here, possibly maybe have a little bit of a lead over the other ones. Also, maybe I'm thinking lane 5, Wairoa 1. That'd be the Maggie Clark, Hannah Cole, Emma Anderson, Georgia Fizinda and Sarah Ponder West as the cocks. I think they could be in contention here. So this is for the B final. The B final. I can see the A final boats are actually already getting themselves in the block there. Good weather conditions today. It's not too hot. Now the water's nice and calm. That's the main thing. Quick shout out to the Potter family of Invercargill again. I see they're already there, ready to watch the racing. Thanks, Bill, for the wave. So in the meantime, as they're coming down this, I think it could be any number. Oh, here we go. I'm getting a better view now. I'm just actually going to use the camera, and it looks like to me that it's lane Wairoa 2 and lane 8 there. Have a bit of a lead, or maybe not. Is that lane 8, he says. He's not sure. That's that Wairoa 2 crew. I think it is lane 8, but they could be getting challenged by the Villa Maria crew on the inside here. Yes, it is. It looks like Wairua 2 over in the far side. Currently have the first spot there in this B final, but you can never know. You've always got to watch the boats up on the inside lanes here. They're coming up to the 1,000 now. The field is definitely no longer a sort of a nice level line there. They've spread out a little bit. 2, 3, that's Wairua crew, that Wairua crew. They've got the Canterbury crew on the lane 10 there, not too far behind them, maybe half a click, and then we're going to go across, and I think it's the Wairua 1 crew. So looks like we've got 2 Wairua crews up there and looking for that first and second spot for the B final here of the girls under 15. Wairua 2 on lane 8 there. Anything going on the inside lanes here? There's a bit of stuff in the road. I think they might be out of contention there. Potentially that could be there. Is there a Kashmir crew there in lane 4? Kashmir crew, who have we got in that? Holly Gundry, Illyria Lind, Eliza Bull, Zoe Perrin, and Ivy there's the Cox. Could be in contention there. Yes, they're definitely, I'd say, ahead of the crew in the inside of them. The fast island, which is the Wairua 1. So Wairua 1 don't look like they're in the picture now. They've dropped back a bit. It certainly looks like it's that Wairua crew, Wairua 2 there over in lane 8. Maybe have the lead here. They could be maybe half a boat length there. Canterbury crew on the very far side, though, is starting to move it along. I see they've picked up their rating. I think the Wairua are responding to that, by the way. They'll be keeping an eye on each other, but sometimes if you don't watch across to the far side, you miss out. And I think it's a Kashmir crew there also in contention. That's that Holly Cox stroked by Holly there, I'm assuming, over in lane 4. So there's 3 boats there. They're looking for this, maybe a B final, but they still want to get that first slot. In the meantime, it's this Wairua 2 crew, Kate, Ruby, Daisy. Oh, this was all the Kate Young, Ruby Lindstrom, Daisy Lindstrom, Maisie Shenfield, and Maisie Ferguson is the Cox there in the prime position, but not that by much. We've got Kashmir in lane 4, maybe a boat length back. Canterbury on the far side do seem to have dropped back. As they're coming through now, they're probably around about, let's see, 250, 300 to go, maybe less than 300 to go, the Wairua crew. You can see them coming through now. Yes, it's the Wairua crew. Now, what's that Kashmir crew? Are they looking across and see them? The Coxwell, she'll have looked over and probably getting ready to make a call. They're going to do the traditional 250 sprint. They're actually not that far off this Wairua crew. And meantime, just inside Kashmir, is that Wairua 1 crew? Are they trying to bit of a push there? They're probably possibly a bit late. Them and Christchurch girls over the far side might be going for third in the current positioning. The Wairua crew is coming up. Are they going to hit the boys first? Wairua hit the 250 and Kashmir hit it. Yes, this is close. And they're up. Yes, the ratings have gone up, as you sometimes expect. Wairua pushing along there, Kashmir pushing along there. They are pulling ahead of the other 2 crews. We're going back to the other Wairua crew there, Wairua 1 and Christchurch girls over the far side. They're going to be looking for that third spot at this stage, but the Wairua 2 girls are gone. Not quite gone, maybe that's an over-exaggeration, but they certainly pulled themselves. Must be at least a boat and a quarter ahead of this Kashmir crew that are trying to get back on them, but I think I don't think there's much time in it if that Wairua crew can hold them off, but they are coming fast. Kashmir are coming fast. They're coming fast. They're nearly bellball to stern. They're probably bellball to stern about now. Yes, they are. Oh, Wairua, are they going to hold them off? They may pass. They are coming very quick on them. They're walking the dog. They've walked the bow ball to the stroke seat. I don't think they've got enough time. Well, yes, look at this. The bow ball is up at the coxswain. Are they going to get through? I think Wairua, it's coming, and it's looking like Kashmir. The Kashmir rolled through Wairua 2 there. Well done, Kashmir. It looks like the winners of the B final. Wairua 2. You just put Wairua 2 at the line there when I'm using my line. I've drawn my window here, and Wairua 1 coming through into the third spot. They held off strongly. Canterbury with a strong finish there from the Villa Maria crew coming through into fourth. In the meantime, we've got up the 1,000. That was good. That was an exciting finish. Well done, Kashmir. They just had that little extra kick at the end there. We've got the girls under 15 A final. The A final coming up. They're at the 1,000 metre. I'll just quickly run through the clubs again. Club champs. Lane B1 to B10. Lane 1, Meridian College 1, Whakatipu 2, Wairua 3, Timaru 11, St Margaret's 1, Whakatipu 1, Villamaria 1, St Margaret's 1, Dunstanarm 1, and North End 1 on the far side here. From my angles here, it looks like the field's reasonably spread out, but it's not quite the way it seems. I'm thinking there's zero. I wouldn't be surprised if that St Margaret's crew probably pretty strong there, I can imagine. Yeah, it looks like there's a St Margaret's crew there in the business end at the moment. Maybe a Whakatipu crew on the inside of them. So St Margaret's in lane 5. Who have we got over that far side? That's the second St Margaret's crew, or is that a Dunstan crew? We count these Dunstan crews out. No, the Dunstan crew there looking in good contention. That's Dunstanarm's 1. Bailey Thomas there, I'm assuming the stroke sheet over there in lane 9. But it does look like, remember the fastest time to get the best slots, it's usually around the middle of the inside lanes there. So B5, I wouldn't be surprised if that is a St Margaret's crew. That would be lane, or maybe that Whakatipu crew. Can we see? No, it's a Whakatipu crew, actually. A Whakatipu crew at the head of a little arrow there. The other side of them is surrounded by St Margaret's 1 and Villamaria 1, but it's the Whakatipu crew. It looks like this stage it's could be a Central Otago District, Lakes District A final maybe, because that Dunstan crew's pretty strong there over in lane 9 there. But it looks like this Whakatipu crew's the faster one at the moment. Got Villamaria and St Margaret's on the other side of them. They probably maybe back about a boat and a half now. The Dunstan cruise looks like they've just lifted up a little. Yes, they have, I think. Maybe ticked it up 1, maybe ticked it up 2. They've got a North End crew that's hanging on to them on the side of them, actually. Maybe you're dragging them through, which is often can happen. So they wouldn't be far off the space at the moment. So they're coming up to the 500. Have they gone through the 500? Not enough light for me to see that 500 yellow buoy. Yes, they have gone through. So Whakatipu's gone through and Dunstan's gone through. And just on these inside here, we've got a Timaru crew in a strong position. Now, this is a medal race, remember. This is a medal race, so we're talking gold, silver and bronze. That's as far as we go, gold, silver and bronze. At this stage, that Whakatipu crew is stamping their authority. They've got one of the prime lanes. That was really because of their good heat, and they're sitting on top of everyone else at the moment by possibly a boat length. But that Villamaria crew's looking like they've moved things along a bit. They're looking strengthened up a bit there. Dunstan starting to get dropping back, I believe, because this St Margaret's crew is now probably coming through to second. But so's this, is it Wairua crew? Wairua crew there, Wairua. Yes, it is. It's Wairua crew there in lane 3. They're challenging for that second and third spot. They would all need to lift it up to get this Whakatipu crew. And now powering it away. They've moved their rating up. They're probably a boat and a half over everyone else, but the other crews are now shifting the gear as well. So we've got Wairua, St Margaret's and Dunstan on the far side are now challenging for that second and third spot. The Whakatipu crew are moving themselves. This race has actually picked up quite a bit. They're moving a lot faster. This is the A final. Gold, silver and bronze on the line here. Whakatipu is clearly moving themselves away now. They've got about 2 boat lengths over the St Margaret's crew. St Margaret's crews are up a gear as well. They, I would say, be in second place now. Dunstan over the far side might be slipping back, and this Wairua 3 crew are coming down here very quickly. They are coming very quickly. They're not going to catch Whakatipu. Whakatipu are getting away. Every stroke they take, they're up to 3 strokes here, but Wairua crew has just rolled over St Margaret's. They've rolled over St Margaret's. St Margaret's now got issues with Villamaria coming at them from the inside, the other side of Whakatipu, and then Dunstan. But no, Villamaria responding. Are they going to catch up on Wairua 3? Wairua 3 are storming down to Whakatipu. So well done, Whakatipu 1. You've just got the gold, and Wairua 3 and St Margaret's 1. A good race there by Wairua 3 to come through at the end there. So well done, Jessie Bates, Kira Lightfoot, Scarlett Kavanagh, Caitlin Julian Cox by Bella Notion, and Jimmy Kavanagh's the Cox. Whakatipu 1, you are the gold medal winners, and congratulations to Wairua 3 for the silver there. That's it. Emma Isa, Poppy, Charlie, and Hayley Southern Lecoq, and St Margaret's won in third place for this bronze. Olivia, Grace, Stella, Eliza, and Bella Harris. Congratulations. Right, we're going to move on now. We've got the women's senior single sculls. The women's senior single sculls. And by the way, actually, congratulations to all crews that made the A final. It's actually good just to get into the A final in some cases. Right, so let's see. The race 151, the women's senior single sculls here. And now this is a straight final yesterday. I wish I had the results from yesterday. It'd be interesting to see if they change today. It's 1, 2, 3, 6 crews in this event. Lane 3, they're already coming up to probably they're already through the thousands. They're not far away from about 750 to go. We've got in lane 3, Cure, Abby Jenkins McCaw, Wairoa 1, Lexi Timpson, Nelson 1, Naomi Robertson, St Margaret's 1, Coco Flood, Canterbury 1, Becca Chuk, and Christchurch Girls, Marley Ross on lane 8. And we've got a clear positional winner here at this stage, and I'm thinking 1, 2, in lane 3 there, that's Nelson 1, Naomi Robertson. Actually, I do remember commentating this race yesterday. I have a feeling she took it yesterday in a comfortable position over the other crews. And the Canterbury crew, was it the Canterbury one that did quite well yesterday as well? She's over there in lane 7, but right beside her is St Margaret's College, not that far back. And then we're probably looking at Wairoa 1 in lane 4 there, Lexi Timpson, who is in the that third, maybe drifted back to 4th seat. So at this stage, it does look like Naomi from Nelson there is in the first spot. She's holding back on Christchurch Girls. That's Marley Ross on the far side and Canterbury 1 in between them. That's the 1, 2, and 3 with Wairoa 1, Lexi Timpson perhaps in there for the third spot. If we can, coming up to the 500 metre mark. She's the Nelson Girls looking good. Nelson woman. Holding off these other boats, coming through now into the 500. St Margaret's is now challenging Canterbury for the bronze, but she'll be probably trying to push it along, although it does look like the Naomi Robertson, the Nelson woman, has actually lifted it up a bit. She's just pulling away. She's about 3 boat lengths over since St Margaret's is slowly rolling over top of the Christchurch. I think there'll be a fast finish here for that second and third spot. I remember from yesterday, Naomi Robertson looked very comfortable and she's actually pulling away with every stroke she makes. Lexi from Wairoa there could still be in for the bronze if she needs to get going now, I believe. Although she is making good ground. Naomi is just powering herself away now with every stroke. Nice, beautiful long strokes there. You can see just she hits the water, the wee backsplash, the push. The boat just moves. Very strong. Not rating that, she's not rating super high, but she's just, every stroke is effective and efficient. She's going to take the gold at the South Island Women's Senior Single Sculls. So Naomi Robertson's coming through now. In the meantime, St Margaret's College, Coco Flood has pushed herself through Canterbury, but in the meantime, we've got Wairoa 1 has come hurling down here. Is she going to get the third? I think she might do. So we've got St Margaret's second and Wairoa 3 came through. Wairoa 1, Lexi Timpson came through and took the bronze position off the Canterbury 1, Becky Chuk. So the placings were Naomi Robertson, gold, St Margaret's, Coco Flood 2, and Lexi Timpson. Unofficial placings, I should say, because I'm not the tower controller, as the last 3 rowers come through now. Rightio, so let's move on anyway, because we've got more single sculls coming down the track. Once again, I believe this was a provisional. Everyone went through to the final yesterday. This is the men's premier single sculls. There are actually 10 in this. So inside lane, Avon 4, Joshua Clark. Avon 3, Jimmy Middleditch. Cure 1, Alex Fletcher. Dunstan 4, Henry Clatworthy. Dunstan 1, Angus Kennedy. Dunstan 2, Jack Pearson. Avon 1, Sam Wilson. And Wairoa 1, 3 and 2 of Ashley James Fitzgerald, Finn Allison and Liam Collins on the far side. So 3 Wairoa on the far side. Actually, no, I lie. I remember this race yesterday. There were 2 heats. Best top 5 went through. So we've got 3 Wairoa on the far side. In fact, they're up there. They're up there at the moment, the 3 Wairoa. Then we're going to, looks like Avon 1, we've got Dunstan Arms. So we've got, is it Jack Pearson and then Angus Kenny? Just on the middle middle of the track there. They look like they're side by side. Over the far side, we've got the three Wairoas, Ashley, Finn, and Liam. Oh, I think maybe in lane 10, Liam, Wairua 2's probably maybe off the pace now. Can't see anyone sneak up on the inside at the moment on these two Dunstan rows. They're side by side at the moment. But they may be like slightly ahead of these Wairua rows. I'm not sure. Who we've got? Lane 1, 2. And in lane 4, we've got, it's another Dunstan arm rowers. No, he's probably a bit off the pace there. So at this stage, and I think we've just seen a lift there. Lift there in, by Angus. He's just getting a little bit more push away from Jack Pearson on the far side of him. Angus there in lane 5. He's pulled himself ahead. Jack's going with him. So the two Dunstan boys are now pulled themselves ahead of the others. The Wairua boys look like they're fading a bit. We've got this third Dunstan rower, Henry Clatford, in lane 4, who's possibly now back shifted into the third position. Is it going to be a 1, 2, and 3 Dunstan? The three Wairua rowers on the far side are dropping back. Finn Allison there in lane 9 is their next best rower, but he's possibly, he still could be in for the bronze there. The Dunstan rower is finishing very quickly, and also is the Cure. Alex Fletcher here in Cure has picked his game. He's moving along very quickly now, but as we can see in lane 5, Angus Kenny is holding off a strong attack coming from Jack Pearson here. They've both upped their rating, especially Jack Pearson. His rating's gone up. Angus is probably, I think, slightly slower, but he's getting really good push there. And then just holding each other toe-to-toe. Well, not toe-to-toe. It's bow stern to ball. No, and then Angus just went up another gear, and he's gone over Jack Pearson. He's pulling himself away. Yes, every stroke he moves about a foot away from. So it does look like that in lane 5, that's Angus Kenny is going to take gold, and we're going to have Jack Pearson for bronze. And who's going to get this silver medal? Who's going to get the bronze? It's Henry Clatford just over Alex Fletcher from Cure. Alex Fletcher was throwing everything. Those two boys are just heads down. They really pushed it for the bronze position there. So congratulations. It looks like 1 to Angus Kennedy, 2 Jack Pearson, and 3. It was a Dunstan wrap-up. Well done, Dunstan. And the far side, the final rower comes through from Wairua. So now we've got more single scales. We've got the men's senior. So that was the Prem. This is the senior. So that's down one level from the Prem. Excuse me. Right. We've got lane 1 to lane 10. Ashburton 1, Gerard Ward. They're at the 1,000 now. They're already through the 1,000 now. Ashburton, Gerald Ward, St Thomas of Canterbury, Carter Baxter, Dunstan Arm 2, Hamish Sheetman, Whakatipu 1, Sebastian Watson, Dunstan Arm 1, Matthew Emery, Dunstan Arm 7, Matthew King, Wellington 1, Tim Winkler, Dunstan 4, Josh Bartlett, Canterbury 1, Angus Cole, and Dunstan Arm 5, Jed McIntosh. Is it going to be another Dunstan Arm wrap-up? Are they going to be the Premier and Senior single champions at the South Island Rowing Championship? Let's see. Just going to make Just doing a bit of paper shuffling here. We'll get to them in a minute. Just it'll be changed for a later race. So I'm just going to put it in now before I forget, because I won't. This is a 12:10 race 17. Check that in. Beautiful. Right. Here we're at, so let's see who's coming down, and it's looking like as expected in the finals. You'd expect those middle usually get the fastest time to be in the lead position. So it looks like at the moment it's going to be I'm saying it's probably a Dunstan one. It's at lane 5 there. Who's in lane 5? That's Matthew Emery, Dunstan Arm 1. Just inside him, Matthew King, 1T Matthew, Dunstan Arm 5 in lane 6. They've got potentially, I believe they've got the 1 and 2 at the moment. They're just coming up to the 500, and yes, we've got them both coming through actually. So the two Matthews there coming through, not far behind is Wellington, Tim Winkler there, he's up there, and then way over on the far side, Canterbury 1, Angus Cole over there in lane 9. pushing himself very strongly. So they've all come through the 500 there. So we do have a Dunstan, but it would seem to me that it's Matthew, 2T Matthew O'Meary there in lane 5. Is sitting over the other Matthew King in lane 6 at this stage. He's probably got a boat length on them. Bow ball to stern. Canterbury over there, Angus Cole is coming through. Definitely, I know that I can see that Matthew O'Meary there, Dunstan Arm 1, has actually upped his rating. He's pushing himself away. Strong push there at the finish. Canterbury have wound it up as well. Canterbury, Angus Cole's wound it up. He's now possibly in the bronze position there, but in the meantime, we've got here in lane 3 another Dunstan Arm rower, Hamish Yateman. Hamish Yateman, no, he's probably a little bit back off the pace. It looks like at this stage it's Dunstan's, it's Matthew and Angus are in the 3 top positions at the moment. But they both could be all challenged, although except for Matthew O'Meary there in Dunstan Arm 5, he's now just lifted it up. He's pulling himself away, powerfully pulling himself away there. So he's upped his rating. Quite a short stroke, I think. It's working. He's pulling himself away. He's now got about 2 boat lengths. But in the meantime, we've got Angus Cole and Dunstan and Matthew King and Dunstan Arm 7 are pushing it out. Who's going to get that? No, but Matthew King and Dunstan 7's come through. But in the meantime, we've got Hamish Yateman coming through, firing through here in lane 3. He is going for the bronze. He's going for silver. He's after Matthew. In the meantime, we have Matthew. That's one Matthew through. And yes, it's looking like Hamish is coming through. Is he going to get through? It's I'm not sure about that one. And then Canterbury in 4th. So at this stage, it was definitely looked like it was the winner of the men's single sculls at race 156 of South Island Championships goes to Matthew O'Meary. And in second place, it's either, in second and third, it's either Matthew King in lane 6 or Hamish Yateman from Dunstan in lane 3. So once again, we've got a Dunstan single scull wrap. So that's Dunstan for men's premier and the Dunstan for the men's senior sculls. Rightio, race 156. The boys under 15, under 15 coxed octuple sculls. 8 rowers, two of each sculling. 16 blades. I won't go through all the names, but I'm just going to quickly run through. There are 9 crews in this race. I can't remember if this was an all final yesterday as well. So we've got Christchurch Boys 1, St Thomas Canterbury 1, Christ College 1 and 2, Whakatipu 1, Otago Boys 1, Shirley Boys 1, Kashmir 1 and Christchurch Boys 2. So the middle lane's usually the quickest. Whakatipu, I think Whakatipu did well yesterday if I recall correctly. And I think they're doing well today as well. See if I can pick them up here. That's Whakatipu. They're in the middle lane, so we assume they one of the fastest crews. And it does look like it's the Whakatipu crew at the moment. It looks like it's Whakatipu and Otago Boys. The other side of them are the 2 contending leading boats. Whakatipu 1 and Otago Boys 1. Whakatipu at this stage, they do appear to have maybe, number 3 seat. So that's bow ball to 3 seat lead over the Otago Boys. And then on the other side of them, it looks like Shirley Boys and Christ College 2. Shirley Boys and Christ College 2 in the current bronze position. This is the final. This is gold, silver and bronze. So they've got about 750 to go. So the 1250 mark if you're counting from the other end. Actually, there's a crew over the far side there. That's Kashmir looking pretty promising too. Although it does seem to be that it's the Whakatipu. Is the Otago Boys crew just come through in that Whakatipu crew now? I'm waiting for them to come to the 500 metre mark there, and I can just see who goes through those yellow boys first. Where are they? There we go. Yeah, no, it's the Whakatipu and Otago Boys. I wouldn't be able to say which is it at this stage from this angle, because I think it looks like the Otago Boys have actually pulled ahead of this Whakatipu crew. Just find those yellow boys again. There they go. Where are you? Lost them. There they go. Who's coming up first? Getting close to the 500 metre mark. And we've got... And we've got... Otago, I think, went through first. Yes, they have. Actually, you can see from here that this Otago crew have moved up and overtaken Whakatipu crew. But these boats can move very quickly when they get going. So I wouldn't say which. I wouldn't be able to prepare to say which one will take it at the moment. Although the Otago boys crew do look like they're slowly pulling themselves away. Whoa. Have they rowed themselves ahead of Whakatipu? Maybe they are now over a boat length. And then other side of them, we've got Christ College 2 and Shirley Boys. Could have, oh no, they're back a bit. Could be that third slot. That third slot could be, this could be quite race. Now the Otago boys look like they've moved themselves, maybe not quite a boat length ahead of the Whakatipu crew, but in the meantime, other side of Whakatipu, we've got Christ College 2. They're still maybe less than a boat length behind, and then Shirley boys on the other side of the Otago crew, but they've dropped back. So now it's looking like Otago boys, Whakatipu, and Christ College 2 have put the foot down. Otago boys are holding off Whakatipu. They're not actually making any ground. Whakatipu are not making any ground, and Whakatipu just clicked up a gear. They've gone up, they've walked it up, they've walked up to the coxswain. Now they've got a bellboard to coxswain, and Otago boys are responding as well. Both these Otago province crews are pushing it. Whakatipu are trying, but Christ College 2 is also flying down here. And I can see Christ College 2 walking up. They're up to the number 4 seat, number 5 seat. Otago boys are trying to hold off Whakatipu. Whakatipu are now up to number 7 seat. It's not going to be enough, I don't believe, at this time. They're coming up to the line now. It's got this Otago boys coming through now. Whakatipu. Oh, yes. Whakatipu just held off. A very quick finish in Christ College 2 there. A very quick finish in Christ College 2. So that would be Otago boys of George Murray, Bede Perkinson, Will Chittick, Miles Nicol, Angus Collier, Hunter Knox, Sam Glover, Charlie Anderson, and Connor Sinclair was the cox. That's the gold in the boys under 15 coxed Octee Skulls. And Whakatipu there in second place. That's Baker, Zeeby, Flynn, Phineas, Cato, Ruben, Baxter, Henry, and Charlie Pagan's the cox. And Christ College 2, very fast finished, almost had the seconds. The bronze of Ollie, Johnny, James, Cooper, Thomas, Cody, Sage, Matthews, Sam, Pilbara as the cox. And we're going to move on now because we've got the men's club cox dates, and they're already up to the 12:50 mark, 7:50 to go. There are 4 in this race. Oamaru 1, Avon 1, Nelson Composite, that's a Nelson Wairoa Composite, and Avon 2. And it looks like it's the Avon 1 crew of Kobe, Lachlan, James, Benjamin, Charles, Luke, Bede, Danny, and Grayson Faulkner as the cox there in a prime position there. They have water, clear water, not much, maybe half a boat in some cases. Back to this this Nelson Composite crew of Liam, James, Ted, Flynn, Ryan, Ollie, Sam, Ethan, and Brianna Williams is the cox. So while at this stage it's looking like it's A for the gold, it actually could be any of the 3 other crews. It could be Oamaru, Jacob, Cody, Patrick, Stuart, Jet, Lachlan, Ned, Cooper, Greer, Dixon is the cox, or Avon 2, Williams, Sam, Jackson, George, Jake, Sam, Lawrence, and Timothy Heritage is the cox. Any of those 3 could get the bronze and silver at the moment because this Avon crew, stroked by Kobe Good there. Slowly pulling themselves away. You can see that coming down very quickly. They've probably got 2 boat lengths now over the next crew, and I can see that Nelson Wairoa Composite there wound it up a bit. They're wounded up. Their rating's gone up, but then so's everyone else's. Oamaru are also coming through very quickly. I think they're actually gaining on that Nelson Composite crew, and perhaps Avon is on the far side. In the meantime, Avon 1 here are just pulling themselves away. Every stroke, they're probably making about half a metre by the look of it, even a metre on these other crews. Oamaru's coming through very quickly. I think Oamaru have now pulled themselves into that silver position there. Nelson Composite is also pulling along. They're dropped back maybe to, oh, they could be quite close to bronze and silver. Avon 2 have sort of dropped back a bit now. They can't keep up this pace, I think. They are trying, though. They're all coming through very quick, but Avon 1, whoa, flying down here, looking very strong, up to, what, 3 boat lengths almost over the Oamaru crew who are coming through very quickly, and they've overrode Nelson as we see Avon 1 come through. Congratulations, guys. You'll hear the buzzer about now. Oamaru 1 flying down. They're going to maybe nearly have a boat length over the Nelson Wairoa Composite crew. And Avon 2 have come back on Nelson Composite, but they're still a boat length behind. So that's Avon 1 of Kobe Good, Lachlan Nichols, James Tavendale, Benjamin Ashman, Charles Beale, Luke Tompkins, Bede Geary, Danny Webb, and Grayson Faulkner as the Cox. The gold winners of the men's Coxed 8 final race 158. So far, we've generally had some very clear winners, that gold position, but there's been some really interesting, exciting finishes there, particularly for the silver and bronze so far in this morning. And what is it? It's only half an hour in. Well, actually, they started 5 minutes early, so it's 35 minutes in. I'm going to have to take a drink of water, I think. Okay, we've got another 8 coming down. So we've got another, let's see, we've got the Women's Club Coxed 8, race 159. After that, we'll have the Girls Under 17 Coxed 8, runs 160. And then we get to the Women's Premier Single Sculls, race 161. So that's what's coming up in the next 10 minutes. Rightio, race 159, Women's Club Coxed 8 final. There are 5 boats in this race, so they're probably the same 5 from yesterday. I'm just trying to think when I was commentating in the morning who was actually quickest then. Probably the Dunstan Arm crew because they're in lane 5, or maybe it's Avon crew in lane 4. So in lane 3 we've got Nelson Wairoa Composite. Lane 3 we've got Nelson Wairoa Composite. Lane 4 we've got Avon 1. Lane 5 Dunstan Arm 1. Lane 6 Cure Dunstan Arm Composite, and in lane 7 Wairoa 1. So we've got 1 Christchurch, 2 from the top of the South Island, top of Te Waipunamu, and then, well, I suppose there's the composite Cure Dunstan is a mix, isn't it? And then we've got the Dunstans. And, oh, so it looks like it's this Cure, it looks like it's the Cure Dunstan composite there of Sophie, Hannah, Kate, Macy, Jojo, Annabelle, Perry, Ella Barnes, and Annabelle Scott as the Cox have got the lead over the Dunstan crew at the moment. They've probably got the Dunstan crew maybe by a boat length at this stage. They're coming up to the 500. Dunstan Arm of Emma, Lola, Neve, Ali, India, Olivia, Bella, Maggie, and Fred Phillips is the Cox there. They're actually just in the second place there. Not actually, I was going to say by a boat length, but maybe not. Then there's a bit of clear water back to these other crews of Wairoa and Avon and Nelson Composite. So we're coming up to the 500. Oh, yes, they've already gone through. Yes, so it's the composite crew that have gone through just before, but there's not much difference between these. Are we going to have an exciting gold finish? Sorry, let's try rephrasing that. Are we going to have an exciting finish for the gold? Composite crew there, which look mostly the Cure. Dunstan composite crew are actually pretty much all Cure. I think there's just one Dunstan rower I can see in there. That must be Kate Spriggs there. She's in the number 3 seat. Although this Dunstan crew now, this Dunstan Arm crew, pulling them back. It looks like to me that at least the bell, maybe just a canvas. So the bell ball's at the number 1 seat. Coming up to the 500 now. They've got at least 2 or 3 boat lengths back on the other 8s. They've got clear water there, so there might be a bit of a scrap for the bronze. But in the meantime, the head's going through the boys first, and it looks like it was the Dunstan, no, it's the Cure composite crew are just holding off this Dunstan crew. Dunstan crew have picked it up. They've gone up their rating. I'd say they've at least gone up 2, maybe even 3. And Nelson, the Cure composite doesn't seem to have responded. They are nice. They've gone up. They're trying to hold them off, but this Dunstan crew are kicking through. They're strong finishing. A very strong finish here. They're coming through. They are, I think, Cure have really gone up a gear as well now. They're trying to pull them back because Dunstan Crew have got them at least by half a canvas at the moment, half a canvas. And each stroke, they're moving themselves a little bit forward, only maybe inches at a time. But they're pulling away now. They're powering away now. They've got a canvas. The Cure Dunstan Crew are responding strongly, but they are getting eaten. Dunstan are coming through now. They've Cure back to number 2 seat, 3 seat, 4 seat as Dunstan Crew comes through. Cura Composite comes through in second, and then we come back to the Avon Crew in third spot. So that was Dunstan Arm 1, who came through strongly to take that race. That was for gold. That's Emma Bryan, Lola Ritchie, Neve Odachetti, Ellie King, India Nichols, Olivia Shaw, Bella Breen, Maggie Hepburn, Fred Phillips of the Cox has taken gold in the Women's Club Cox State over a Cure Composite crew, which include one Dunstan rower, Sophie Rattley, Hannah Shadbolt, Katie Spriggs from Dunstan, Macy Barnes, Jojo Baldwin, Annabelle Hurst, and Perry Stevenson and Ella Barnes, and with Annabelle Scott as the Cox in second place. Avon came through in third. Julia Middleditch, Ella Keys, Lucy Brown, Faya Wayman, Katie Smith, Sienna Godfrey Chatterman, Isabel Wilson, Cara Brignell, and Ashley Tycon as the Cox, followed by the Wairoa and Nelson Composite crew. So that was the Women's Club Cox 8. We've got another 8 coming down now. Not quite at 1,000. This is the girls under 17 Cox State. I'm just looking at this now. I can see it's all school crews. So let's see. Lane 1 to lane 9. We've got St Margaret's 2, St Andrews 2, Colombo 1, Christchurch 1, St Andrews 1, Rangiru 1, St Margaret's 1, Rangiru 2, and Kashmir 1. And I have a feeling yesterday when I was commentating, was it this race or maybe it was the under 58s, there was the Rangiru teams were very strong in it. There might have been a quick finish there from the St Margaret's crew. At this stage, they look reasonably even coming through, actually. Maybe half a boat length over some. It does look like it's a... is it the St Andrews College crew in lane 5 there? May actually be in the lead at the moment. St Andrews College may be in the lead there over lane 7 of St Margaret's 1. Definitely a Rangiru in the mix as well, so it's looking to me it could be, I wouldn't be surprised. It's lane 7 St Andrews, so they're probably the fastest time. I think it's lane 5 goes to the fastest time. So either side of them we've got Christchurch Girls 1, Rangiru 1, and then St Margaret's further out. So we've got the arrowhead forming. Although it does look like in lane 7 there is St Margaret's College up a bit there, no. So it's the St Andrews crew at the moment. St Andrews crew in lane 5. Second's not looking as easy to determine because it looks like it to me is Christchurch Girls 1 in lane 4. Columba College in lane 3. Christchurch Girls High School in lane 4. And then the other side of St Andrews, Rangiru 1 and St Margaret's 1. Lane 6 and 7 look like they're reasonably there. Although that Columba College crew does look like they've dropped back a bit now, but it seems like it's a St Andrews College crew. They're coming up to the 500 metre mark now. Who's going to cut the yellow boy at the 500 metres mark? So I'm pretty certain it's going to be St Andrews College. Yes, they're coming through. So who's got the second? It's either this Rangiru 1 or... jeepers. I think it was Rangiru 1 there. Rangiru 1, but the other side of St Andrews, we've got Christchurch Girls are definitely in the mix, and also St Margaret's 1 in lane 7. Columba College have dropped back. They're not dropped back by half, so it's not that maybe a boat length back on the Christchurch Girls High School cream, but it's not that far. But St Andrews College have now making the statement. They are pulling themselves ahead. They've upped their rating. They've nice rowing there. All these teams are rowing well. As you can see, nice clean oars. St Andrews College is powering away. You can see a good strong finish there. The boat's moving well. Meanwhile, we've got either side of them Christchurch Girls High and Rangiruru. So now it's Rangiruru 1 and Christchurch Girls High. It does look like that Christchurch Girls High perhaps have the wood just over Rangiruru. St Andrews is just slowly motoring themselves away, maybe a foot at a time. Their boat's pulling away, but Christchurch Girls is coming strongly. It's coming strongly, but not on them, though. They're just trying to hold off the Rangiruru crew. So those two crews are battling it out. I think that Christchurch Girls through are pulling ahead of the Rangiruru crew. They've shifted themselves into silver. If they can maintain that, they can hold that position quite comfortably. They're actually coming down pretty quick on the St Andrews crew there. I don't believe they'll catch up with them because they are a boat and a bit behind. St Andrews crew are not liking that. They've actually gone up another gear by the look of it. Powering away, and there's cleanly one there by St Andrews. I'm calling it now because they're going to come through, and then it's going to be Christchurch Girls 1 in a comfortable second by a boat length, another boat length back to Rangiruru 1 in third spot, with Colombo College coming through there into the fourth spot. So congratulations, that was the girls under 17 Cox State final race 160, won by St Andrews College. St Andrews College, so who have we got? Isabella Cody, Chloe Lowe, Alana Brooke, Lucia Epps, Sophie Drury, what am I doing? Sailor Hitchcock, Katie Taggart, Molly Thomas, and Robbie Miller as the Cox. So they're the gold winners of the girls under 16 Cox State. In second place was Christchurch Girls 1. Caitlin Mercer, Abby McPherson, Greer Bowman, Summer Smith, Tallulah Leggett, Laura Riley, Izzy Albee, Sienna Cochran, and Georgetta Heller as the coxswain. And the bronze goes to Rangiruru Girls 1. Isabel Wilson, Lucy Horton, Sophie Harris, Alice Duffy, Charlotte Gorman, Harriet Abbott, Georgia Stalker, Amelia Jones, Charlie Ward was the cox. That was the girls under 17 Cox final. And now we've got the women's premier sculls. There's 4 crews in this event. It's the premier event for single sculling. Okay, lane 4, Cure 1, Madison Neal. Lane 5, Canterbury 1, Shannon Cox. Lane 6, Dunstanarm 1, Olivia Key. Lane 7, Cure 2, Sasha Robertson. And we've got a clear Shannon Cox. Yes, I remember this race yesterday. Shannon Cox dominated this race from yo to go. No, is it go to yo? What is it, yo to no? I don't know. From where the start is and the end. She's well out in front there. She's coming up to the, she's got about 12 strokes away from the 500 metre mark. Sitting comfortably, probably 4 boat lengths maybe back on the next crew, which looks like it's the Cure inside crew, Madison Neal. The Dunstanarm Olivia Key is also in that picture there for the bronze. In fact, there's only appears to be 3 in this race. There's only 3 in this race, so I'm assuming that Sasha Robinson must have been pulled out there or cancelled, unless she's somewhere and I can't see it. But we're coming up to the 500 now, and as she goes through, that's Shannon Cox. Let's see the seconds back. She's gone through the 500, so let's see. 1002, 1003, 1004, 1005, 1006. As the Cure Rose goes through 1007, 1008, 1009, 1010, 1011, 1012. So Olivia Key is actually a little bit further back than I thought. So at this stage, we're looking at Shannon Cox from Canterbury 1 there in lane 5 is going to take the gold. Cure, Madison Neal and Cure in lane 4 is going to take the silver. And Dunstanarm, Olivia Key in lane 6 is going to take the bronze. If something serious happens, I don't see these positions changing here. So Shannon Cox, they're looking very comfortable. She's actually just upped her rating a little bit there. So we'll pick it up a little bit more. It's just maybe making her position certain. Got nice blade entry, reaching long. No, very steady. There's no doubling in that boat. She's just running quite smooth, looking very nice. She has actually up to rating. She's going to finish, even though she doesn't need to, she's going to finish strong. That's the good mean. That's the way to think it, I reckon. You always think that. Practice the mindset you want to win by, and she's coming along very nicely. Beautiful strokes there. This is what we'd expect from a premier rower. We would expect some very fine rowing, and we can see that. And she got those near the, they're not so new now, those little fat blades from Concept. Starting to see more than those sort of rounded, short blades. They're not as long. They've got more like a spoon, actually. Kura Rose coming through well, very nicely as well. She's coming through in the silver position, and then shortly after you'll hear the Dunstan rower Olivia Key come through to take the bronze. So the winner of the Women's Premier Single Sculls was Shannon Cox from Canterbury 1. Silver goes to Madison Neal from Cure, and just coming through now here, Olivia Key from Dunstan takes the bronze. In the meantime, we've got race 162. The first final of the women's novice double sculls. This is the B final. There are 10 in this race. They're coming up to 1,000. So in lane 1, we've got Marion College 2, Ava and Annabelle. Kashmir 1, Illyria and Holly. Villa 2, Neve and Isabella. Canterbury 2, Lauren and Lily. Avonside Girls 1, Kira and Kate. Timaru 12, Amy and Juliet. North End 2, Amelia and Lila. Ashburton 2, Eve and Gretchen. Burnside 1. On lane 9 there, Courtney and Harriet. And in the far lane, Marion College 1, Charlotte and Lexi. This is the women's novice double sculls B final. And we've got some quite an interesting looking field here. We've got all sorts of pointy bits. So it would seem at this stage, Burnside 1, lane 9. Lane 9 there perhaps are in the lead. Over in lane, no, later is lane 9. I was about to mistake a boy for a rowing, but in lane 9. Then in lane 6, which is where you kind of expect the middle rows, that's Timaru 12. So let's see, Burnside, we've got Courtney Capon and Harriet Gorman. Timaru 12 there in lane 6. Amy De Ruyter and Juliet Griffin there. Are they in the gold position, the gold and silvers at the moment? Come across. They do look like they have a boat length or so over the other crews in this event. Oh, perhaps not this boat Canterbury 2. Laura Hitt and Lily Davidson there. They're coached by Daisy B. Scaris and Maeve Powell there. Over in lane 4, I think they're in that picture as well. I'd say they'll grab these 500 boys as they come through. It's looking like this possibly the Timaru, the Burnside crew. And then this, what did I say? Canterbury 2 crew. See, they're coming up to the yellow boys. Spanning across. Other crews do look like they're about a boat length back on this, on the other these crews, which isn't that much when you think about it. Not at this point anyway. And we can see, yes, it looks like the Timaru crew have crossed through just in front of the others. Not by much at all. So at this stage, it's looking like we've got the spread out field of Canterbury 2, Timaru 12, and Burnside 1 are in the lead. But these boats in the inside lane could come through very quickly. That would be the Marion College 2, Ava Thomas and Annabelle Carter. And beside them, Kashmir 1, Lind and Holly Gundry. And then, they're probably back a little bit far, but it looks like these 3 boats across. Canterbury 2 and lane 4, Timaru 12 and lane 6 and Burnside 1. They're looking to get the first, second and third for the B final, And I'm thinking here that the Canterbury 2 crew have now perhaps moved themselves a little bit ahead. They're coming up to the 250. Let's see if we can tell. We're starting to feel the pain of the race. They haven't already. And we've got, yes, Canterbury are through first. So we've got Timaru just through. So Canterbury, Timaru and Burnside on the far side. But way on the far side, Marion College 1, Charlotte McLaughlin and Lexi Victoria Howells there. Look like they picked it up a bit. They're moving through a little quicker, but the two crews in the middle here, Canterbury 2 and Timaru, are starting to power it up. Canterbury 2 have pulled themselves ahead of Timaru, but also Burnside on the far side have also powered it up. Timaru, I think, now dropped back into the second position, so it's now looking between the Burnside crew and this Canterbury 2 crew. So Courtney Capon and Harriet Gorman on the far side, and Laura Hitt and Lily Davidson on the inside. Timaru is still in there. It's, Amaya Darova and Ruta and Juliet Griffin are still in there, but it's looking like this Canterbury crew, and they wouldn't count this Burnside High School one on the far side. They're coming through. I can't tell from this angle. The other crews, at least a boat length back, so they are a bit far behind those. Charlotte and Lexi over the far side, Marion College, have put on a real spurt. They've dragged themselves nicely into fourth slot. I don't think they'll manage to take it. Avonside girls are coming through pretty quick as well, but the Canterbury crew of Laura Hitt and Lily Davidson have put themselves in a finishing spot as they come through now over Timaru. Amy De Rota and Juliet Griffin over the Burnside crew of Courtney Capon and Harry Gorman into the third slot. So now we're going to go to the A final, and they're already through the 1,000. They're coming up. So who have we got on this? Rightio, in lane 1 to lane 10, Villa Maria College 1, Invercargill 2, Union 1, North End 1, Whakatipu 1, Villa Maria 3, Canterbury 1, Otago Girls, Invercargill 1, and Timaru 2. And I'm seeing Invercargill 2. Lily Clark and Shakayla Brown, coached by Ian Hamilton down here in the deep south in my home area, from Invercargill, are in themselves in a good position there. Are they perhaps in the first position? I'm not sure about that. I'm thinking that's maybe the North End crew of Isla Turner and Kenzie McLaughlin there, coached by Hannah Zwale and Georgia Courtney in lane 4. Is that lane 4 in front there? But this is the A final. Yeah, I'm thinking that North End crew looking very comfortable. I think Lily and Shakayla from Invercargill there are possibly in that second spot at the moment, but I would be... yes, the one... but there are a number of positions there, because there could be Whakatipu 1 of Isla Kudston and Liberty Hyde and Villa Maria 3. Amaya Napora and Sophie Taylor there. That's lane 5 and 6 are up there. Maybe Otago Girls just inside Invercargill. That's Ali Ryan and Kira Nicholson. They're in also a good spot there. So the second bronze and silver could be a very interesting proposition at the moment, because at the moment it does look like this North End crew. Not that they've got much over these other crews, to be fair. Maybe a boat length. I'm saying now it looks like that's Villa Maria crew of Amaya and Sophie there have moved themselves along. The Invercargill crew over the far side, Lily and Shakayla, are definitely still in this. They've got Clearwater over the boats either side of them. But the North End crew are currently in the lead. Maybe have they got perhaps just a boat length over the Villa Maria 3 in lane 6. And the Villa Maria crew is winding it up a little. North End's winding up. Invercargill's winding up over the far side. But Invercargill might need to be careful, because Whakatipu crew in lane 5, Isla and Liberty, are coming through very quickly now and pushing themselves into that third spot. Invercargill pulled themselves away, but we've got the North End crew of their foot's gone down. They are just driving themselves away from the rest. Isla and Kenzie pushing the boat through the water very nicely. These are very nice work, novices. I can see they're throwing everything into it. In fact, everyone is. They're throwing themselves into it. In the meantime, we've got the Villa Maria crew have pulled themselves into second position. They are also coming through very strongly. Whakatipu are now into third. Invercargill dropped back to fourth. In fact, Invercargill have been challenged by Otago Girls for that fourth slot. Whakatipu come through over in Invercargill, but North End, Isla Turner and Kenzie McLaughlin, coached by Hannah Zwale and Georgia Courtney, finishing very strongly, very nicely. Probably got 3 boat lengths back to this Villa Maria crew. They've pulled themselves well into second. The North End crew came first. Villa Maria, Amaya and Sophie are coming through into second, with 2 boat lengths back over the Whakatipu crew of Isla and Liberty. And over the far side is the Invercargill fighting off Otago Girls, with a strong second Invercargill crew coming through. For the fourth slot goes to Invercargill, Lily and Shakayla. That's the fourth spot. Sweet. next race coming. We've just got our information screen up now, so we can start getting information here like that. We hope it works. Fingers crossed. A few technical issues. Anyone working in computer knows, and networks and things, this sort of stuff happens. So this is the boys under 17 Cox 4. They're actually already at the 500 to go. So let's run through them. 1 to a 9. It's an all final. Just the A final, it's Nelson 1, Otago Boys 2, Otago Boys 1, St Bede's 1, St Andrews 1, Wairau 11, Christ 2, St Andrews 2 and Christ College 1 over there in lane 9. And it looks like to me that it's Christ College 2 there in lane 7, up against St Andrews 1 in lane 5 for the first spot. Though it does look like this Christ College crew has the wood on them at the moment, probably by about a boat length over the St Andrews crew. So we can, great. So this is the boys under 17 Cox 4. So Christ College, they've got at least a boat length over the St Andrews crew. Now coming very strongly. They're coming back. They've all hit the 250 boys. Both these crews are pulling themselves away from the other crews, which is, it seems like I was going to say the third spot might have been Wairau 11, but it does seem to me that it's going to be, in fact, St Bede's College coming through very strongly in third. St Andrews are challenging now. They're challenging Christ College too, but Christ College, they've all gone up a gear. They're looking very swift through the water here. Very nice rowing. St Andrews are flying down on them. They're walking the dog. They've got that bell ball up to the number 3 seat. I think they're heading up bound under 2 seat. Their Cox will be screaming at them. Now they're coming up to number 2. Are they coming up to the 1? Oh, they're coming through really quick. Is this St Andrews crew going to roll over Christ College? I think Christ College, you've got to hold them off. But no, they're coming through. And St Andrews have powered through very quickly. They now have got metre ahead, 2 metre canvas over the Christ College 2 crew. Strong finish from them. Christ College 2, and then we come through to the St Bede's College, who came through strongly to take the 3rd slot. Well done. That was a strong finish, St Andrews. It was very exciting indeed. Let's see how quickly. So St Andrews College here. That's the boys under 17 Cox 4 goes to St Andrews College. Harry Pitts, Oliver Barker, Caelan Graham, Bradley Hughes, Cox by George Rankin. In second spot was Christ College, Oscar Malone, Shay DeLuca, Toby Adams, and Ollie Cooper King, and Daniel Wilson to Cox. And then St Bede's came through into third. Andy Peterson, Daryl Lynch, Young Oi, Alex Cowan, and Luca Dredge is the Cox. That was a very exciting race. Good, well done, guys. Righto, so now we've got the women's under 19 Cox quadruple final. This is race 165. 165. So let's see. I'm just seeing if we've got a screen up here. We're hoping these times. Still seeing only the official results of the previous race, which was won by North End 1 of Isla and Kenzie in 8:39. 8:39. They had 7 seconds back over Villa Maria College, Amaya Napura and Sophie Taylor, and then it was back to Whakatipu 1, another 4, well, only 5 seconds, and Invercargill 1, Lily Clark and Shakira Brown in the 3rd spot. So hopefully this will update to the boys under 17 Cox 4, because in the meantime we've got race 165. I'll announce this race and then I'll hand over to Clive, who's here. Clive is here. Yesterday I thought he brought you some soft jazz. I think he wants to rev it up today, so we're probably going to hear some death metal in the next session. Death metal, I'm sure of it.
Jazz fusion.
Oh, no, jazz fusion. St Andrews College won their boys under 17 final in 6:58, ahead of Christ College by 1:45 seconds, and St Bede's 4:75 back. Right, race 165, the women's under 19 Cox quadruple sculls final, 9 in this event. This is the A final. In lane 1, Waihopai 1, Union 1, Marion College 1, North End 1, Timaru 11, Twiza 1, Cashmere 1, Tago Girls 1, and North End 2. They're coming up to about the 12:50 mark here. So we usually expect these middle lanes to be in charge, and they do look like they're in charge. It looks like it to me. It's probably, is it Cashmere there in lane 7? It looks like Cashmere in lane 7 have got a pretty clear order. Thea, Millie, O'Leary and Charlotte, with Eliza as the Cox there. Sister to, I can't remember the girl's name. Yes, Cashmere here. They've probably got at least a boat length over the 2 inside crews of Twizel 1 and Timaru 11. Twizel, Hazel, Lucia, Sadie, Kira, Cox by Jasmine, and Timaru, Isla, Emily, Lily, Annabelle, Cox by Tessa Westgate. That's the positioning at the moment, but you know, I wouldn't count out North End and Marion College there. They look like they're fairly evenly coming through there, but except for Cashmere there, I'd say have a boat length over the rest at the moment. Just seeing if I can pick the 500 metre mark boys, yellow boys, see who comes through first. Kashmir coming through here. Thea, Millie, O'Leary, and Charlotte. Liza's the Cox. Looking very comfortable. The woman's under 19. Cox quadruple sculls. Race 165. A very experienced rose. But the challenge is coming on to them. Twizel 1. Twizel 1 have pulled themselves into second spot. Are they trying to challenge the Kashmir crew? I think they're still a boat length off them, but any of these crews can come through quickly in this race. Because we've got lane 2 here. We've got Union. Is that Union there coming through very quickly? No, that looks like colours are wrong there. So that looks like Meridian College. Eddie Pinford, Sophie Davis, Charlotte Peterson, Oliver Barak, and Jessie Wayman as the Cox are coming through very strongly in this lane 3 here. In this lane 3 here, they're looking for that at least third position at the moment. But the distance left, they could easily make it first if they can power it up a bit more. Kashmir, it's not that comfortable now. I think they look like they've dropped back a little bit. They are picking it up again now. They obviously want to make sure they obviously want to stay in front. That's the name of this game, being in front. They are pulling themselves away. The Twizel are coming with them, but they're now dropping back behind. Timaru, in the meantime, in lane 11 there, lane 5, sorry, Timaru 11 are coming through quickly, but Meridian College are coming through fast. They're coming through fast in the inside lane. Are they going to pick someone's nose and take themselves a medal? Don't know where that came from. Kashmir holding off these other crews that are coming through. Twizel's coming through on Kashmir, but no, they've still got a boat length. Looking very strong, rowing very firmly. It's looking like Kashmir 1 at this stage. Twizel 1 on the inside of them, and then back to Timaru 11, which are being challenged by Meridian College. Have they got enough to get through on them? I don't think so. Twizel's coming through on Kashmir very quick. They've walked it up to the number 3 seat, but it's not going to be enough on the time available as we just hear the buzzer go for Kashmir High School. Congratulations, Kashmir, Twizel, and then Timaru. So congratulations to Thea Moody, Millie Brooks, O'Leary, Claire, and Charlotte Clatworthy, and Eliza O'Mearley. I know that name's not how you said it, because I was in the Cox weighing the other day and they said this is how you say it, and I can't remember. As the gold medal, and the second goes to Twizel, Hazel Henderson, Lucia Yates, Sadie Mason, Kira Thine, and Jasmine Bakey as the Coxton. And third spot was Timaru in lane 5, Ida Crawford, Emily Keard, Lily Grant, Annabelle Talbot, and Tessie Westgate as the Coxton. That was the women's under 19 Cox quadruple sculls final, race 165. So I'll just hand over race 1-6, the B final for the men's novice 4, to the jazz infusion man himself, Clive.
Morning, everyone. Hope you're well. Lovely day here. A little bit overcast, but I think it's going to hold. And the word on the street is that there's no rain to be expected, so that's great news. I've just got a couple of messages before I pick up the race number 166, which is the B final. The first thing is obviously if there's any leftover food from the from any of the tents, to please make sure drop it into the secretary's office, and they will distribute to the local food bank. So please don't throw it away. If there's something that's I'm sure super tasty or somebody local would be able to make use of, then drop it into the secretary's office and they will distribute it through the local food bank. Also, there's been a bag of art supplies that was found after last night's regatta. It also is in the secretary's office. So if we can get those two things there, that'd be great. And my final mention, my first mention, as well, is currently there's the Halberg Awards being run, and it's a people's vote. And I've been asked to put a big shout out for everyone to get on their phones and to nominate the sporting moment of the year, being Brooke Francis and Lucy Spores, who obviously won the gold medal in the women's double sculls at the 2024 Paris Olympics. They became the first crew of mothers to win an Olympic gold medal. And not only that, it was actually the first race that they won together. It had never quite come together for them to win the top spot. So if you get a chance, head on to the Halberg Awards website page and make sure you nominate Sporting Moment of the Year, Brooke Francis and Lucy Spores, for their gold medal in the women's double sculls at the 2024 Paris Olympics. That was a fantastic result. I'll just pick this race up. It's going to be a close finish here as we see them just get into the yellow boys, and it's St Andrew's College who have currently got their noses in front. This is Jesse, Toby, Yidu and Charles with Samuel Terry coxing. They've got the lead at the moment, but they're being closely followed by Wakatipu, a couple of boats outside them, and also Christchurch Boys High School, who are in the mix. That's our 1, 2 and 3. Back in fourth is between St Bede's and it looks like a second Christchurch Boys High School crew. But at the moment, it is St Andrew's College, who I saw their 4 winning earlier on this morning in lane number 5 in this B final, men's novice, Cox 4. They're coming through. They've got just a little bit of clear water, but they've walked away from the Christchurch Boys High School crew. Wakatipu are sitting in second. Christchurch Boys High are in third. But it is St Andrew's College who are going to take the win. Over they go. Wakatipu coming through. They take second. And Christchurch Boys High take third. St Bede's come through for fourth. They came from quite a long way back there. Well done. And then over on the far side, that looks like... is that Wairo? Lane 8. Apologies. Christchurch Boys High School 3. So let's look at this. Men's novice, Cox 4, A final. Christchurch Boys High School in 1, Wanaka in 2, Wairo in 3. 4 is St Thomas of Canterbury, Timaru in 5, Oamaru in 6. Shirley Boys High School in 7, St Bede's in 8, Shirley Boys High School in 9, and Nelson in 10. No scratchings that I'm aware of. Event number 167. Lanes 1, 2 and 3 have dropped back. That's Christchurch Boys High School, Wanaka and Wairo. St Thomas of Canterbury are putting in a great fight with the Timaru crew. I believe those two are in the mix with St Bede's. St Bede's in lane number 8. They're moving along very nicely, but it's neck and neck with those 3. Back from those 3, we have Oamaru, Shirley Boys High School, who dropped a couple of lengths back. Over on the far side, Nelson, and that's Shirley Boys High School there as well. They're probably sitting in 5th and 6th, but it is the 3 crews, St Bede's, swing along nicely. They're really putting it in. Looking just a little bit loose. The bow rider there. Timaru are trying to stay with this St Thomas of Canterbury crew. Let's have a look who's in this boat. St Thomas of Canterbury is Calix, Marcus, Kaiden, Liam, and Carlson Fernandez. He'll be talking those rowers through it, demanding a bit more because Timaru are not letting them get away. It is pretty much neck and neck. Big splash from Timaru there. The oar not quite getting fully in the water. Always lose a little bit of power there. St. Bede's are now sitting in third. These two have gone away, and it is St. Thomas of Canterbury. They've put another move on. They've just gone away from Timaru. That couple of strokes have just cost Timaru there. And they've probably got about 4 seats. It was neck and neck, but in this last 250, they've gone away. Down on the inside, I tell you who's coming through quickly, is Christchurch Boys High School in lane 1. But at the moment, Christchurch Boys High School have got into third place. They've rode through St. Bede's. Timaru sitting second, but it is St. Thomas of Canterbury. They've got a smidgen of clear water as the last couple of strokes. They're going over the line. They've got it. They're first. Timaru comes second. And down in lane 1, it is Christchurch Boys High School gets third. St. Bede's come in at fourth over the far side. Well done to St. Thomas of Canterbury. Fantastic work. Calix Manahira, Marcus Fisher, Kaiden Barrow, Leon Jessup and Carlson Fernandez, who's coxing, coached by Paddy Dowling. Well done, St. Thomas of Canterbury. We then have the rest of the crews coming across. Wairo, Nelson over on the far side. Shirley Boys High School. Down on the inside here, we've got Wanaka. Well done to all those rowers. That was a great final for the men's novice Cox 4 A final. Next up, we have race 168. Boys under 16 double sculls. We've got a B final coming through first of all. Now, we also should do a shout-out in a Masters event coming up about, I think 9 or 9:30. There's going to be a world record attempt in the auspicious Pearling. I'll talk more about it later, but it's definitely something to watch out for. It's over 1,000 metres. And we have a couple of local rowers who are the current world record holders of the Pearling. And they'll be looking to smash their current record. So let's look who we've got here. Boys under 16 double sculls. We've got St. Bede's College, St. Andrew's College, Wakatipu, Oamaru, Wairo, St. Andrew College 2, Wairo 12, Wairo 11, Kashmir High School 1 and Otago 1. So nice to see a full field here, 10 boats out. I'll pick them up now and let's look at who, and these boats, they'll be checking out their times against the A final because that's what they're rowing for here, particularly those winners of 1, 2 and 3 in the B final. And it is Wairo. Let's have a look at this Wairo crew. It's Wairo 13 in lane 5. Paddy Girling and Archie Sagers, coached by Clayton Lindstrom and Glenn Marfell. They have got the wood over this field. They've gone away. I'm going to say they've got 2 or 3 boat lengths. Out there on the far side, there is the Otago crew of Toby Hepburn and Mika Hape. They're sitting in third. Second place is the Wakatipu crew. Let's see where they are. They're lane 3. Louis Dela Cruz and Mike Perry. Ably coached by John Morrison. It was good to catch up with John last night. Had an interesting chat about water dynamics around the starting area. So thanks, John. I never knew you knew quite so much about water physics and dynamics. So lane 7, B final, Wairo 13, Paddy Girling and Archie Sagers. They've got 4, 5 clear lengths. Wakatipu are moving quite nicely here. They've got it together and they've got that boat flowing. They're going to come through for second. Over on the far side, there they go. They've got the win. That's Wairo 13. Otago over on the far side have been rowed through. And it is this Wakatipu crew. Wakatipu going to come second. That's Louis Dela Cruz and Mike Perry. Also the second Wairo crew. They're going to come through now as well. which I believe actually it was Jesse Engelford and Matthew McLeod who won that. Over they go, St Andrews over the line. That's the B final. A final, boys under 16, double schools. Shirley Boys High School, North End 1, Otago Boys High 1, Burnside High School 1, Otago Boys High 2, St Thomas of Canterbury, Shirley Boys High School 2, St Thomas of Canterbury 2, Timaru 30 and Wakatipu 1. They've gone past the 1,000-metre mark. They're actually up to the 1,500 as I'm picking them. Oh, this is a close race. Oh, there's a whole heap of boats across the field here. There's probably 3 have dropped back. So let's look down the inside here. And that looks like Otago Boys High. Ollie Scott and Leo Garden. They're in the mix. A couple of boats outside of them is Otago Boys High 2. That's Logan Miller and Tom Colley. Let's pick those up. Yes, there they are there. And then outside of them is the St. Thomas of Canterbury crew. Yes, that's St. Thomas of Canterbury. That's Cairo Horgan and Seth Tranter. They're all in the mix. Further out, we have the 2 crews from Wakatipu and Timaru. Timaru is Tim Bartlett and Louis O'Sullivan. And Wakatipu is Finn Henderson and Ollie Watson. Boys under 16, always a competitive grade. They're making the way. They've hit the yellow markers now. And it is the crew in lane number 3 who have got their noses in front. That's Ollie Scott and Leo Garden, coached by Thomas Ryan. They need to keep driving it through here. They're Thomas of Canterbury, St. Thomas of Canterbury, lane 6. They haven't given it away right. That's Cairo Horgan and Seth Tranter. They're just sitting in second, but they're coming under pressure from the Otago Boys High 2. And also out on the far side, that's Timaru in lane 9. But I think they've left their run too late. So it is in lane 3. They're going to take this out. There they go. Their last few strokes. This is Ollie and Leo. They head towards the line. They're going to take the win in the boys under 16 double schools. They're over the line. It's theirs. They've won it. Second place is St. Thomas of Canterbury. St. Thomas of Canterbury, Cairo Hogan and Seth Tranter. And third is lane number 5. Otago Boys High, Logan Miller and Tom Colley. Well done to all those rowers. Great work. Burnside came over 4th. And that is Thomas Carey and Riley McMorran. Good racing there. Boys under 16 double schools. Look forward to seeing those boys later on in the year. Now this is the men's Masters double schools. And this was the peerling I was talking about. You'll see there is a couple of rowers out there who'll be using a very unusual technique. Let me see if I can pick them up yet. Oh, no, it might be one of the later racers. Oh, yeah, it's the next one along. So here we have Canterbury, Union 1, Union 2, and Union 3. They make their way down. So just to explain a little bit more about this pairling, we'll be looking out for Dave Hannon and Kelvin Maker, who are the current world champions in the pairling. It's an unusual technique. They're essentially rowing down one-handed with using a sculling blade, but one arm on their hip, a little bit like a English gentleman or a teapot. And they've got the world record of 5:01. It was challenged last year by the Latvian pair, Herlitska and Goran, who were very disappointed to miss out by 2.4 seconds. But that's coming up next. For the time being, it is the Masters, men's Masters, double skills, and it's looking like the Canterbury crew in lane number 4, Richard Moore and Valentin Frezolas. They've got this at the moment, a good battle for second, third and fourth with the three Union crews. Andreas, Dominique, Paul Izzet, Scott Ingalls. He was a fine cricketer, if I'm not mistaken. Let's have a look, see if I can see him there. Oh, there he is, yes. Well done, there they go. Canterbury take the win. Union go through second, third and fourth. The men's Masters double sculls is underway, and I particularly want you to look out to lane 4, which is the Twizel Composite, going for the world record as they make their way down. Oh yes, there's that unusual technique. Oh, you've got to watch this. Down they come. They were talking this up last night. Oh. Okay, David Hannon and Kelvin Maker in the pairling. It's lane number 4. It's actually quite remarkable that they're actually not at the back. It's a unique technique. And they're looking very relaxed. It's like some form of yoga. But anyway, leading this race in the men's Masters double sculls, this is Division 2, a very competitive division. We should look across and see the composite crew in lane 7, which is Will Sweetman and Stephen Craig Pearson. They've got about 3-4 boat lengths of clear water, and they're clearly going to take this away. Avon are further back. That's Brian May and Steve Glenn. I thought I saw Ian Cartwright in this. Yes, he's down the inside there. He's going well. Ian's going very well indeed. That's Ian and John O'Rourke. So Ian Cartwright and John O'Rourke, they're probably sitting in third at the moment. Second place is lane 6, which is the Canterbury 2 crew, Brent Higgins and Blair Clatworthy. We say that name quite a lot. I'm coming back to lane number 4. Here they go. They've got that hand on their hip. It's quite spectacular. I'm waiting to see the time. It's also interesting to note that they're not last. Anyway, our winners are going over the line. That's the composite crew. Well done. Second place is going to go to Canterbury 2. Down on the inside, Ian and John for Avon. Over the far side, we go to Avon 3, Brian May and Steve Glenn. Back down the inside to Union, Nick Scott and Andrew Thompson. But here they are, the world record attempt, the pairling. It's a composite crew, North End and Twizel. Put your hands together, that's a great effort. Have they broken the world record is the question. Oh yeah, there's a big call from the locals down there. They think they've broken it. I'll be waiting for official confirmation of the new world record. Well done to Kelvin and his able teammate David Hannon. Really was that way. This is quite an emotional moment. I'm surprised that this won't make the Halberg Awards. But anyway, we move on through as we've got the men's Masters double sculls. I might just need a moment. Hello. For a second. Yeah, hey, good to see you. But okay, the men's Masters double sculls Division 3. I'll pick this up quickly here as we come into the last 150 metres. We've got 5 boats in this, as you can see. Leading at the moment is down on the inside. It's John Wilson and Rex Ryan. ROI Boating Club, which is way down south, and they'll be very pleased with this. Then we have Dunstanarm. They're making a charge. That's Wayne and Quentin. Quentin Annan, good to see out on the water. Nelson 1. They're coming through for third place. They're going to hold on to third. So Nelson are going to get third. Dunstanarm get second. And it is our winners, John Wilson and Rex Ryan, 79 and 77 respectively. That's a fantastic performance. Oh, as we now pick up the women's masters single sculls. Let's go through and see who we've got rowing here. Dunstanarm, we've got Rebecca Kingan. Port Chalmers United, Corinne Sullivan. Twizel 1, Marley O'Keefe. Cromwell 1, Maud O'Connell. Port Chalmers United, sounding like a football team, Cheryl Watt. Union 1, Kirsty Mahoney. Union 2, Tanya MacDonald. Port Chalmers United 1, Anok Sullivan. Wanaka 1 is Belinda Ryan, and Ashburton 1, Charlotte Cox. So they're making their way. We should quickly mention another Kiwi who's making records today. That's Chris Wood, the White Fern striker and Nottingham Forest striker, who scored 3 this morning against Brighton in a magnificent 7-0 victory for Forest, which keeps them in second place. I did run into a chap yesterday with a Forest top on. I think he said his name was Phil, so this is a big shout out to Phil. I hope you get a chance to see the game later. I know I'll be watching it. So here we go, coming through. We've got, oh yeah, nice spread of boats across there. Who's that in there? That might be the Port Chalmers colours. I don't recognise those. There's Union. And lane number 3, that's Twizel, I think. I think that's Marley. Yeah, that row suit that I'm not used to, I'm assuming that's Port Chalmers United. And it'll be the Anuk O'Sullivan who is doing well there. But over on the far side, Ashburton, Charlotte Cox is going about her work, and she is in one of those wider lanes which are always challenging to pick up, particularly the sleeper lane down on the inside. I was asked about that last night as well, and just from the tower, because the angle that we're on, it can be challenging to pick up that that lane in the first 1,200 meters. So these rowers are working their way through, doing well. Union in the middle there. That'll be Kirsty, I believe. Tanya. Yeah, lane number 6. Lane number 6, picking that up. That is Kirsty. She's sitting in second place. Out in lane 10 is the Ashburton rower Charlotte Cox, coached by Justin Wall. She's just got her nose in front, but Union have put a charge on and have come back. It's neck and neck, lane number 6. She's up the rating there, and Tanya MacDonald has got her nose in front. So, Union are leading. Ashburton have dropped into second. It's going to be a good fight for third here between the Port Chalmers United rower in lane 2, which is Corinne Sullivan, is trying to claw her way back against lane number 4, which is Cromwell, Maud O'Connell. So coming down to the line, it is the Union rower, Kirsty Mahoney, who is going to take this. Over on the far side, Charlotte Cox. Kirsty Mahoney's taking it, and yes, the Ashburton gets second. And down on the inside, lane 2, Port Chalmers United, Corinne Sullivan gets a third. That'll be celebrated long into the night. That's the Women's Masters single sculls. Now we've got a Premier race coming through now. Men's Premier coxless pair oars. Some good rowers in this. Let's go through the crews. Lane 1 is Avon 7, George Kinder and Thomas Woodgate. In 2, Avon 4 is Toby Robinson and Ted Main. Lane 3, Avon 2, Sam Wilson and William McIntosh. In 4, Avon 3, Matthew Glenn and Harry Galvin. In 5, Avon 1, Cody Johnson and Oliver Welsh. In 6, Wyro 1, Henry Kirk and Fred Vavasseur. In 6, Josh Syme and Fergus Johnson. In 8, Avon 5 is Peo O'Sullivan and Ben Allen. And in lane 9 for Cure Boating Club is Lewis Meets and George Johnson. This is definitely a race to watch. There'll be some good quality rowers out there. Be some great technique, and particularly for some young rowers, this is a good race to watch in the men's Premier coxless pairs. They've gone past the 500. I'm just picking them up on the screen. Pretty even field here. The change we made yesterday with regard to the umpiring and moving to a static umpiring system really benefits these smaller boats, because the reduction in wake doesn't impact the big eights or the four or the quads, I should say, as much. But the smaller boats really can suffer a little bit, and so it's really been the change that's been, I think, very well received by the crews in the smaller boats. We're seeing some good rowing. It's the middle lanes who look like they're coming through. Sam and William are in the mix, along with Matthew and Harry. Oh yes, this is going to be a great race. There's still a chunk to go as they go past the 1,000-metre mark. Or sorry, just hitting the 1,000-metre mark. Oh, there's 4 boats in this, 5. Let's see what else I can get from the screen here. Lanes 4 and 5, which is Matthew Glenn and Harvey Galvin, against Avon 1, which is Cody Johnson and Oliver Welsh. Let's pick up Cure out on the outside there. They're just following Avon 5 down, which is Peo O'Sullivan and Ben Allen. So Cure Boating Club, that's Lewis Meets and George Johnson. I'll definitely be keen to talk to George's mum later, because I'm sure she's an avid Brighton fan. So if she's nearby, can you please just mention the score? Yes, it is. Cure have just dropped a little bit back. The Avon crew just there are a couple of lengths back on the Wyro crew, which is Henry Kirk and Fred Vavasseur. They're going along nicely. They've gone away from the Avon 6 crew of Josh Syme and Fergus Johnson. So Wyro are right up there with the Avon crew inside them, which is Cody Johnson and Oliver Welsh. Fine, fine rower there. So this is going to be a real ding-dong battle. The Avon crew just inside that, which must be Matthew Glenn and Harvey Galvin, have just dropped back about a length. But they won't be giving this away yet. They'll have a big finish. Wyro are just leading this by about a canvas. They're really getting into work now. They'll be having a chat, laying down the plan, particularly Avon, who've got to come back. Let me try and pick up third. Yeah, I think third place is sitting with the Avon in lane 4 crew. Wyro, they've just edged away. Lane number 5 trying to come back. Lane number 5 is the Avon crew of Cody and Oliver, but it is Henry Kirk and Fred Vavasseur, coached by Mark Stallard. They'll be very pleased with this. This is men's premier coxless pair oars. It's a blue ribbon event. Have Avon got a big finish? They've come back. They've come back at them, but there's running out of runway. There's not much left. Big finish from both crews. Going really long and putting it in. Wyro, they're holding on. They've got it. They've still got it. Avon have come back at them. They're clawing away, but it's going to be too late. Wyro are going to take it. Avon comes second. Lane number 4, Avon. That's Matthew Glenn and Harvey Galvin. They get third. So it was Cody Johnson and Oliver Welsh who came second. Over on the far side, there's another Avon crew there. That must be Peo. Yes, in lane 8. That's Peo O'Sullivan and Ben Allen. I think they came through at 4th. But the winners were Henry Kirk and Fred Vavasseur. Well done to Wyro. Lovely race, that. Sun's starting to come through and some of that cloud will burn off. I'm not sure we're going to get all the acrobatics from the crop dusting plane today. I hope we do see them later because that was magnificent as well. So just a reminder again with regard to any leftover food later today, please drop into the secretary's office. They will distribute to the food bank. So that's really the message going out to those school clubs particularly who do tend to cater. So if we make sure there's any food left over there, drop it into the secretary's office and it will be distributed to the local food bank. Race 175. This is a B final, so I'll pick this up later on, but I'll just tell you who's rowing through. It's St Andrews College 1, Christchurch Girls High School, Avonside Girls, Columba College, Wyro 1, Rangiruru Girls School 1, Christchurch Girls High School 2, St Margaret's College 1, Villa Maria College 2, and Villa Maria College 3. They're at the 1,000 metre. They've gone through the 1,000 metre mark. Looks like a reasonable spread across the field with probably 3 boats coming away. So a big reminder to everyone to drive safe on the way home today. Okay, don't have to rush too much. Particularly be aware of those boat trailers being towed back. Give them a wide berth because there's many, many thousands and thousands of dollars worth of gear on there. Lane number 5 is Wyro, and they are challenging St Margaret's, who are out in lane 8. They're the two leading at the moment. Let's just pick up who's in third. Oh, just there, that looks like Columba College. So 1, 2 and 3, St Andrews, Christchurch Girls and Avonside. They're the inside lanes. They're just slightly back off the orange caps of Columba College. They're sitting in third. Second place is St Margaret's. I can see the red and white stripes there in that wonderful coloured boat. They have got second place, but it is the Wyro crew who are charging down the middle. Let's have a quick look at this. This, as I say, is the Girls Under 16 B final. So we've got Kate Young, Amelia Hardy, Celia Spencer, Zoe Hawes and Molly Hoban, who is coxing. They seem to have this race under a little bit of control. St. Margaret's certainly haven't given it up yet. That's Leela Elkington, Sophie Mitchell, Katie Pascoe, Molly Tyler, and Annabelle Scott is coxing. The rest of the teams are fighting for the minor places, but it is Wyro in lane number 5. They've just got into the yellow boys, and they're probably about a boat length away from St. Margaret's. So it's not over with yet, but as we hit the last 250, St. Margaret's have got to really get into this. And I think the Wyro boat is just moving along slightly freer. But St. Margaret's are holding into second. Let's pick up third, and it is Columba. It's the white rose suit top with the orange cap. They've got a good third at the moment, and they've got clear water over the other crews chasing them down. But Wyro in lane 5. Kate, Amelia, Celia, Zoe, and Molly Hoban, they're going to take out this B final. St. Margaret's are going to get second. St. Andrew's College are doing a late charge coming back at Columba, but I think they've just left it too late. Can Columba College hold on? They're moving that boat, St. Andrews. They're really moving that boat. They've closed them right up, but they're not going to get there. St. Andrews get fourth, Columba College third. Moving on to the A final. Girls under 16, Cox Quadruple Schools. Marion College are in lane 1, Burnside in lane 2, Timaru in 3, Ashburton in 4, Kashmir in 5, Wakatipu in 6, Nelson in 7, Waihopai in 8, and Villa Maria College in 9, with Wakatipu in lane 10. Just coming back to that men's premier pair, Henry Kirk and Fred Vavasseur went through in a time of 6:43, with Avon 1, Cody Johnston and Oliver Welsh just back from them 1.58 seconds. So well done to all the crews in that. They're hitting the 1,500 meter mark now. The yellow boat of Wakatipu. Could be Ashburton, actually. Lane 6, it is Wakatipu. They've got the lead at the moment. This is Eve Pagan, Caitlin Purdue, Caitlin Roberts, Zara Small, Amelia D is coxing. Coached by Shane Muir and Scott Arlott. But there's plenty in this race. Just the crew just inside there. That could be Kashmir, who've been rowing very well. And that program really has come on in the last few years. So a big shout out to all those involved. As we know, it's not just the coaches, it can be the parent help as well, really helps develop a program. Kashmir High School is Zoe Perrin, Abby Graham, Marley Lloyd, Charlotte Clapworthy, and the coxswain is Ivy O'Murga. It might be Murga. Here we go. And they have come through. Kashmir have walked through that Wakatipu crew. Well done to them. They have got about 3 seats now over that Wakatipu crew. Lane number 5. Kashmir High School, Zoe, Abby, Marley, Charlotte and Ivy. They've definitely got a boat length now. They're in the lead. This is the A final. Girls under 18, Cox Quadruple Schools. As we get down to the last 100 meters. Here they come in lane 5. Wakatipu are trying to come back. They've come back and just got over the boat, but They're just further back, third place. Great battle for third with Ashburton in lane 4 and the Timaru crew. Ashburton in lane 4, Timaru in lane 3, all to play for. They've gone again, Kashmir. They've got Clearwater. They're going to take the girls under 16 Cox Quadruple Schools. They're over the line now. They take it. Wakatipu are going to hold on to second. They've held on to second, and in third place is Ashburton. Timaru come through in fourth. Good racing, and the rest of the field is pretty evenly spread there, so great racing. Well done all those crews. I'll try and give you the time on that. Girls under 16, that looking, no time as yet, but Kashmir High School have taken it. Next race up, we have the Women's Premier Coxless Pair. Again, some good quality rowers in this. Rangiruru Girls' School, Tallulah Nelson and Brooke Harper. St. Margaret College in lane 4, Ain Leeson and Coco Flood. Avon 2 is Alice Ferguson with Georgie Bethel. Lane 6 is Avon 1, Gemma Burrows and Phoebe Collier. Avon 3 is Marnia Butler and Jessica Tavendale. Ran into the Tavendales last night at the opening of the Avon Rowing Club new pad, concrete pad, looking absolutely magnificent, as was the new Nelson pad just next door. So that's really given them a home base, as it were. I know they've been spread around the whole regatta site previously, but now they've got lovely facilities there, brand new tent, looking fantastic, and I think that's a big shout out to their sponsors, which I think is, I'm going to say Golden Homes and Tavendale and Partners. I also believe there was others involved. I don't have the list in front of me, so apologies, but I know that those two were definitely involved. And they had some naming of the boats as well. So, great event last night. Avon here are coming through. Avon are 1 and 2. St. Margaret's are looking like they're in third place. Let's pick up who this crew is. Lane number 6. Lane number 6 is Gemma Burrows and Phoebe Collier. They're bringing this home. They've got about a boat length over the second Avon crew, which is in 5. That'll be Alice Ferguson and Georgie Bethel. St. Margaret's in lane 4. That's Ain Leeson and Coco Flood. So that's our 1, 2 and 3 in the Women's Premier Coxless Pairs. I think there's been a scratching in that race, but it is our winners from Avon in lane 6. Gemma and Phoebe, they take the win. Then we have the second AV crew of Alice Ferguson and Georgie Bethel. They come second, and then St. Margaret's over the line, which is Ain Leeson and Coco Flood. But well done to the winners, Gemma Burrows and Phoebe Collier. I seem to remember Phoebe doing some fantastic drawing at Top Hut one year. A bit of a colouring in competition. I think it was for the kids, but Phoebe got particularly excited with doing all that drawing and thought she was probably going to win. Anyway, that was the Women's Premier Coxless Pair. On the water now is the Women's Senior Coxless Pair Oars. That previous race was the Women's Premier. Okay. looking through on this race, 178. Kashmir High School, we've got Zoe Clark and Millie Brooks. Rangi Ruru, we've got Isabella Wilson and Lucy Houghton. Nelson 1, we've got Millie Tredder and Madeline Collis. St Margaret's College 2, Bronnie O'Sullivan and Charlotte Brown. Wyro of Millie Van Rensburg and Daisy Vavasseur. St Margaret's College in 6 is Tilly Rooks and Jessica Brown She. Rangiruru Girls' School is Samantha Parker and Izzy Jones. Wyro 2 is Zoe Kung and Grace Straker. St Margaret's College 1 in lane 9 is Isabel Brooke and Anna Rutherford. And Oamaru 1 is Sophie Spittle and Hannah Strachan. So there's some experienced rowers in this and a good spread across the field. Lanes 1 and 2 have dropped back. Let's have a look who's in 3, 4. Oh, it's that middle row of middle lane Wyro. Wyro, that is Millie Van Rensburg and Daisy Vavasseur. Out on the far side there, St Margaret's College, Isabel Brooke and Anna Rutherford. They're sitting second or third. This will be a good hit out for them against this experienced Wyro crew. They've gone away from the St Margaret College crew and the Rangi, I think, oh, that's a second St Margaret's crew. Down on the inside here we see Nelson moving along nicely. That's Millie Tredder and Madeline Collis. They'll be battling for that second or third. They're just slightly behind lane 4, which is St Margaret's College 2, Bronnie O'Sullivan and Charlotte Brown. They're all in the mix here, along with the other St Margaret's crew out in lane 9, which is Isabel Brooke and Anna Rutherford. They're probably sitting in second or third. So there's a great finish coming here. First place, Wyro in lane 5. We're pretty confident that Wyro, that's Millie Van Rensburg and Daisy Vavasseur, they're going to take the win. Nelson have come into second. That's Millie Tredder and Madeline Collis. Wyro, Clearwater, about 5 strokes left to go. Nelson have dragged the other St Margaret's College crew, and it is Wyro again, lane 5. They take the win. Nelson are going to take second, and they've pulled the St Margaret College 2 crew, Bronnie O'Sullivan and Charlotte Brown through. They take third, with St Margaret's College lane 9, Isabel Brooke and Anna Rutherford falling into 4th place. The other crews making their way over the line now. Good racing. Men's club single schools. We've got a B final, followed obviously by the A. Right, let's see who's in here. Twizel 1, we've got Ralph Henderson. Union 1, we've got Daniel Cara. Avon 2, we've got Sam Mowens. Nelson 2 is Ollie Hawkins. In 3, Benjamin Bolton. 4 is Ashburton Caleb Armstrong. Timaru 21, Harrison Searle. Cure Boating Club, it's Ashton Corkery. And Cure Boating Club, it's Didier Marks. In lane 10, Canterbury is Oliver Ellis. They've gone past the 1500. Let's pick up Avon. I think it's Benjamin Bolton, who's just gone away from Nelson's Ollie Hawkins. And in lane 3 is Sam from Avon. Sam M-O-H-N-S, Moynes. Avon have got the lead here in lane number 5, Benjamin Bolton. Out on the far side though, and they're not out of this. That could be Lanky Boy. I think it is. It's Ashton Corkery. He's really going along nicely. I tell you what, he is moving that boat. He's gone away from Canterbury 2, Oliver Ellis, and Ashton is absolutely in this. Out of the St Andrews College program many years ago. Rowing out with the Cure Boat Club. He looks across. He knows he's in the mix here. He's sitting in second, but it is been answered by lane number 5. Lane number 5 has answered it. That is Benjamin Bolton. He's got about half a boat length. Coming through on the inside is Nelson's Ollie Hawkins. This is a lovely finish. And again in the Avon 2 crew, Sam, he's getting in the mix. Ashton is now holding third. Nelson is sitting in second. Oh, he's had a... No, he's lost that third place. Avon are going to get first and third with Nelson in the middle. That Ashton had that. That was the B final. The A finals on the water. Men's club single sculls. Dunstan Arm is Jelt Stook. Canterbury 1 is Tim Chapman. Wakatipu 2 is Charlie Mansur. Dunstan Arm is Harrison Theode. Wakatipu is Harry Lightfoot. Wellington, welcome to Wellington 1, Tim Winkler. Avon 1 is Lawrence Birch, good rower. Oamaru 1 is Patrick Spillane. Nelson 1 is Sam Johnston. And Dunstan Arm 2 is Roland O'Zane. Some experienced rowers here in the men's club single sculls. Over on the far side, that's Dunstan Arm Roland O'Zane. He's just dropped back a few lengths from the Nelson rower Sam Johnston. In the middle, it is the... Oh, there's a good race developing here in the middle. I want to just pick up these inside lanes. 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6. Let's look at lane 6. That's Wellington, Tim Winkler. He's come all the way down. Obviously having a good row. That's why I didn't quite recognise those colours. That's Wellington there. Inside him is Wakatipu. That's Harry Lightfoot. And Dunstan Arms Harrison Theode is also in the mix. So, as they make their way towards the yellow buoys, it's these 3 rowers coming through. It's Wellington, Wakatipu and Dunstan Arm. It's all to play for. Wellington, Tim Winkler, coached by Matthew Hall. He's making sure that this trip is well worthwhile, but look at the big finish from Harrison. He's got a big finish. He has gone through Wakatipu. He was sitting in third. He's now in second. He's really laying it down. But Wellington have answered. He's got a finish. You've got to have a finish in a single. Great rowing here. Dunstan Arm putting the pressure on, piling the pressure on. He's getting back at him inch by inch. Wakatipu in third. Wellington are holding on to second. They're losing with every stroke, but they're going to take it. Well done, Tim Winkler from Wellington. He takes the win. Dunstan Arm is Harrison Theo takes second, and Wakatipu's Harry Lightfoot takes third. That's the men club singles. Great rowing there from those 3. So I hope everyone has a great day today. Obviously a bit of overcast cloud, but I think it's warm, and more importantly, virtually no wind, just a very gentle breeze there. So enjoy your day. Keep the dogs on a leash and no rubbish on the floor, please. Make sure you take it away with you. Men's under 19 Cox 4. This is race number 181. In lane 1, Christ College 2. Lane 2 is Christchurch Boys High School. Lane 3, St Andrews College. In 4, Christ College 1. In 5, Christchurch Boys High School 1. In 6, St Bede's College 1. 7, St Thomas of Canterbury. In 8, Wairo 11. 9 is St Bede's College 2. And in lane 10 is St Thomas of Canterbury. So very competitive racing in this men's under 19 Cox 4. Obviously jam-packed with schools. They'll all be using this as a pretty major hit out as we come down to the business end of the season with the South Island secondary schools just around the corner, and then obviously Mardi up in the North Island this year at Lake Carapiro. Just watching them on screen there, and it looks like that's St Andrews College, I believe. Could be Christ College, actually, if I've got that wrong. But there's a good race, and there's 5 or 6 boats in this. Yeah, there's Christ College. St Andrews are in the lead. Down on the inside there, that looks like another Christ College crew are trying to make their way back. But they've gone through the 1,000. The coxswains will really be talking them through now. They'll have their race plans. This is a great race. If you get chance to have a quick head out to the edge of the water, you're going to see some boats racing here that are going to be going for medals in the Mardi Cup later on in the year. And obviously the South Island secondary schools, which I think is early March. So get your accommodation booked now. So lanes 1, 2, and 3 have just dropped back slightly. Let me pick who that is. Lanes 1, 2, and 3, that's Christ College, Christchurch Boys 2, and St Andrews College 2. Coming into lane 4, 5, 6, and 7. They're all in the mix. This is Christ College 1, Christchurch Boys High School 1, St Bede's College, and St Thomas of Canterbury. So it is St Bede's along with that St Thomas of Canterbury. Christ College just very slightly back. And outside there, that's St Thomas of Canterbury. Where's Wairo? Oh, they're just slightly back from St Thomas of Canterbury. St Bede's are going neck and neck with the Christchurch Boys High School. Christchurch Boys just got their maybe two, 3 seats in front of that St Bede's crew. The yellow boat of Christ College 1, that's Max, Georgie, George, Mark, and Daniel Wilson. They're trying to come back at the crew in lane number 5. That is Christchurch Boys High School, Harry Hegan, Ben Rowe, William Harrington, Ollie Browning, and Toby Brook is the coxswain. This is the men's under 19 Cox 4, and it is lane 5. Christchurch Boys High School. They have just stretched a little bit on St Bede's, but St Bede's in lane 6 have got a good second. Christ College are sitting in 3rd. St Thomas of Canterbury are battling 4th and 5th with St Andrews. But as we come down to the last few strokes, it is lane 5, Christchurch Boys High School. They're going to take the win. St Bede's are going to take second, essentially a boat length. No clear water. Over the line. Christchurch Boys take it. St Bede's second. Christ College get 3rd. St. Thomas of Canterbury 4th, St. Andrew's College 5th, then down on the inside here, that looks like that's another Christchurch Boys High crew, and then Wyro over the far side. Good competitive racing. Well done to all those crews. Be interesting to see. Actually, just coming back to the single race, the men's club single won by Wellington Tim Winkler. He did that in a time of 7:30.82, with Dunstan Arm just behind by 1.58 seconds, and Wakatipu, Harry Lightfoot, just back 0.8 of a second. So that was very competitive racing in that club single. Right, I'm on my last spell for today, and then I'll be hitting the road. I've got to get back early, back on the bike, looking forward to it. Girls under 15 Coxed Octuple Schools. It's the Octies. Now, for those experienced people here, they'll know the Octies are an 8, but with 2 oars. It's the only year that they row this, and is great for those first-year rowers. Tend to be a slightly bigger boat. Everyone's got 2 oars, and they can absolutely charge down. So let's see who's rowing. We've got North End 2, Columba College 1. North End 1, Wakatipu 1, Wyro 1, St Margaret's College 1, Villa Maria College 1, Union Composite, and St Andrew's College. So an early look at the field. Dunstan Arm colours, with his Dunstan Arm colours. Sorry, apologies. I've missed a race. Women's Club Coxless Quadruple Schools. Sorry, I've missed a race. Race 182. We're in race 182. So we've got Invercargill, Dunstan Arm, Canterbury, and Dunstan Arm. I inadvertently skipped a race. So it is Dunstan Arm who are going up against the Canterbury crew. Down on the inside, Invercargill have dropped away several lengths. Then there's a second Dunstan Arm crew, which is their number 2 crew. They're having a race really against the Dunstan Arm Composite. The 2 leading crews are Canterbury 1, which is Toby Rees, Georgie Wynyard, Libby Greaves, and Stella Cook, against the Dunstan Arm 1 crew of Maggie Hepburn, India Nichols, Olivia Ollerenshaw, and Bella Breen. It's going to be a good race through to the end as they're in the yellow buoys, last 250. Dunstan Arm have their canvas in front, but they've got a big finish. Dunstan Arm crews, with the work that Simon Smith does with them, they just always seem to have a good, strong finish. If they're leading coming into that 250, they very rarely get beaten. And it's happened again here. They're just edging away, inch by inch, every stroke. They're just pulling away. They've probably just about got a boat length now. Maybe, yeah, boat length, but no clear water. Canterbury 1 are going to come second. Dunstan Arm, Maggie, India, Olivia, and Bella, they take the win in the Women's Club Coxless Quadruple Schools. Canterbury takes second. Third place is going to go to the second Dunstan Arm crew of Drew Thomas, Ella King, Nia O'Doherty, and Emma Bryant. So they take third. Well done to all the crews. That was the Women's Club Coxless Quad. Now racing is the girls under 15 Coxed Octuple Schools. So it's an 8 with each rower having 2 oars. And as I said earlier, they only row this for the first year of their rowing under 15. It's a mighty boat. I do know that Cure Boating Club used an octuple in a river race to set a fastest time. I think that was last year or the year before. And seeing those big rowers charging down was really very impressive. So they're at the 1,000-meter mark. It's developing nicely with two boats sitting in second and third. Just as I look across, it's a red, is that St. Margaret's? It's a St. Margaret's boat. Oh yeah, they're all in this. There's three boats battling away here, and then we have a bit of clear water back to the next two. So, girls under 15, Coxstock Tupple Schools. This is a final. Medals are available today, and we know it's great when the kids get their first medal. Nothing quite energizes them or their parents. A little bit of success, and obviously helps all the coaching staff with all the hours they put in. So down on the inside, sleeper lanes, we can see North End and Columba College are a few lengths back. Then we come to lane 3, which is North End. They're about a length back from lanes 4 and 5, which is Wakatipu and Wairo. Lane 6, it's St. Margaret's College. They've got the lead and they're dominating this. They've gone away from Villa Maria College outside them. Big program at St. Margaret's, and it is certainly showing in this girls under 15 race. Just having a big thumbs up there from Graham. Thank you, Graham. St. Margaret's in that wonderful boat. Where's Wally row suits? Let's have a look who's in this boat. So we've got CC Bridge, Holly Murdoch, Grace Jones, fantastic singer, Grace Thorne, Sophia Tivers, Eliza Bliss, Stella Dick and Elsie O'Donnell, with Georgie Todd Hunter coxing. So this must be another Todd Hunter coming through, but this one based out of the St. Margaret College program. Second and third, let's pick second and third up. That is Wairo against Wakatipu. It's going to be close in that second and third. And Villa Maria, lane 7, they aren't out of this. They're just a bit further back. But it is the Wairo crew who are sitting in second. Wakatipu sitting in third, but nothing much in it. Who's got the better finish? St. Margaret's, though, are comfortably leading this. The coxswain just has a quick look, making sure controlling the distance. The rest of those rowers pretty much keeping their head in the boat. There's the odd one having a look across. The coaches will be having a word with them afterwards about that. St. Margaret's in the green, white and red. It's a monster of a boat and is charging down in lane 6. Wakatipu have come back on Wairo. The yellow boat of Wakatipu, they're sitting in second. There's Annie, Jessie, Liberty, Cinnamon, Kira, Pussy and Mimi and Caitlin with Jessie Glover coxing. But it's St. Margaret's who are going to take the win. St. Margaret's, Wakatipu are trying to hold off. Wairo, Wakatipu are in second. St. Margaret's are going to take the win. About half a boat length of clear water. They take the win. Wakatipu takes second. Wairo take third. Over on the far side, that's Villa Maria in lane 7 who are going to take fourth. And then North End are taking fifth. We come at the rest of the crews. Oh, there's been a bit of a blade issue with the North End crew. Yep, that's going to definitely have a problem. It's the 7 seat. They'll just be waiting till they finish and then hopefully sort that out. There they are all over the line. Men's intermediate. Cox Quadruple Schools. We've got Union 1, Christ College 2, Shirley Boys High School, Nelson 1, Canterbury 1, Wakatipu 1, Dunstan Arm 1, St Andrew College 1, Otago Boys High 1, and Waihopai Composite. There's a Dunstan Arm Composite. I think they're rowing down with Cure Boating Club. There's Purple Haze there. Let's see if I can pick who that is. It's Liam Barrett and Ethan McGrath with Brennan Keane and Jed Tisdale with Fred Phillips coxing. They are sitting in second. It's the Canterbury 1 crew in lane 5. Let's see who's rowing in that. That's Mark McDermott, Christopher Napper, Sean Fleck, Liam Collins, and Zoe Sullivan is coxing. They've got the lead at the moment with the Dunstan Arm Cure Boating Club Composite sitting in second in lane 7. Third place is between Wakatipu and Nelson. Wakatipu and Nelson. Nelson have just got their noses in front. But it's the Canterbury 1 crew with a boat length of clear water over the Dunstan Arm Composite crew featuring 2 rowers from Cure Boating Club. They've still got second place. Canterbury are stretching away. Nelson are trying to get involved for second, but I think they're going to run out of room. Canterbury are going to take first. Canterbury 1 take first. Dunstan Arm Composite with Cure takes second. Nelson come through for third with Wakatipu fourth. Great race for fifth place with Shirley and Christ College. Shirley just get that as the rest of the crews make their way over. We're going into a B final now as I get to my last few races. I might just have time to pick up the boys under 16 Cox 4 or at least watch that downstairs. So we're going into the girls under 17 single schools, the B final. From Twizel we've got Hazel Henderson. Wanaka, we've got Meg Ritchie. Waitemata, we've got Sammy Visser. I'll be looking at that row suit to make sure I can add that to my list. Otago Girls is Frances Donald. Waihopai is Ella Norman. From St Andrews College, we've got Lucy McWhirter. Timaru 21 is Maisie Jane Chapman. Timaru 11 is Ella Inch. Otago Girls 1 is Millie Hota, and St Margaret's College 1 is Hannah Jones. So this is the B final. So I'll pick this up and then we go into the A final for the girls under 17 single schools. Just a shout out again for those, that bag of art supplies that's been found and handed in to the secretary's office downstairs. Okay, if it's your bag of art supplies, they were found last night. They're in the secretary's office. A reminder again for the Halberg Awards, People's Vote Sporting Moment of the Year. Women's double gold medalists 2024 Paris Olympics is Lucy Spores and Brooke Francis. It's the first crew of mothers and their first race together, well, their first race win together. What a race to make your first win. Gold medal at the Paris Olympics. So if you get a chance, head on there to the Halberg Awards website and you'll need to find the People's Vote category, which is Sporting Moment of the Year. And it really would be great if we can lend our support to the women's double gold medalists, Lucy Spores and Brooke Francis, the first crew of mothers to win gold medal at the rowing. So girls under 17 making their way past the 1500. Yeah, there's that rose suit I've not seen before in lane 3. Probably sitting in second place. That's Sammy Vizza. Leading, though, is the Waihopai rower, Ella Norman. Just over a boat length. I'm looking out on the far side, and that's Otago Girls, Millie Hota. She's gone away from St. Margaret's College, Hannah Jones, and also Ella Inch from Timaru. So it is the red, white and green of Waihopai. Ella Norman, coached by Danny Young, in lane 5. Getting through the final red buoy as she hits the yellows. That's 2:50 to go. And it is the lane number 3, Sammy Vizza, who's sitting in second. Waitemata Club here. Waitemata in lane number 3, a strong second. Looking back, St. Andrew's College, Lucy McWhirter. She's sitting maybe in about 5th. She's trying to close up on Timaru, Maisie Jane Chapman. She's probably sitting in 4th, with St. Andrew's College in 5th. Over on the far side in 3rd is the Otago Girls High number 1 crew, Millie Hota. She's got 3rd. Leading, though, for Waihopai in lane 5, Ella Norman. Ella Norman's got about a boat length of clear water, looking quite comfortable. Steady rate in lane 5. A big finish from lane 3 here. Slightly higher rating. That's Sammy Vizza. Well done. Waihopai take the win. This is a B final. Lane 3, Sammy Vizza takes second. Otago Girls 1. Over on the far side, they take 3rd. Then we have Timaru and St. Andrew's College. Just checking the time. I think I've got this race and maybe the next. Girls under 17 single schools A final. Recognise several of these names here. Burnside High School, Jessica Rankin. Waihopai 2 is Leela Jack. Wakatipu 2 is Amy Patterson. Wakatipu 1 is Lucy Clark. North End 1 is Georgia Graham. St. Margaret's College is Scout Fiske. Columba College is Fenella Millen. Ashburton 1 is Isla Moffett. Burnside High School is Melissa Irvine. And Villa Maria College 1 is India Taylor. Lanes 1, 2 and 3 are back off the main challenges here. It's looking like Wakatipu, which is Lucy Clark. She's in front of the North End rower, which is Georgia Graham. And then go out a little bit to the Ashburton rower of Isla Moffett. That's our 1, 2 and 3. Trying to get involved is the St. Margaret's College 2 rower, Scout Fiske. She's sitting in fourth, battling the Waihopai. Yeah, Waihopai. Where is she? Lila Jack. So they're battling for fourth and fifth. First, at the moment, lane 4. Lucy Clark, coached by Shane Muir for Wakatipu. No real clear water, but she's got a boat length over the North End rower, Georgia Graham. Georgia Graham sitting second. Ashburton, Isla Moffat still third. St. Margaret's in fourth. But over the line, it is Wakatipu's Lucy Clark. Then North End, Georgia Graham comes second. Third place goes to Ashburton, Isla Moffat. Fourth is between Waihopai and St. Margaret's College. I think Scout just pipped that. That was the A final, the girls under 17 single schools. This will be a competitive race, race number 187, boys under 17 double schools. I'll quickly run through who we've got. Christchurch Boys High School, Will Cunningham and Ricky Turvitt. St. Bede's College is Dara Lynch and Andy Peterson. Otago 2 is Noah Hamilton and Fergus Dillon. Otago 1 is William Light and Paddy Kennedy. Wakatipu 1 is Jasper Crawford and Michaela Thornton. Christchurch Boys High School, Jack Deeney and Cameron Buckingham. Oamaru is Cooper Lynch, that great film producer, and Ned Newlands Carter. St. Thomas of Canterbury in 8 is Hunter Taylor with Declan Dosey. Shirley Boys High School is Logan Skelton and Jack Stewart. With St. Andrew's College in lane 10, that's Tadag Maloney and Hendrik Todd Hunter. And as to be expected, it's the middle lanes. It's Wakatipu, Jasper and McKellar. They have just gone away from the Christchurch Boys High School. Jack Dennerley and Cameron Buckingham. Oamaru are in the mix here. That's lane 7. Cooper Lynch and Ned Newlands Carter. Lane 4's not out of this either. That's Otago 1, William Light and Paddy Kennedy. They're trying to get involved for second and third. Young Tavendale's just arrived. Looking very casual. He's been on the basketball court this morning. But it is Wakatipu in lane 5. Jasper Crawford and Michaela Thornton. They've got this in the boys under 17 double schools. Looking really quite smooth there. Great race for second and third. Otago are getting involved over Oamaru. And in second place is lane number 6, which is Christchurch Boys High School. So, yep, they hold on to second. So there we go. Third and fourth, too close to call. But I think Oamaru just got third. Wakatipu taking the win. Great racing there. And Christchurch Boys also in the mix there. So great racing. I'll just see if Will's going to take over to this race. You ready? So I'll pass you over to William and I will see you at the next regatta. Bye now.
coming down now is the final of the boys under 16. Cox 4 in lane 1. We have St Thomas of Canterbury number 2. In lane 2, St Thomas of Canterbury number 1. In lane 3, St Andrews College number 2. In lane 4, Christchurch Boys High School number 1. In lane 5, St Bede's College number 1. In lane 6, Timaru 30. In lane 7, Christ College number 1. In lane 8, St Bede's College number 2. In lane 9, Wairo 11. And in lane 10 is St Andrews College number 1. And look out to the field in that final 500. You can see the boys in red and black storming away to the victory in the boys under 16 Cox 4. So that's St Bede's College number 1. Alex Walters, Brody Clements, Cooper Titterton, Lecky, Carter Connolly, and Fletcher Franklin is the Cox. Looks like a pretty dominant victory here. They're looking to take the gold. I'd say they've got 3 lengths up on second place, which I'd give currently to Timaru Boys there in lane 6. So it's the 2 middle lanes performing well here, just on the outside of Timaru. I think that might be the black and white of Christ College there, sitting in 3rd. So that's Arthur Brown, Harry Blakely, Alex Lascelles, George Haddon, and Jono Simpson is the Cox. But they're going to need to watch a charge coming from St Bede's College number 2, just outside of them. So Christ College just sitting a length back on Timaru, but the boys from Bede's are flying here coming into the final 100 metres. They've got 4 lengths up on Timaru. Timaru just holding off the charge coming from Christ College. St Bede's College number 2 trying to get into the middle mix, but I think they're not going to make it today. Then we've got St Andrews College and Christchurch Boys in a bit of a battle on the inside, but here comes St Bede's charging away to the line. They've got 4 lengths up on Timaru Boys. Timaru Boys just a length up on Christ College, and Christ College in turn a length up on St Bede's number 2. So there goes St Bede's number 1. They're through the line. They've got their rating right up. Timaru Boys in that tandem rig there, holding off Christ College. They're going to get clear water on them. And Christ College in turn a length and a half up on St Bede's. Just on the inside, Christchurch Boys High just sitting half length up on that St Andrews crew. And St Andrews in turn have 2 lengths up on Wairo and St Thomas. Then we go outside to St Andrews College number 1. No, that's St Thomas of... No, that is St Andrews College and St Thomas of Canterbury number 2. So that's the boys under 16 Cox 4. 3rd place in that previous race was Otago number 1 by just 0.3 of a second. So next up we got the B final of the girls under 16 double. Lane 1 is Wakatipu number 2, Ella Day and Lucia Summerfield. Lane 2 is Waihopai number 1, Madison Stevens and Avril Kuma. Lane 3 is Wairo number 1, Zoe Hawes and Celia Spencer. Lane 4 is St Margaret's College number 1, Sophie Mitchell and Layla Elkington. Lane 5 is Waihopai number 3, Ellie Mae Boniface and Livy Campbell. Lane 6 is Wanaka number 1, Lily Garrett and Alana Hay. Lane 7 is Marion College 1, Jenna Brennan and Jennifer Courtier. Lane 8 is Waihopai number 4, Daisy McDonald and Lila Cartonston. And lane 9 is North End number 1, Kenzie McLaughlin and Lucy Horrell. Lane 10 is Marion College number 3, Taylor Vell and Peyton Moss. So they're just coming past the K now. Be pretty tough to see the colours, but on the camera there's about 5 crews just lined up there. The colours of Waihopai just in the middle there. Lane 5, Waihopai number 3, Ellie Mae Boniface and Livy Campbell look to be performing well in this B final of the under 16 double. In lane 3 as well, I think that's Wairo number 1, Zoe Hawes and Celia Spencer. maybe just sitting in second, but definitely looking to challenge in the middle of those two as well. St Margaret's College number 1 looking good in this B final as well. So they'll just be coming up to the last 500. There will be some big moves to play here. 500, you often see a slight rate increase, and then that rate increase will turn into a wind when you come into about that last 300 metres, I'd say. Some crews leave it a bit later into the last 250. Others may wind it up a bit earlier. It's all just happens to do with how the crew approaches their race, what's their game plan. So right now it actually looks to be lane 3 that's performing really well out there. So that's Wairo number 1, Zoe Hawes and Celia Spencer battling that crew from Waihopai, but it is the crew in lane 3. So Wairo's in the lead, Waihopai in the second. Then I'd say we're looking at St Margaret's in third and potentially Wakatipu on the inside for that 4th place. So under 16, you're looking at second year rowers, maybe potentially some row downs in their 3rd season. So it is lanes 3 and lane 5. Those are the 2 schools battling for this win currently in the girls under 16 double. It is Wairo in the lead by just about a length coming into this last 250. They'll need to see a wind coming from that Waihopai crew if they want to roll over Wairo, because Wairo's looking clean here. St Margaret sitting in 3rd, and then I think Waihopai number 1 in lane 2. They're also looking to try and get into this top 3. So there'll be no foxing today. They'll be putting in all their effort. Here comes Wairo and Waihopai number 3. So it's Zoe Hawes and Celia Spencer in that Wairo boat. Ali Mae Boniface and Livy Campbell in that Waihopai boat. And it looks like Waihopai's closed it down a little bit. I don't think there's any clear water there. So it's just sitting maybe just 3/4 of a length to that Wairo crew. Wairo looks pretty good to take the win coming to the last 50 metres here. Then we'll be looking at Waihopai to hold off the charge coming from their number 1 crew, as well as St Margaret's there sitting in 4th. Then we'll be looking at Wanaka at Meridian College, North End, inside to Wakatipu, outside to Meridian College, and then the final Waihopai crew there. So Wairo take the first, Waihopai number 3 the second, Waihopai number 1 the 3rd, St Margaret's take the 4th, then we go back to Wanaka. So A final coming up now for the girls under 16 double. Lane 1 is St Andrews College number 2, Lauren Bolton and Sophia Legalis. Lane 2 is Villa Maria College number 2, Elizabeth Cochran and Izzy Mott. Lane 3 is St Andrews College number 1, Alana Brooke and Emily Woodgate. Lane 4 is Avonside Girls High School number 1, Kate Orchard and Brooke Sykes. Lane 5 is Wakatipu number 1, Eve Pagan and Zara Small. Lane 6 is Timaru 12, Kate Caird and Neve Gordon. Lane 7 is Timaru 11, Olivia Moffat and Jasmine Payne. Lane 8 is Villa Maria College 1, Sophia Taylor and Natalie Richards. Lane 9 is Burnside High School number 1, Amy Muncaster and Evie Nathan. And Lane 10 is Cashmere High School number 1, Melly Lloyd and Charlotte Clatworthy. So that's St Andrews College number 2 crew, Lauren Bolton and Sophia Legalis will be looking to try and get up in this A final, but I think it's coming from that. It's that lane 3 there. So lane 3 from St Andrews College number 1, having a bit of an upset on the arrowhead effect here, looking to try and take out the girls under 16 double. Trying to upset the favourites coming from Wakatipu and Timaru. The big sculling schools there. Wakatipu looking strong in second place, and they're clearly in a battle with Timaru, Kate Caird and Neve Gordon currently sitting in 3rd. But St Andrews in lane 3 just having a bit of an upset to the arrowhead effect there. They're really going to need to hold off this charge coming from Wakatipu as Wakatipu starts to wind it up coming into the last 300 metres. They're just sitting maybe 2 lengths clear. That St Andrews crew coming into the last 250 now. So that St Andrews College number 1 crew is Alana Brooke and Emily Woodgate. Performing well here coming into the last 250. Battle for 2nd and 3rd and 4th is coming from Wakatipu, Timaru and Avonside Girls. So Avonside Girls trying to get up into the middle mix as well, and also on the outside performing well there is the colours from Burnside High School in lane 9. But St Andrews here having a bit of a performance here. They're sitting 2 lengths up on the cruise from Wakatipu. Avon's charging on Wakatipu and Timaru. Avonside girls are having a wind to try and get up into the medal bix for this girls under 16 double A final. St Andrews are coming up to the last 100, winding their way through. Wakatipu just barely sitting in second, but Timaru's coming up to the line as well. I think Timaru's just crept past Wakatipu for second place. Wakatipu just half a length up on the crew from Avonside Girls, so watch the battle as they all close on St Andrews. These 3 crews in the middle, Timaru, Wakatipu and Avonside Girls are charging to the line. St Andrews has clear water on the 3 of them. Avonside Girls looking for the 3rd. Timaru's just pushed up past into second place, and Avonside Girls going to 3rd. Avonside Girls just a bow ball behind Timaru. Wakatipu will get the 4th. Great performance there from St Andrews, Timaru, Avonside Girls, and Wakatipu. Then we go to Burnside, Villa Maria on the inside to St Andrews College, number 2. Then to Villa Maria, Cashmere High School, and Timaru, number 2. So great one there from Avonside Girls, pushing past into that 3rd place, nearly getting the 2nd as well. Next up, we have the women's intermediate Cox quadruple sculls. This is the B final. Lane 1, we have Wakatipu, number 2. Lane 2 is Canterbury, number 1. Lane 3 is Waihopai, number 2. Lane 4 is Dunstanarm, number 2. Lane 5 is Wairo, number 1. Lane 6 is Cashmere High School, number 1. Lane 7 is Columba College, number 1. Lane 8 is Avonside Girls High School, number 1. Lane 9 is Otago Girls 2. And Lane 10 is Union 2. So official times for that girls under 16 double 8:05 was to St Andrews College. Then we'd be looking at Timaru just 3 seconds behind them. And then we'd be looking at Avonside Girls just 0.2 of a second behind them. So it looks like a pretty dominant performance coming from a crew in the middle there. That might be, could be either Wairo or Cashmere. So intermediate, this is 2nd year rowers. They don't have to be under 16, but typically there's a lot of under 16s which will row in this event. But you can also be inty if you're past 2 years of rowing and you haven't made a final at the big regattas, so you're Māori or nationals. It does look like the maroon and gold of Cashmere just sitting about 2 lengths in front over the rest of the field in this B final. Inside of them is Wairo, likely sitting in 2nd place. And 3rd might be inside of them, Dunstanarm, number 2. So that Cashmere crew is Karishma Baicho, Abby Pincus, Lucy O'Connor, Isla Anderson, and Arnica Larson is the Cox. Just having a pretty good performance in this B final, maybe just a better race today than in the heats. Looks like they're sitting 2.5 lengths clear over the rest of the field. So it is Cashmere, then we'll be looking at Wairo in that 2nd place position. Then in 3rd will be the battle between Dunstanarm number 2 and Columba College number 1. So just coming into the last 500 there. So we've got a quad, this is 4 rowers, and it's a sculling event, so they'll have 2 oars each, and because it's inter, you will have a Cox. When you get to that club grade and senior, you lose the Cox in. So that leads to having to foot steer, and you'll have the bow seat having to look out for other boats. Won't be too much of a problem in the race conditions, but when you're training, just having to look out behind you and making sure you're not in the way of any other crews. But Cashmere's looking really good here, so the coxswain of that boat is Arnica Larson. She won't have any boats to look at. She'll be pretty bored just having to tell the crew how to row technically. and where to execute their pushes. Sitting in second is Wairo, and then Columba College look to be moving into third place just over that Dunstanarm crew, but Dunstanarm definitely not out of it yet. In fact, I would say it's Dunstanarm in front, maybe just by a length. So Cashmere into that last 250. That Wairo crew is Esme Plazier, Amelia Hardy, Lucy Thomason, and Paige Wentworth, with Sarah Ponder West as the cocks. So they're sitting in second. They're being flanked by that crew from Dunstanarm number 2. And on the right of them is the crew from Columba in the orange caps there. But here comes Cashmere. Don't look to be even rating too high. It's looking smooth. Coming into the last 100 metres will be Cashmere, just sitting about 3.5 lengths up on this crew from Wairo. Wairo holding off Dunstanarm and Columba. Then we'll be looking at Waihopai and Canterbury next. Inside of Canterbury, that would be Wakatipu. Then having a bit of a battle on the outside would be Avonside Girls, Otago Girls, and Union. But Cashmere's going to go through. They're going to win this by about 3.5 lengths over Avonside Girls. Not Avonside Girls, Wairo. Wairo just sitting about 2 lengths up on Columba and Dunstanarm, and it looks like that battle's come right up. Dunstanarm's looking to charge up on Columba. I think they're just sitting half a canvas in front of this Columba crew. Columba's just run out of runway to take it away from Dunstanarm. Dunstanarm's going to take the third. Then we've got Columba, Avonside Girls, Canterbury, Wakatipu. So that's Waihopai. Then Avonside Girls on the outside with Otago Girls and Union. So A final is coming down now in that third 500. Lane 1 is Timaru 11. Lane 2 is Wakatipu number 1. Lane 3 is Nelson number 1. Lane 4 is Otago Girls number 1. Lane 5 is Dunstanarm number 1. Lane 6 is Cure Boating Club number 1. Lane 7 is Union number 1. Lane 8 is Avon number 1. Lane 9 is North End number 1. And Lane 10 is Waihopai number 1. And it looks like there's a crew sitting pretty out in front there. Just sitting about 2 lengths up on the rest of the field. That looks like Cure Boating Club. A lot of stern cox boats in this. I'm seeing 2 stern cox boats. So that's an interesting strategy coming from them. But it is Cure Boating Club out in front. So that is Jojo Baldwin, Ella Barnes, Perry Stevenson, Macy Barnes, and Annabelle Scott as the cox. And she'll be just watching the crew on the inside there. I think they'll be the one sitting in second. That should be Dunstanarm number 1. Yeah, Dunstanarm number 1. And then looking back to third place, we'll be looking at Union number 1 or Otago Girls. So looking pretty decisive to take this one out is the girls from Cure into the last 250 metres they're about to travel into. Got a stern cox boat so they'll be able to watch that technique a bit better. The disadvantage with a stern cox boat is that it's harder to pull a coxswain than it is to push them. So it does make them a bit slower in terms of the physics, but you can gain that speed through being able to watch that technique, make adjustments a bit quicker, and you can watch the charge coming from the other crews, just as we're seeing a charge come from Dunstanarm in second place. Otago Girls looking to have pushed out from Union to take that third place. In fact, Otago Girls now looking to challenge for second over that Dunstanarm crew. So that Otago Girls crew is Ariana Oswald, Harriet Rowe, Sienna Nicholson, Millie Harper, Miller Hill, and Ruby Merriman is the cox. But here comes Cure. Pretty dominant performance. I'd say they're just sitting 2.5 lengths up over the rest of the field, just winding it to the line. They've got that flat drive. They're accelerating through. Dunstanarm looking to break clear of this Otago crew, but this Otago crew is not letting them go. We'll be looking at Union to the 4th place as Nelson and Avon come up, as well as Wakatipu on the inside. Dunstanarm's looking to take the second. They've just got about a length over that Otago Girls crew. Otago Girls just in turn a length over Union. Union half a length up on Nelson. Then we'll be looking at Wakatipu and Avon. Then on the outside, that's Waihopai number 1. Then we've got North End and Timaru just in a battle for that final position there. Okay, so men's novice double just making their way through the K here in the B final. Lane 1 is Burnside High School number 1, Sean Gilman and Tyler Rogers. Lane 2 is Avon 52, Henry Bass and Samuel Lindors. Lane 3 is St Thomas of Canterbury number 2, Marcus Fisher and Kaiden Barrow. Lane 4 is Cure Boating Club number 1, Fletcher Howden and Tommy Baldwin. Lane 5 is Wakatipu number 2, Baker Schmitz and Phineas Thomas. Lane 6 is Dunstan Arm number 1, Jimmy Naylor, Boston Irving Dowling. Lane 7 is Wairo 12, Tom Dunn and Ollie Sagers. Lane 8 is Union number 1, Peter Schusen and Conrad Hurst. Lane 9 is Wakatipu number 1, Liam Faley and Liam Major. Lane 10 is Wanaka number 1, Douglas Wise and Lachlan Hay. So the Halberry Awards, it's the people's vote for Sporting Moment of the Year. Be looking to vote for that women's double in the 2024 Paris Olympics. That was Lucy Spores and Brooke. Can't read that last name. They were the first crew of mothers to win an event at the Olympics, and it was actually their first win together. So remember to vote for them in the Halberry Awards. So B final coming down now. Looks like a bit of a sleeper pick there in lane 9. Wakatipu number 1, Liam Faley and Liam Major. They won't be sitting in the lead there, but they're certainly having a good performance. I think the action's coming from, might be lane 4 there. No, lane 3, that's Christchurch Boys High School. No, it's St Thomas of Canterbury. That's St Thomas of Canterbury number 2, Marcus Fisher and Kaiden Barrow. Just on the outside of them, that's Cure Boating Club number 1, Fletcher Howden and Tommy Baldwin, currently sitting in second, and then third place is between Wakatipu number 2 and Wakatipu number 1 there in lane 9. So Wakatipu number 1, this is the challenge when you're in these outside lanes. That's why you want to try and get a middle lane on the heat day, because they don't have anyone to push off. They've got no one beside them. It makes it a bit harder to measure where you're at. And there's a bit less of a battle, and you've really just got to battle with yourself internally and be pretty mentally strong when you're in those outside lanes. But right now, into that last 250, it goes St Thomas of Canterbury, number 2, Marcus Fisher and Kaiden Barrow. They're sitting just a length and a half up on this crew from Cure Boating Club, number 1. And then I'd say we are looking at Wakatipu, number 1, Liam Faley and Liam Major, just on the outside, sitting in third. And also on the inside there, performing well, is Burnside High School number 1, Sean Gilman and Tyler Rogers, actually challenging for that third place as well in the B final of the men's novice double sculls. So through goes St Thomas into that final 100. Joining them will be the crew from Cure, and then sitting in third right now is Wakatipu number 1. Just barely behind them is Burnside High School number 1. So St Thomas are looking pretty comfortable to win this. Then we've got Cure sitting in second, and then just barely in third is Wakatipu number 1 as Burnside High School charge home fast on the inside there. So a final now of the men's novice double sculls coming down. Lane 1 is Wakatipu number 3, Ruben Davis and Henry Mornier. Lane 2 is Otago number 2, Artie Sweetman and Archie Gordon. Lane 3 is Shirley Boys High School number 1, Luca Hartley and Sam Harmon. Lane 4 is Oamaru number 1, Cash Patterson and Ike Newlands Carter. Lane 5 is Timaru 30, Josh Sadler and Parker Anderson. Lane 6 is North End number 1, Ashton McNay and Ethan Shirley. Lane 7 is St Thomas of Canterbury number 1, Calix Manahara and Liam Jessup. Lane 8 is St Andrews College number 1, Hugo Harris and Cameron Sharp. And lane 9 is Otago number 1, Archie McDonald and Ollie O'Connell. Lane 10 is Avon 51, Finnegan Elam, and Fergus Johnson. Okay, so there's a crew sitting out in front here. And that looks to be the yellow and black cross of Oamaru. So that's Oamaru number 1, Cash Peterson. Ike Newlands Carter looking good in this men's novice double. On the inside there, trying to perform a bit of an upset will be Wakatipu number 3. Going with them is Otago number 2, Artie Sweetman and Archie Gordon. Also on the outside there, performing well. That is the red boat. I think that just might be Avon 51. Battles also coming in from the middle for that second and third place. That is Timaru and North End number 1. So 4, 5, and 6 looking good. Shirley just sitting a bit further back there. But there's certainly one crew in front. That's Oamaru just looking to really charge it to the line here. Rating pretty high. They're pretty good for novice rowing. And into the last 250 they go. And here comes Otago in lane 3, trying to upset the rowers from Timaru and North End. So Otago's looking to get up here, just sitting a bit further back is that crew from Wakatipu on the inside. It looks like Timaru's pushing out second here. So Timaru 30 is Josh Sadler and Parker Anderson just there in lane 5. Then we've got North End there performing well as well. So North End number 1 trying to get into the middle mix, but taking away the gold here will be the gold and black of Oamaru. 100 metres to go for them. Cash Patterson and Ike Newlands Carter just sitting 3 lengths out in front there. I think it's North End just trying to roll over the boys from Timaru. North End's making a charge over Timaru, and both those crews have just pushed past that Otago crew. So North End looking to try and take the second here in lane number 6. Ashton McNay and Ethan Shirley trying to take off the second. The silver medal from that crew from Timaru. Looks like Timaru's responded. Timaru's responded on the line. We'll see Balbal to Balbal there together. Let's see. I think Timaru's just made a final push. It's going to be Timaru just a quarter of a canvas over North End. Then we'll be looking at Otago to take the 4th. Back to Shirley, Wakatipu, and Avon. Then Otago number 2. And St. Thomas of Canterbury. Fast race coming up. This is the men's premier double sculls. Lane 3 is a Nelson composite crew. Liam Collins and Flynn Mercer. Lane 4 is Cure Boating Club number 1, Lewis Meets and Alex Fletcher. Lane 5 is Dunstan Arm number 1, Jack Pearson and Angus Kenny. Lane 6 is Dunstan Arm number 2, Matthew O'Meara and Henry Clatworthy. Lane 7 is Avon number 1, Scott Shackleton and Jimmy Milicic. Lane 8 is Avon number 2, Will Johnson and Jonty Thompson. So it's the crew, Dunstan Arm crew's looking good here. Inside of them, I think that's Cure Boating Club number 1, maybe just sitting in that 3rd position. And on the inside there, that Nelson composite crew looking good, but it's the 2 crews from Dunstan Arm number 1 in the lead over the number 2 crew. So that's Jack Pearson and Angus Kenny there sitting out in front, just by length. And then it is that Nelson composite crew just sitting in 3rd, and Cure just a length off them. The 2 aiming crews just sitting a bit further back there. So here comes the 2 Dunstan Arm crews, the green, yellow and blue coming from Dunstan Arm. They don't have the bucket hats on today. But here comes Jack Pearson and Angus Kenny, followed up by that Matthew O'Meara and Henry Clatworthy from their same club. And it looks like Nelson and Cure are in a bit of a battle for that 3rd place. So it's a fast race coming down there, coming from Nelson, and I think it's a Wairo member in that composite crew as well. But here comes Cure, I think they're sitting 3/4 of a length down on that Nelson crew, so Cure can definitely catch them. But here comes Dunstan Arm charging away to the victory here. Joining them is the Dunstan Arm number 2, Matthew O'Meara and Henry Clatworthy, just seeing a length down on them, but I think they're being charged down from the boys from Cure. I think Cure's trying to make a move here. They've got to wind Alex Fletcher and Lewis Mates trying to shoot out for a silver medal here. They're going past this Nelson crew just on the inside of them, and here comes Cure, and they're just sitting a length down on Henry Clatworthy and Matthew O'Meara. But in the lead is still Jack Pearson and Angus Kenny. They've got clear water over their number 2 crew. Cure just shooting out into that 3rd place, just sitting a length down on that number 2 crew. They've pushed past that Nelson composite crew. Nelson just a length and a half down on them. Then we'll be looking at the two Avon crews on the outside. So that is Will Johnson and Jonty Thompson over Scott Shackleton and Jimmy Middleditch. And now we have men's senior double sculls coming up. This is a straight final as well. Lane 3 is Canterbury number 1, Angus Cool and Tim Chapman. Lane 4 is Wakatipu number 1, Sebastian Watson and Harry Lightfoot. Lane 5 is Dunstan Arm number 1, Matthew King and Hamish Yeatman. Lane 6 is Wairo number 1, Finn Ellison and Ashley James Fitzgerald. And lane 7 is Dunstan Arm number 2, Josh Bartlett and Angus Lowe. So action will come from the middle here. They're approaching that 500 metre mark to go, and it looks like I'm seeing a crew from Wairo get up there. So that is Finn Ellison and Ashley James Fitzgerald just sitting in the lead there. In second place right now looks to be that Wakatipu crew, but it might actually just be inside of them. Wakatipu sitting in third. Canterbury number 1, Angus Cool and Tim Chapman just barely have the lead over them. So we're looking at Wairo, Canterbury and Wakatipu number 1. So Sebastian and Watson and Harry Lightfoot, they'll be looking to get up here. Harry Lightfoot, the stroke of that boat. I just think they're closing on that Canterbury crew, but that Canterbury crew is looking pretty clean. I think we're seeing some action on the outside as well, coming from Josh Bartlett and Angus Lowe, looking to wind it up on the outside there. I'd just say they're seeing a length back off third place, but here comes the crew from Wairo. They're into the last 250. Battle looks to be between second and third. There's no clear water there. It's between the white of Canterbury and then the navy blue of Wakatipu. So Wakatipu just sitting half length down on that Canterbury crew, trying to wind it to the line. But here's Wairo looking pretty dominant there. They've got their rating right up and they're attacking it straight from the start into the last 100 metres. They're not running a long stroke. They've clearly shortened up a bit here, trying to get that rating up into that final 100 metres. Catch is looking clean, and they're putting out a pretty dominant performance. But here comes Wakatipu. They've made a wind here, and they're stealing it off Canterbury. Can they get it in time? Harry Lightfoot and Sebastian Watson trying to steal the silver medal off Canterbury, and they're looking on pace. They've got 30 metres to go. How does Canterbury respond? It's bow ball for bow ball over the line. I think Canterbury's just got quarter of a canvas over that Wakatipu crew. Wakatipu struggling at the end. Canterbury takes the second. Wakatipu for the third. Back outside to Dunstan Arm number 2, Josh Bartlett and Angus Lowe. Then finishing off will be Dunstan Arm number 1, Matthew King and Hamish Yeatman. Okay, another fast event coming down. It's the Women's Premier Cox's Quadruple Sculls. Straight final here. Lane 3 is Cure Boating Club number 1. Lane 4 is Dunstan Arm number 1. Lane 5 is Canterbury number 1. Lane 6 is Avon number 1. And lane 7 is Avon number 2. So they all look pretty lined up here coming into that second K. Oh, they're actually a bit past that. They'll be into the last 750 of the race here. And it looks to be Canterbury in front. Then I'd say we're looking at Dunstan Arm and Avon in a tight battle for that second place. Also on the inside, Cure Boating Club, they're definitely not out of the picture. So those are the 4 crews I'd say currently lined up. I'd say Avon actually might have just dropped back a bit. So we'd be looking at Canterbury and Dunstan Arm here. So Canterbury, that Canterbury crew is Toby Reese, Shannon Cox, Georgia Wynyard, and Becky Took, and that Dunstan Arm crew is Millie Scott, Olivia Pybenga, Olivia Key, and Emma Spittle. I think Cure's just making a bit of a charge here as well, trying to get into that top 3. They'll be looking to challenge Avon. So Cure Boating Club number 1 is Millie Graham, Messina Sewer, Madison Neal, and Sasha Robinson. And then Avon number 1 is Alia O'Sullivan, Gemma Burrows, Phoebe Collier, and Katie Bell. And Avon number 2, just a bit further back, but definitely not dropped out of the pack. So it's between Dunstan Arm and Canterbury right now. They're leading the field here, and then battling for that third place. I think Cure might have just sneaked up into that bronze medal position, but it looks to be a tight battle between Canterbury and Dunstan Arm. Dunstan Arm in the yellow bucket hats there, and Canterbury in the white and the red. So what does Canterbury have to say here coming to the last 300 metres? They're looking pretty together coming into this. So this is the top grade of the quadruple sculls. Dunstan Arm looking to make a big charge here over Canterbury number 1. So Dunstan Arm, I think they've just got a canvas over Canterbury. Here we go. Dunsnam winding it to the line. So I think that Dunsnam stroke seat is Emma Spittle. Stroking that Canterbury boat is Becky Took. They've got no coxswain, so they'll just having to motivate themselves coming to this last 250. Cure's pushed up into third place here, so Cure getting up for that bronze medal there. But who's going to take the gold? Looks to be Dunsnam, just sitting maybe a canvas up on this Canterbury crew, and it looks like Dunsnam's got the wind right now. How does Canterbury respond? Canterbury's just increased their rate coming into the final 100. Canterbury's gone again. It's Balble for Balble over the line in this women's Prem Cox, this quadruple sculls. Canterbury's making a charge over Dunsnam. How does Dunsnam respond? Canterbury's taking that rate right up. They've got that nice flat stroke. They've got their rating higher than Dunsnam, and they've pushed out to a canvas. Canterbury's made a move here, going out to half a length over Dunsnam. Then we'd be looking at Cure, 2 lengths back on them. Cure have about 2.5 lengths up on Avon. Then Avon number 1 have about 3.5 lengths up on that number 2 crew from Avon. So a fast race here in the women's Prem Cox's quad. Time for that senior double was 6:45 to Wairo. Next up is the men's Club 4. So we'll be looking at lane 3 is Avon number 3. Lane 4 is Nelson number 1. Lane 5 is Avon number 1. Lane 6 is Avon number 2. Lane 7 is Oamaru number 1. So just having a look out here. I think we're looking to the middle of the field. It should be Avon number 1. So that's Kobe Good, Lachlan Nicholas, James Tavendale and Danny Webb. Maybe sitting in second would be that Oamaru crew on the outside. So a bit of an upset to the Arrowhead effect there if Oamaru can get up for that silver medal. Then we might be looking at Avon number 2 for that 3rd place. So I think it's just a length and a half up to that Avon number 1 crew coming into this last 750 metres of the race. So this is a club grade. You're looking at the middle grade. So it goes novice, intermediate, club, senior, then Prem. You won't see many athletes that are just restricted to Prem. Most senior athletes will tend to row in Prem as well. But it's just that those elites can row in there as well. But here comes Avon number 1, just seeing about 2 lengths up on that Avon number 2 crew in a battle with Oamaru. So that Avon number 2 crew is William Thomas, Jackson Drake, George Kinder and Jake Luthi. So here comes Avon number 1. They've got 2 lengths up on Oamaru. Oamaru looking to charge it to the line. The yellow, gold and black of Oamaru trying to get past this Avon number 2 crew. That's going to try and bring the battle back to Avon number 1, but Avon number 1's looking pretty good here to take out this heat. They've got their rating right up and they're attacking it. Nelson just sitting a bit further back there in 4th. And then on the inside, Avon number 3 just a bit off the pack. But here comes Avon number 1 just sitting about 2 lengths up there into that final 250. They'll need to wind past this Oamaru crew as well as Avon number 2 just sitting a bit further back. Then we've got Nelson in the mix as well. So here comes Avon number 1. I'd say they've just got maybe a length and a half up on Oamaru. Oamaru's looking to wind it to the line. Then we'll be looking at Avon number 2 there as well. And Nelson's trying to get past that Avon number 2 crew. So here comes this Avon number 1 crew. They're through into the last 100 now. Oamaru coming through now. So I'd say it's just about a length to that Avon number 1 crew to Oamaru. So great performance coming from Avon number 1 and Oamaru. Then we've got Avon number 2 there as well, just seeing 2 lengths back on that Avon number 1 crew. Then we've got Nelson there sitting in 4th. Then we have Avon number 3 just sitting a bit further back there. Okay, we've got the women's club Cox's pair coming up now. Lane 2 is Wakatipu number 1, Emma Andrew and Annika Arlett. Lane 3 is Nelson number 1, Francesca Palmer and Isla Martin. Lane 4 is Wairo number 1, Zoe Kung and Daisy Vavasaur. Lane 5 is Avon number 1, Isabel Williamson and Cara Brignall. Lane 6 is Wairo number 2, Georgette Hurt and Eliza Glover. Lane 7 is Oamaru number 1, Sophie Spittle and Hannah Strawn. Lane 8 is Avon number 2, Julia Middleditch and Sienna Godfrey Chatterton. So that time for that Prem quad there was 6:49. And that time for that Club 4 was 6:37. So that's actually pretty quick. So we got some pretty quick times coming through. I think we've got a bit of a tailwind, but nothing crazy. Okay, so let's see who's putting out a good performance in this Club Coxos pairs. Again, this club grades, it's the middle grade. So I'm seeing Wairo and Avon, those are the two crews saying it's having a pretty good performance right now. So I think that's Wairo number 2 actually. So Avon number 1 is Isabel Williamson and Cara Brignall. That Wairo number 2 crew is Georgette Hirkt and Liza Glover. So this is a medal race. This is straight into the A finals here in this Club Coxless pairs. So pairs never have a Cox. And it is notoriously the hardest boat to row. That being because you can pull the other athlete around. It's a hard boat to steer. It's all about how you row together. And it looks like Wairo, Avon, and also Oamaru in the mix there. And just on the inside, I think that might be Nelson also having a good performance there. So look at Avon, Wairo number 2, and Oamaru in 5, 6, and 7. And then also Nelson there in lane 3 trying to get into the mix. And I think Nelson might actually be pushing ahead of this Avon and Oamaru crew. So look at Nelson in lane 3. That's Francesca Palmer and Isla Martin. So Nelson in that blue boat, just looking to push past Avon and Wairo. I think they've done that. I think we might be looking at Wairo number 2 and Avon at a battle for 2nd and 3rd currently, coming into that last 350 metres. So looking to Nelson, Wairo and Avon. Those are the 3 I'd say. Last 300 metres coming up. We won't see massive ratings in a pair compared to an 8, quad and 4, but definitely can still perform a wind. Here comes Nelson just sitting a length up. I think Wairo and Avon might be a bit closer than I think. I think they're just sitting a length behind. Here comes Wairo there. So into the last 250 we go. We've got Nelson pushing up as Wairo just past that Avon crew. I think Wairo's stolen a march on that Avon crew. Avon's going to need to respond. That's Isabel Williamson and Cara Brignall against the Wairo number 2 crew of Georgette Hirkt and Eliza Glover. I think they might both be pushing past Nelson. I think Nelson's just taking a few rough strokes there, still in the top 3, and also Oamaru there coming in fast from lane number 7. Oamaru number 1, Sophie Spittle and Hannah Strawn. So taking out the lead here, it might be Wairo number 2. Wairo number 2 looking to push past Avon and Nelson. So that Wairo number 2 crew is Georgette Hirkt and Eliza Glover into the last 100 now. Avon just a length back now, and then we'll be back to Nelson by a length now. Oamaru just sitting maybe 3/4 of a length back on them. So we're looking at length separation from all these 3 crews, but Wairo's charging away in this women's Club Coxos pair to take out the win here. Then we'll be looking at Avon just sitting in 2nd, and then Nelson just being attacked from that Oamaru crew on the outside. Nelson's going to need to watch that. It's close to a canvas. I'm not sure they're going to do it in time. Oamaru's charging fast. I think it's just going to be Nelson by half a canvas over Oamaru. Oamaru seeing 3/4 of length up on Wairo number 1. Then we're looking at Avon number 2 and Wakatipu number 1. So under 19 pairs coming down, and it looks like it's very close coming past a K there. So we've got all 10 lanes filled out of this. Lane 1 is Nelson number 1, Chloe Steele and Millie Treader. Lane 2 is Timaru 11, Abby Hurst and Kate Caird. Lane 3 is Christchurch Girls High School number 1, Tallulah Leggett and Sienna Cochrane. Lane 4 is Wairo number 1, Grace Straker and Miller Van Rensburg. Lane 5 is Timaru 12, Emily Caird and Lily Grant. Lane 6 is Columba College number 1, Kira Patterson and Isla Nicholson. Lane 7 is Twizel number 1, Kira Thine and Sadie Mason. Lane 8 is St Margaret's College number 2, Lucy Butterfield and Jessica Brownshire. Lane 9 is St Margaret's College number 1, Tilly Rooks and Charlotte Brown. And lane 10 is St Andrews College number 2, Chloe Lowe and Lucia Apps. So nice flat conditions to row in today. So this is under 19 grade, so this is likely mostly high school rowers, but there will be a few clubs in there as well. I think it's Twizel there performing quite well. So Twizel number 1, typically more of a sculling program, but here's Kiera Thine and Sadie Mason putting out a pretty good performance in this under 19 pair. Who's going to challenge them? I think in the middle, Columba there doing quite well as Timaru 12 there. So we're looking at 5, 6, and 7. Those are the 3 I'd say currently in the medals. And I'd say we're looking at St Margaret's College number 2 and 4th. So yeah, great performance from Twizel if they can get up for the gold here. This is the under 19 coxless pair. And it just does look like Twizel, but I think Columba might be closing on them. I think Columba's trying to have a say in this, as well as Timaru. I think it might be Timaru currently sitting in second, Columba in third, but it's not looking like anyone's comfortable here in their current positioning. I think Twizel's going to need to watch out from this charge coming from Timaru there in lane number 5. Emily Caird and Lily Grant, they have some experience in the pair, and they're battling with Columba and Twizel right now. I think Twizel's being charged down by Columba. I think Columba's rating the highest, and they're just trying to push past. These 3 crews are all battling, and they're pushing away from the rest of the field together. Into the last 300 metres they go. Approaching the last 250 metres, I'd say it's Twizel leading by length over Columba. Twizel in the middle of them. I'd say Twizel's currently sitting in second. So that's Twizel, Kiera Thine and Sadie Mason. Timaru's Emily Caird and Lily Grant. And then in the middle of them is Kiera Patterson and Isla Nicholson. So here comes Twizel pushing away fast into the last 250. They're pushing away from Columba, and I say the battle's now between second and third against Columba College and Timaru as Twizel's making a stand here. So Timaru, the green and blue of Timaru against the orange caps of Columba. Twizel's thrown to the last 100 now, and I think Columba's trying to make a charge over this Timaru crew, and I think they're doing it. I think Columba's just shot out into second there over Timaru. Timaru's trying to make a big push here. They're bow ball for bow ball into this last 80 metres of the course. Timaru's just trying to steal a march here. I think Timaru's shooting out. I think Timaru's the ones moving here. I think they're just sitting half a canvas up on Columba now. Yep, Timaru's got the wind here, and they win by, well, they win second, half length over Columba. Columba take the third. We go back to Christchurch Girls High School number 1. Wairo, St Margaret's number 1. St Margaret's number 2 actually. Then we're looking at Timaru, Nelson, St Margaret's College number 1, and St Andrews College. Okay, next up we got a Masters event, so it's the Women's Masters Cox / Coxless quadruple scull, so they'll be starting at the K there. Lane 4 is Union number 1, Lane 5 is Dunstan Arm Composite number 1, Lane 6 is Port Chalmers United number 1, and Lane 7 is Union 2. So Masters just coming down there in the final 500 metres. So Union number 1 is made up of Tanja McDonald, Amanda Richards, Deb Hymers-Ross and Kirsty Marnie. Lane number 5 is Dunstan Arm Composite number 1, Marley O'Keefe, Erin McNary, Heather Breen, Rebecca Kingan. Port Chalmers made up of Cheryl Watt, Judith Verity, Corin Sullivan, Anouk Sullivan. And then Union number 2 is made up of Katie Fish, Leonie, Nola, Liz Charmy, and Anne Arndt. Okay, and it looks like it's Union number 1 on the inside there, just currently sitting in the lead. Just maybe a length up on this Union number 2 crew. Oh no, that's not Union. That might be Port Chalmers actually. Yeah, Port Chalmers in the green and the white there, so it's Union in the lead. But here comes Dunstanarm and Port Chalmers. They're both closing on this Union crew. Just coming into the last 250 there. So some of these crews have a 3-second handicap. Some of them had a 10-second handicap. So Dunstanarm is making a charge here. They've shot through Port Chalmers. And we've got Union number 1 there just sitting barely out in front, maybe just by half a length over those two crews. So it's Union number 1 through into the last 100 now. Dunstanarm now and Port Chalmers now. I think Dunstanarm's just closing, maybe just a seat. So Union's got a seat over Dunstanarm, but Dunstanarm's closing to a canvas. I'm not sure if they're going to have enough runway to take out this Union crew. They've both pushed away from Port Chalmers. It's going to be a canvas to this Union crew over Dunstanarm. Dunstanarm just seeing a length up on Port Chalmers, and then we go back to Union number 2. So women's novice Coxed 8 coming down now. Lane 1 is St Margaret's College number 2. Lane 2 is Nelson number 1. Lane 3 is Christchurch Girls High School number 2. Lane 4 is Oamaru number 1. Lane 5 is Christchurch Girls High School number 1. Lane 6 is St Margaret's College number 1. Lane 7 is Rangi Girls School number 1. Lane 8 is Wairo number 1. And Lane 9 is Columba College number 1. And then Lane 10 is St Andrews College number 1. And it looks to be just on the inside of St Margaret's there. So that is Christchurch Girls High School number 1, just leading by a length over St Margaret's. On the outside of St Margaret's, just sitting 2 seats down on them, is Rangi. And then we've also got Oamaru in the mix there as well. There's Christchurch Girls High School in front by a length. That's just coming past the K there. We'll catch them as they come closer to the line. So just coming down in that third 500 is the women's novice Coxed 8. So this is first year rowers coming down the course. Christchurch Girls High School looked good coming into the K. Let's see whether the other crews have closed on them or Christchurch Girls has actually ended up pushing away. So that Christchurch Girls High School number crew and in lane number 5 is Mare DeVries, Ashley Sheehan, Sophie Kerr, Olive Cooper, Georgia Brown, Sophie Cleve, Izzy McLeod, Millie Parsons, and Stella Penner is the Cox. Let's see whether St Margaret's or Rangi have a challenge coming for this Christchurch Girls crew. It looks like Christchurch Girls are still in front, but St Margaret's and Rangi definitely haven't dropped off the pack. I'd say St Margaret's is just sitting maybe a length up on this Rangi crew, and it looks like St Margaret's may have just closed down on Christchurch Girls. So it is Christchurch Girls a length over St Margaret's. St Margaret's in turn 3/4 of a length up on Rangi, and then we'd be looking at Oamaru sitting in 4th, just maybe a length and a half there to Rangi over Oamaru. So here comes Christchurch Girls sitting a length up. It looks pretty dominant here coming into the last 300 metres. St Margaret's is going to need a big wind if they're looking to climb up on the stern of this Christchurch Girls High School boat. As St Margaret's trying to get some clear water on Rangi. So tough job for that St Margaret's coxswain, which is Sarah Farrell. So Rangi's looking to close, and I think Rangi just might be closing a bit on St Margaret's as Christchurch Girls storm out to the lead here in the last 250. It looks like they're breaking to clear water. So Christchurch Girls High School looking good in lane number 5. They would have been the fastest time in the heat, and they're showing why here in the finals, storming away to the lead here. So that Christchurch Girls Cox and Stella Pennants just looking at the bow ball of that St Margaret's boat as Rangi tries to get up past the St Margaret's crew. So that Rangi crew is Eddie Cawthron, Miller Wilk, Martha Richards, Bo Crookshank, Georgia Kelso, Lily Napellenbrook, Bo Collier, so Zoe Fahey and Charlie Ward is the Cox. But here comes Christchurch Girls High School into the last 100 metres, just literally a length back is that St Margaret's crew. And then St Margaret's now have clear water on Rangiruru. So Rangiruru's just dropped off the pace a bit. Then sitting pretty comfortably in that third spot. But here comes Christchurch Girls storming away to the lead, just clear water over St Margaret's. St Margaret's in turn will have clear water over Rangiruru, and then Rangiruru have clear water on Oamaru. Back inside to Christchurch Girls High School number 2, Columba, St Margaret's College number 2, Wairo, St Andrews and Nelson. Okay, next up is the boys under 17A. I think Beads were the fastest time in the heat, but look for St Andrews as well. So lane 3 is Christ College number 2, lane 4 is Christ College number 1, lane 5 is St Bede's College number 1, lane 6 St Andrews College number 1, and lane 7 is Otago Boys High number 1. So this will be a quick crew coming down, boys under 17-8. They'll be looking to maybe get to that 6:10 barrier. I'd say that's a fast time there for an under 17-8 at this point of the season. And it does look to be the red and black of St Bede's striking the lead here. Then I'd say inside of them it might just be Christ College number 1, and then we'd be looking at St Andrews College number 1. So that St Bede's College number 1 crew is Darrell Lynch, Andy Peterson, Alex Walters, Jong Hu-O, Alex Cowan, Brody Clements, Cooper Titterton Leakey, Carter Connolly, and Matthew Casey is the Cox, just sitting a length up over Christ College. Christ College in turn maybe just sitting half a length up on that St Andrews crew. Coming up into the last 250 is the crew from St Bede's. Pretty dominant performance here. So they've got a good 16-8 and 18-8, and they're looking to have a strong 17-8 as well. Coming through now is Christ College, and it looks like St Andrews might just be closing the gap a wee bit, but it's 3/4 of a length to that Christ College crew, currently sitting in second. Just a bit further back, it's Otago Boys High number 1. So here comes St Bede's into the last 150 they go. They've got that nice flat stroke through the water. They'll be looking to challenge some of the North Island crews, maybe looking at Kings there. So St Bede's looking 2 lengths up on this Christ College crew. Christ College in turn 3/4 of a length up on St Andrews, just storming away. There is that crew from St Bede's. They all look pretty together here. It doesn't look like there's much hesitancy coming from that finish. Christ College just sitting, they don't have clear water on St Andrews. They're just sitting 3/4 of a length up, and they're holding there. St Andrews having a good last few strokes to close it down to half a length there, coming down to the finish. It's going to be 5 seats to Christ College there. Then we've got St Andrews, and then finishing up is Otago Boys High School and Christ College number 2.
Well, good morning, everybody. Thank you, Will. Good to have Will on the commentary. Actually, big weekend for Will. He turned 18 on Friday. So to celebrate, his mates took him to the top up and stitched him up good and proper. So he's a bit dusty yesterday. Very good today, though. Nice to have him out here with the commentary. Enjoyed that race there for St Bede's in the under-17 and Christ College coming second. Looking forward to one of the later finals of the day. It will be the men's under-19 Cox State, and those two schools will be doing battle again in that, so that should be good as we get towards the end of the day. That'll be close to about 2:15. Race 204 on the course it is at the moment. That's the men's intermediate Cox 4. In lane 2, Canterbury 1, Mark McDermott, Sean Fleck, Kristen Napper, Liam Collins with Lily Davids in the Cox. In lane 3, St Andrews College 2, Lennox Lowry, Conrad Van Heeren, Mary Campbell, Connor Thwaites and Franklin Fletcher as the Cox. In lane number 4, St Bede's College 1, Ryan Atwood, Henry Robertson, Ashton Corcoran, Leah Molinder with Zihan Kang, the Cox. In lane number 5, it's Avon 1, Xavier Ainsey, Jack Wassell, Elliot Nye, Luke Todd with Ella Hansen, the Cox. Shirley Boys High number 1, they're in lane 6. With Otto Montgomery, McCarthy, Aidan Daly, Finn Lloyd, Chris Brignall and Oliver Young, the Cox. And Bede's College 3rd crew in lane 7, Thomas Veal, Oscar McCulloch, Jai Henderson, Luca Dredge, Darcy Franken, the Cox. In lane number 8, the 2 Nelson crews, Nelson 1, Jaden Coetzee, Harry Playford, Matthew Hay, Tom Shaper with Douglas Miller, the Cox. And the number 2 crew is out there in lane 9. Lane 9, Robbie Molyneux, Luke Bucher, Finn Harrington and Sam Ibbotson. Finley Tripp is the Cox. This is the final of the men's intermediate Cox 4. Looking out in the course, Avon 1, Shirley Boys High right in the middle, got those 2 fast lanes. You can see the white caps of Shirley Boys leading them down. They'll be heading past the 1750 soon, and the Shirley supporters will be looking forward to giving them a bit of a yell. But on the right hand side of them is St Bede's College number 3. Then we come back inside to Avon 1, looking strong, just inside of them, St Bede's College 1. Then we go back across to Canterbury 1 and then St Bede's College 2. Race 204. Just a reminder that any leftover food, non-perishable, if you drop that into this, is from the clubs and the schools that are here, if you drop that into the Secretary's office, that will be distributed to the local Twizel Food Bank, which is just a wonderful initiative. 1,412 athletes here at the Meridian South Island Rowing Championships for 2025 from 39 clubs. And as we look down towards the 1,000 metre mark where those crews have just come through, big crowd today, and even more, we can't quite see around the corner where the camper vans and all the other tourists down there are having a look. Good to see them. Through that 1,000 they come. Nice push since the 1,000 in lane number 2 from Canterbury 1. Lily Davidson given them the call. Josh Schmidt would have given the riding instructions, the coach. Then we go across to Avon 1. Ella Hansen doing the coxing there, just on the outside of her, running in 3rd at the moment would be Shirley Boys, I think. Starting to close up now. St Bede's College 1 starting to push into that mix too, putting some pressure on Shirley. So it's between Canterbury, Avon, then we go St Bede's College 1 across to Shirley on the outside of Shirley Boys High School 1, back to St Bede's College number 3. Then we go back to St Bede's College number 2, and then back to, looks like we've just got one of the Nelson crews out there. Might be the number 2 crew out there in lane 9. I can't see the other one, so there must have been a scratching. There is. Nelson 1's been scratched. We've got the timing up and running here today. That's pretty cool. It tells me that the under 17 8 St Bede's College went through in a time of 6:13. Christ College was 6.5 seconds behind them. So we need to thank the crew downstairs. Green does a wonderful job getting the live stream up and running and making all the timing work. It's become quite a beast, but it all makes it easy for us. Head we down, and within the last quarter of the race, Avon holding a boat length over outside of them, Shirley Boys High School, but it is Canterbury down on the inside. Canterbury have got the lead now over Avon by about a boat length. Then we go back to Shirley holding 3rd. Then there we go back to St Bede's College number 1, sitting there in lane 4. Back on the outside to St Bede's College number 3. Then we go back to Bede's number 2 in lane 3, and then further back we go to Nelson number 2. So Shirley, what have you got? You're sitting there in 3rd position. You've got to try and push up on these other 2 club crews. Good to see Shirley Boys out there, and they'll be going past their supporter base very shortly. Give them a big shout. This is the final of the men's intermediate Cox 4, so we're racing for medals. Canterbury just pushing in over Avon. They'll head up towards out of the Red Boys into the Golden Boys shortly, then 250 to go. All swinging nicely, the Canterbury 4, just looking across similarly with the Avon 4. Who's going to shoot first? We go out to Shirley, still holding on to 3rd. They'll have to work hard. There's some Bede's crews coming at them. Next race underway has just started. That's race 205. That's the girls under 17 Cox Quadruple Sculls final. Big field in there. We'll come to that once we get this race through here. Into the Golden Boys they go. Canterbury still pushing ahead now of Avon. Canterbury now out to Clearwater over Avon. They're holding on to that gold medal spot. Shirley Boys still holding on to the bronze medal out there, doing a wonderful job on the lane number 6, just pulling away now from St Bede's College number 1. But it's Canterbury Canterbury are pushing through with 100 metres to go now. They've got Clearwater and extending over this crew from Avon. So Canterbury 1, Mark McDermott, Sean Fleck, Christopher Naper, Liam Collins, coxed by Lily Davidson, coached by Josh Schmidt. They'll come down the line, take the buzzer and the gold medal in the men's intermediate Cox 4. Another 3 strokes. Nice tidy row from these gents. Well done. Gold medal to you. The silver will go to the Avon crew. Xavier Ainsey, Jack Wassell, Elliot Nye, Luke Todd with Ella Hansen, the Cox. And then the mighty boys from Shirley Boys, Otto Montgomery, McCarthy, Aidan Daly, Finn Lloyd and Chris Brignall with Oliver Young coxing will come on down and take a very well valued for them bronze medal. Congratulations team. Look at how happy they are. That's what a win means in rowing. They've done really well. St Bede's College number 1 down here in lane 4 will take the 4th. 5th across the top will be Bede's number 3 and then Bede's 2 down here in lane 3 will complete the field once we get Nelson over the line. That's the final of that. That girls under 17 Cox quadruple sculls, they're at the 1750 heading towards the 1,000. And if you do fancy taking a walk today, team, go on down to the 1,000. Be quiet when you're down there, but just watch the crews come down. It's pretty cool to see what they're up to. The crews you would see now, though, in lane 1 is Timaru 11, Olivia Moffat, Skylar Seymour, Sophia Lawless, Libby Brown and Daisy Campbell, the Cox. In lane number 2, St Andrews College 1, Lucy McWhirter, Charlotte Galvin, Xanthi Ward, Olivia Connor and Emily DeJoux, the Cox. In lane 3, Christchurch Girls High School 1, Ella Tucker, Caitlin Mercer, Greer Bauman, Abby McPherson and Savri Marley, the Cox. In lane 4, Whakatipu 1, Eve Pagan, Zara Small, Amy Patterson, Lucy Clark, Amelie D and she's the Cox. In lane 5, Cashmere High School number 1, Rose Swinburne, Millie Brooks, Zoe Clark, Regan Kelly and Eliza Omar is the Cox. Lane number 6 is Dunstan Arm number 1. That's Charlotte Crosby, Drew Thomas, Bella Breen, Ruby Smith, Fred Phillips is the Cox. Villa Maria College 1 in lane 7, Scarlett Whiteside, Aspen Henry, Nicola Schumann, India Taylor and Ruby Shepherd-Smith, the Cox. Lane number 8, Columba College 1, Hannah Bloxham, Alice Porter, Fenella Millen, Sophie Thode and Kate Baskerville as the Cox. Lane number 9, Waihopai 1, Mackenzie Milne, Billy Joe Crooks, Leela Jack, Ella Norman and Sophie Condell as the Cox. And completing a very big field of 10, Marion College 1, Addie Pinfield, Jenna Brennan, Jennifer Courtier and Olive Burke is there with Jessie Wayman, the Cox. They make their way through. We're looking for it to come out of lanes 5, 6 and 7 with 4. And it is Whakatipu just leading in there in lane 4, right next to them Cashmere High School and Dunstan Arm right alongside Dunstan Villa Maria. Those are the 4 that I look to see it come from. Nice run though on the outside from Waihopai in lane number 9 though, putting some pressure on that Villa Maria crew. Then we come back inside to Christchurch Girls High School in lane 3, just inside of them St Andrews College 1. Right on the outside to Marion College in lane number 10, then back we go to Timaru 11. They're through the 1,000, into the last 750 metres of the course they come. This is the final. The girls under 17 Cox quadruple sculls. Boys under 15 double sculls. That should be a cracker. That's due to go anytime shortly. In fact, it's another minute. Running right on time with the starters down there. It means the crews are getting down and getting themselves into position nicely. Dunstan Arm just starting to push ahead though. Fred Phillips, the Cox. Waited for them to get through with 7:50 to go, and they're just starting to push on through. So they move into the lead now. It's Dunstan Arm over Whakatipu, the Southerners. Right in between them is Cashmere High School looking to disrupt the party. Then on the outside it's Villa Maria just starting to pull ahead of Waihopai. So Dunstan, you can see them down there in the yellow bucket hats. They come back across to Whakatipu. Whakatipu with that big gleaming yellow skull. Skiff shell going through the water. In between them is Cashmere trying to push up on them. Those are the 3. Villa Maria a 4th, 5th across to Waihopai. We come back inside to St Andrews, Christchurch Girls High School. It is over St Andrews College. Then inside to Timaru 11, right across the top to Marion College as they start to separate through 500 to go. It's still with Dunstan. Dunstan pushing ahead, but Whakatipu are coming back at them into the red boys. In between them still is Cashmere. Across we go to Villa Maria and Waihopai now trying to go again to put some pressure back on Villa Maria and Cashmere. But Dunstan, Whakatipu, Cashmere, those are where it's coming. Villa Maria and behind them. The under 15 boys are underway. They're just starting. We'll give you that crew, another 10 in that field. It's probably only about 4 or 5 years ago that they widened the racecourse out here to be 10 lanes. Makes a big difference. It makes for great racing too. And just look at these 2 crews starting to push ahead now. Dunstan. It is Charlotte, Drew, Bella Breen, Ruby Smith. This might be under 17s with a lot of experience in those boats, especially that Dunstan boat. And look how clean they are at the catch. We've still got fantastic conditions here for rowing. But Whakatupu are going with them, and they can't shake Kashmir. Villa Maria coming back at Kashmir. Kashmir are going to be under pressure for that bronze medal from Villa Maria. Too much work to do for Waihopai. We're 2 lanes back now, 2 boat lengths back to Waihopai. We go to Christchurch Girls High School. They're under pressure on the inside from them from St Andrews College. We go across the top there to Columba College. The rest of them are out of it. So Dunstan, Whakatupu have come back at them again. All this will be a cracker. Both boats moving nicely. Villa Maria still trying to put pressure on Kashmir. Down we come with 150 metres to go. It's Dunstan. Whakatupu need to go again if they're going to pull them back. Up to the red boys they go now. Dunstan have got 100 metres to go now. They've got a half a boat length over Whakatupu and probably looking to push away. Kashmir still holding on to third from Villa Maria. Will have to move if they want to take their position off them. 50 metres to go now, and Dunstan have put on the afterburners. They've moved out to clear water over Whakatupu over here in the final of the girls under 17 Cox quadruple sculls. They'll come down to the line now and take the gold medal here at the South Island Championships. Congratulations to Dunstan. Second goes to Whakatupu. But 3/4 of a boat length back, it will be Kashmir High School taking the bronze. Fourth will be Villa Maria. Back inside down here, lane 2 will be St Andrews College. Then we're looking at Christchurch Girls High School across the top to Waihopai, back to Columba College. It'll be Meridian College on the outside, and completing the field down here in lane 1 will be Timaru 11 out of Diocesan. Give you the time in the men's intermediate 4, won by Canterbury 1 at a time of 7:17. For the 6 seconds back to Avon, and then the Shirley boys who are still celebrating, another 7 seconds back from them. So Dunstan heading through, pretty confident they're rowing a Swift quad. They are there. If you're interested in having a look at the Swift boats, pop out the boat, out the back there, have a talk to Sally Knight. She'll be able to update you with what they're doing in their range, and also give you a rundown on what's happening with coastal rowing. Swift, great supporters of coastal rowing in New Zealand, which is really growing legs. Legs is what the under 15 boys in their double sculls are using at the moment. In lane 1, Otago 1, Ryan Cleghorn, Gus Carr. In lane number 2, Kashmir High School 1, James Gebby and Cameron Taylor. In lane number 3, it's Whakatupu 2, Phineas Thomas and Baxter Kingan. Lane 4, Whakatupu 1, Ruben Davis, Henry Monier. Lane 5, St Andrews College 1, Oliver O'Brien and Hugo Miller Bell. In lane number 6 is Timaru 30 with Murphy Hopper Park and Baxter Hopper Park. In lane number 7, Nelson 1, Mateo Ardelis Helia and Raphael Ardelis Helia. I reckon we've got a couple of brothers against each other in lane 6 and 7. In lane number 8, St Andrews College 2, Logan Scott and Fletcher Cairns. In lane number 9, St Thomas of Canterbury 1, Connor Frost and Finn Sorensen. And in lane number 10, right out there, is Burnside High School number 1, Felix Rowe and Tyler Rogers. Big lead here for St Andrews College by the look of it. Right next to them on the inside of them is Timaru 30. So those are the 2 leading them down. Then we go across to St Andrews College number 2 in lane number 8. Just next to them is St Thomas's of Canterbury in lane number 9. Then we go back into Nelson 1 in lane 7. Down inside we go to Whakatupu 1, then Whakatupu 2. Lane 2 is Kashmir High School number 2, and lane number 1 is Otago 1. Then right out there in lane number 10, Burnside High School number 1. So welcome to those who are watching the live stream. You're watching the boats in position for the next race, the Women's Intermediate Cox 4. They're sitting there ready to go. They've got the yellow light. I'm told by Mr. Midgley that yesterday the live stream received 3,800 views, which is pretty impressive. They're underway there in that race 207, event 45, the Women's Intermediate 4. We're watching the boys under 15 doubles, race 206. They've got 750 metres to go. And it is St Andrews College. Clear boat length lead over Timaru 30. Which is the Timaru boys. So looking very comfortable here. Oliver O'Brien and Hugo Miller Bell. They're in lane 5. They're the fastest qualifier. Outside of them still is Timaru 30. Then we go and see where the bronze medal is looking at this stage. Oh, it's a bit of a lineup. Whakatupu 1 in lane 4. Cross to Nelson in lane 7. Outside of them, St Andrews College number 2. Can St Andrews pick up a couple of medals in the same event here? They've got a wee bit of work to do because Burnside... Sorry, it's St Thomas's out there actually starting to move nicely in lane number 9. Whakatupu 1 down here in lane 4 have pulled right ahead of the rest of the field on the inside of them, just ahead of Whakatupu 2. Just watching Otago 1 down in lane 1 trying to sneak through without anybody seeing them. But they have got a lot of sneaking to do. This is very impressive from St Andrews College. Oliver O'Brien, Hugo Miller-Bell clearing right out from the rest of the field. Great exhibition of sculling from these gents. They're under 15s. It's probably their second year. They might even still be novice. But they're out to 3 boat lengths almost now over the crew from Nelson 1, coached by, actually they're over Timaru. Timaru they are. So it's St Andrews, Timaru. And it's still Nelson, I think. Just watching St Thomas's on the outside. They've got a nice run going on their boat now too, putting some pressure on Nelson. And Whakatipu number 1 down here in lane 4, lining up 2 to take that bronze medal. And have a look down here in lane 1. Ryan Clegghood and Gus Carr from Otago. Gus has a look across. They're coached by Lily Rawston. She sees where they are, and they're putting some real pressure on Whakatipu. So it's a nice line-up here for the bronze medal. There's 4 crews having a crack at it. No one's going to get these guys in front, though. St Andrews College, a couple of big boys, nice long stroke. In they go, and they're out they go again through the 100 metres to go. They've done the work. They're out to 2 boat lengths. Timaru behind them. Murphy and Baxter doing a great job. They're clear. It still is this continuing run on the outside from St Thomas's, holding on to that bronze medal. They come up to the red boys, do St Thomas's. And they've got 100 metres to go now. But congratulations to St Andrews College. Here in the final, the boys under 15 double sculls. They take the gold medal. Oliver O'Brien, Hugo Miller-Bell, 2 boat lengths back will be the silver medal. Timaru 30, Murphy Hopper Park and Baxter Hopper Park, coached by Brian Smith and Blake Parker. And then it is St Thomas's on the outside, pushed nicely from 250 metres. Oh, they've just dropped a stroke there, but I think they'll have enough run left. The rest are coming in thick and fast, but St Thomas's take the bronze, quickly followed by Nelson, Whakatipu, Otago. Then we come back to Kashmir. Across the top we go to the St Andrews number 2 crew, back to Whakatipu number 2, and just on the outside will be Burnside number 1. Dunstan Arm winning the girls under 17 quadruple scull coxed quadruple sculls in a time of 7:32 in that nice swift quad. Sally be happy with that. Women's intermediate cox 4. Past Alcatraz they've gone. They've got a wee way to run. They're past 500 metres in lane number 1, Timaru 11. Angel Makwana, Leah Newlove, Julia Griffin, Ella Inch and Bella Westgarth. In lane number 2, Columba College 1, Katie Nelson, Ruby Hefford, Charlie Smith, Sarah Stevens and Cameron Smith is the cox. In lane 3, Nelson 1, Amelia Marfell, Olive Forrester, Yavanka Clarice, Kerry Williams and Kayla Trotter is the cox. Lane number 4, Bethany Mitchell, Faya Wayman, Lucy Brown, Ella Keys and Hazel Brown are the Avon number 1 crew. In lane 5, Awamaru 1, Indig Jones Horgan, Bridget Spittle, Emily Wainwright, Tessa Wright, Pippa McMillan is the cox. Composite in lane 6, Ashburton, is between Tegan Marriott, Sammy Visser, Georgia Scammell, Zara McKillen and Isabel Wall. Sammy Visser, the visitor in there from the Waitemata. She's made a great trip down. Great to see her here and being well accommodated by Ashburton. In lane number 7, Wairau 11, Emma Isles, Poppy Fernandez, Maisie Shenfield, Charlie Bennett and Hayley Sutherland, the cox. In lane number 8 is Whakatipu 1, Eva McGee, Eve Burrow, Lucia Summerfield, Gemma Wood and Bella Naughton is the cox. Dunstan Arm number 1 are out there in lane 9. Mila O'Kane, Alia Cunningham, Charlotte McKenzie, Summer Phillips and Elizabeth Engstrom. Look for it out of the middle of the field. Big field here, we've got 9. Avon and Oamaru right in the middle. They go across to Wairau in lane number 7. Coached by Joe Benning and Jessica Billett. Jessica Bennett, who's related to Jessica Billett, not at all. So that's Wairau. They're actually probably a boat length ahead, I would think, at this stage of the Oamaru crew. Then we go back. The Ashburton Composite putting in a good run. It's just under pressure from Avon down there in lane number 4. Then look at Columba College in lane 2. Just on the outside of them is Nelson 1. That boys under 15 double. St Andrews College going through in 7:29.44. Nice tidy time. They'll be happy with that. And then 6 seconds back to Timaru 30 and another 10 seconds back to St Thomas's of Canterbury. Women's intermediate cox 4 final makes its way down through 500 metres to go. And we're still looking at Wairau. Oamaru have pushed though. They're just starting to come over the top of Wairau. Looks like they've got the lead. Just away from them, Avon. So it's between Avon, Oamaru, and then we go and have a look at Wairau and Ashburton Composite right there in the mix. So pushing nicely as they head on down. Those 4 crews have started to clear away from the rest. Next to the best would be Nelson. Nelson down there in lane 3. Then we're back on their inside to Columba College in lane 2. Right across to Whakatipu number 1 in lane 8. And I'm not sure that we've got the Dunstan crew there. We'll just look at the scratchings. We don't. So they've been scratched. So Whakatipu just on the outside now. So look at this row still coming from Oamaru. They're in front over Wairo, bringing with them Avon. Ashburton not letting go. One of them's going to miss out though. Avon looked like they got the advantage over Ashburton. Ashburton will need to go. They're still in the middle of the red boys, so with 300 metres to go. Oamaru just into a bit patch of sunlight. You can see those yellow tops with the black crosses gleaming as they make their way down now into the last of the red boys, heading towards 250 metres to go. Wairo not giving up on the outside. Oh, they'll be enjoying this flat water ball with the Wairo crew. And Avon pushing through. Now Ashburton still going with them. Avon have got the advantage over Ashburton, but Ashburton will get to the yellow boys and make a push, I think. That Cox in there left to make them work, and Isabel Will is very experienced. She'll make them work as they get through into the yellow boys now. So Oamaru just holding on the lead. Wairo coming at them now. 250 to go. Wairo trying to wind up and put that Oamaru crew under pressure. Ashburton now pushing through on the crew from Avon. Avon will have to come back at the carrot boat because they're going to take the third medal off them. But it's Oamaru. Oamaru still holding half a boat length over Wairo. Oh, look at the hand speed in the Wairo boat. Really starting to wind up. I think there might be a little bit more power in that Oamaru boat though as they come through. The red boys 100 metres to go. They've still got half a boat length over Wairo. Ashburton and Avon neck and neck as they come through the red boys. Who's going to go there first? Oh, it's very little between these and a real battle for them. Ashburton is starting to wind up to try and take that bronze. Oamaru holding on though. They're all heading out towards the boat length as they come down here in the final of the women's intermediate Cox 4. They're going to take the gold medal. Silver medal is going to go to Wairo, but the interest in the bronze. Avon coming again at Ashburton. Gold goes to Oamaru. Silver's going to go to Wairo. Ashburton have got half a canvas. Bronze medal goes to Ashburton over Avon. Oh, great finish. We come down here into lane number 3. It'll be Nelson. Inside of them will be Columba College. Across we go to Whakatipu, and the finish will be lane number 1, Timaru 11. So congratulations to Oamaru taking the gold medal out there. Well-deserved silver for Wairo, and holding on for the bronze was that Ashburton composite crew. Nice trip for Sammy Visser coming down from the Waitemata to pick up a bit of bling to take back up to the North Island. Got the B final of the girls under 15 double sculls making its way down now. They're just through the 1,000 metre mark. In lane number 1, Cashmere High School 2, which is Eliza Bull and Holly Gundry. Lane 2 is North End 4, Eliza Edwards and Libby Clifton. In lane number 3, North End 5, Sophie Small and Sophie Palmer. In lane number 4, Otago Girls 1, Isla Marshall and Lara Cadman. Lane 5, Invercargill 1, Mila Sheehan and Tiziana Mazaida Kohorayan. And lane number 6 is North End 7, Olivia Williams and Ruby Anderson. And lane number 7, Dunstan Arm 1, Bailey Thomas, Meg King. Lane 8, North End 8, Bryn Ellison and Amelie McKeever. And lane number 9 is North End 6, Ava Woodcock, Claudia Shaw. And lane 10 in the B final of the girls under 15 double sculls, Whakatipu 5, Andy Clark and Aria Saxton. So a full B final is indicative of how many crews that we've had entered in this event. And they're making their way down there. There's no scratchings, I don't think. No, Whakatipu have been scratched in lane 10, so you won't see them out there. In fact, in lane 9, it's North End 6 that are leading them down, it would appear, from North End. Oh, still, what have we got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 North End crews in here. So North End have got a good chance of doing well here. Lane number 9, North End 6 is leading them down. We go back to North End 5 and lane 3. Right next to them, Otago Girls number 1 and Invercargill 1. Then it goes with flow back to North End number 7, Dunstan Arm number 1. So that's the B final making its way through. The A final is already underway. So we'll pay closer attention to that. We'll give these ladies their dues as they come down the B final. No mean feat to be racing in a B final at the South Island Rowing Championships, but the A final, just so you know where everybody is, they're underway. They're through just their starting sequence, so they'll be settled down now, starting to ride a little bit longer. Lane number 1 there, Marion College 1, Esme Tulange and Asha Clark. In lane number 2, North End 2, Marley Hoare, India Garden. In lane number 3, North End 3, Ashley Royal and Brianna Patterson. I think those North End crews are actually St Hilda's Collegiate, if I'm correct. I'll get told if I'm wrong. Lane number 4, Burnside High School number 2, Lucy Gibson, Harriet Gorman. And lane number 5, Whakatipu 1, Kira Lightfoot, Caitlin Julian. Lane number 6, Cashmere High School 1, Ariella Lind and Zoe Perrin. Lane number 7 is Timaru 11, Neve Callahan and Ella Metcalf. Lane number 5, Whakatipu 4, Annie Clark, Liberty Hyde. Lane number 9, North End 1, Isla Thompson, Evie Moore. And lane number 10, Avon 51, which courses out of Selwyn. That's Felicity Wright and Pagan Hay. So there are, across these 2 races, 8 North End crews. Sculling is in fine fettle there. North End number 6 were leading in lane 9, but they've been overtaken here in the B file in front of us by North End number 5. Looking to do pretty well there, Sophie and Sophie. Sophie Small, Sophie Palmer, just ahead of Otago Girls High School. And they'll then just been aligned with their number 6 crew, I think, as they head on down. Pretty even already in the first 500 metres of the A final. Not too much going on there. They've just got themselves underway. No one really showing out. If anything, I think it's probably North End 2 out of lane 2. Just maybe over Burnside High School at this early stage. And then back to Whakatipu and Cashmere. That's where it looks like as they come through the 500 metre mark. They'll be settling down. Then they'll get to the 1,000 and might start to pull some moves on. Oh, just missing a stroke there. Looked to me to be the Otago Girls crew out in front of us. Just going a little bit sideways, but they've recovered. They're still second now behind that North End number 5 crew. Then we go out to North End 6. Back to Invercargill 1 in the yellow boat. You can see the Invercargill colours there, the yellow and the white and the black. We go 2 out across there to Dunstan Arm number 1. Back inside from Dunstan Arm to North End 7. And a bit further back to North End number 8. So this is the B final in front of us of the girls under 15 double sculls. Race 208 for the weekend. 100 metres to go now for Sophie and Sophie from North End 5. Looking very comfortable now, out to a clear boat length, it looks like, over Isla and Lara from Otago Girls number 1. Holding on to second here in the B final. A nice run coming through in the last 150 metres from Invercargill. Milan Tiziana, they've got themselves into 3rd position just over that North End number 6 crew. Then we go back to Dunstan Arm number 1, and it will be North End number 7 finishing 5th. Then we go further into the North End number 8, back here to North End number 4 and Cashmere High School. So well done to the crew there just passing over. North End number 5, Sophie and Sophie. What you will see with some of these crews as they finish the A finals, that at least one of the boats will be picked to be by the judges to come in randomly and have their boatway just to make sure they're within spec. That's the under 15 double sculls B final. Starting to get a bit of a separation going on here now in the A final. They're in with 750 metres to go. In lane number 5, but it's Whakatipu 1, just ahead of Burnside. Then we go across to Cashmere High School, Timaru, Whakatipu number 4. You see their yellow hull out there in lane number 8. Then we come back down inside to North End 3, then North End 2. Then we go right across to North End number 1 in lane 9. Lane 10 then on the outside is Avon 51, and back inside to Meridian College number 1. Just coming up to the 500 metres to go. And it is Whakatipu just over Burnside. Those are the 2. Outside from Burns, on the inside is North End number 3. Then we go across to Cashmere High School, just over Timaru, over Whakatipu. So we're going with the arrow as they head on through. Outside of Whakatipu in lane number 9 still is North End 1. Then in the inside to North End 2 in lane 2. Then we go to Marion College across to Avon 51. Good to see that Selwyn crew making an A final. Be pretty happy with that, Pat. Good to see the crew get some people through. Whakatipu though, they've pushed. Just starting to clear ahead of, looks like maybe Cashmere moving into second over Burnside. Not too much between them though. Then we go to across to Whakatipu number 4, starting to make themselves present in that outside lane. You can see those 2 yellow sculls going through, hulls going through the water. Inside from Burnside is North End. It's Whakatipu. On the outside of them, Cashmere. Right across from them is Burnside, maybe just over them holding second. Then we go to Whakatipu number 4. Just inside from Whakatipu number 4 is Timaru 11. Those are the crews showing out. On the outside is North End number 1 out there in lane number 9. Back down inside here to North End 3, North End 2, and Marion College in lane 1, and Selwyn, Avon 51 out in lane 10, well out of it now. Whakatipu still holding a boat length over Cashmere, then Burnside, then Whakatipu number 2. Then we come down to North End 3, heading through the last of the red boys. 300 metres to go. They'll get to 250 to go, and then we'll see the moves. So this is Kira and Caitlin, coached by Jimmy Kavanagh. Whakatipu number 1 in lane 5. Kashmir starting to push up further onto them. That's Ariella and Zoe. And then on the outside, coming with a bit of a run down there in lane 8 is Whakatipu number 4. Burnside still hanging with them in lane number 4 as well. Down into the yellow boys, 250 metres to go. Whakatipu, Kashmir, Burnside, Whakatipu, North End, that's where we're at. Just trying to push through in lane 7 is Timaru number 11. On the outside then is North End number 1. Heading through 200 metres to go now. Burnside starting to wind up, starting to push up on Kashmir. They've still got Clearwater of Whakatipu. Then it is Kashmir. Burnside have gone sooner. And then it's Whakatipu number 4. Then we come and looking down at this crew in lane number 3, North End 3. Burnside will have to watch out for them. They're getting a run going. But Whakatipu still holding on to this. Kira Lightfoot, Caitlin Julian, lane 5, Whakatipu number 1. Nice run on their boat. 100 metres to go now. Clear into second comes Kashmir. Burnside winding up to take them on. They're holding third at the moment. Out we go to Whakatipu number 4. Back inside to North End number 3. 100 metres to go for these crews. It is Whakatipu. It's Kashmir just over Burnside by half a canvas. They're working hard, Burnside, as they come down. They're still holding on to third. We go down to the line now, and it'll be the gold medal in the girls under 15 double sculls. We'll go to Whakatipu. A drag race from Kashmir and Burnside. Kashmir have got half a canvas, and they'll still hold on to second. Silver will go to Kashmir. Bronze will go to Burnside. Just missing out down here in lane 3 will be North End number 3. We go across the top to Whakatipu 4. Down here finishing strongly is North End 2. And then we look across to North End number 1. Down here to the Meridian College crew. And completing the field will be Avon 51. Right, no rest for the wicked. Boys under 16 Cots quadruple sculls. They're rambling down the course. Well, not rambling, they're racing down the course. We'll get the view of the crews in order first, then we'll see who's in them. In lane number 1 is Otago 1. Lane number 2 is Shirley Boys High School 1. Lane number 3 is Whakatipu 1. Lane 4 St Thomas of Canterbury 2. Lane 5 is Timaru 30. Lane number 6 is Burnside High School number 1. Just picked up a bronze medal in the previous race. Lane number 7 St Bede's College 1. Lane number 8 is Wairo 11. Lane 9 St Thomas of Canterbury 1. In lane 10 it is Kashmir High School. It's coming out of lane 5, Timaru 30, just holding on there. Yep, Timaru 30, Louis O'Sullivan, Cooper Gordon, Tim Bartlett, George Talbot and Ned Brown as the Cox. They're leading as they come on down. Under pressure though on that, 2 lanes across from St Bede's College number 1. That's Wyatt Dent, James Frank and Isaac Gera, Ryan Gardner and Theodore Gilson's the Cox. Just holding second, I think, over the Burnside crew. That's Burnside, Jack Payne, Sean Gilman, Thomas Carey, Riley McMorrin, Evie Nathan's the Cox. Then we come back across to St Thomas's number 2. That's Miller Taylor, Nicholas Marsden, Jacob Henderson, Lucas Dowling and Sam McGuigan. Those are the 4 holding right out. We go back to Whakatipu 1, Louis Dela Cruz, Mike Perry, Finn Henderson, Ollie Watson, Cameron Hall. And right across from St Bede's on the other side is Wairo 11, Matthew McLeod, Toby Rendell, Paddy Girling, Archie Saggers and William Smith, but it is still a very impressive row here from St Thomas, Timaru 30. Timaru 30, they're holding first. They've got Clearwater, then it is between. St Bede's pushing up on Burnside. Across on the inside to St Thomas of Canterbury. Oh, there's 4 boats again. One's going to miss out. Back to Whakatipu number 1. Outside of Whakatipu 1 in lane 2, trying to push right down Shirley Boys High School. Ruben Saggers, Silas Freeman, AJ Jordan, Domenico Fricker and James Watson, the Cox. We go right across on the outside to St Thomas's. Back to Kashmir and then we go back to Otago, but it is with the Timaru crew. So Timaru, Burnside have come back at them. Burnside are holding third just. St Thomas are in second over them. St Bede's are in fourth and Shirley Boys High School fifth. Then we go to Whakatipu. 100 metres to go. Clearwater for Timaru. Second now is St Thomas's. Burnside are going to have to work hard to hold off St Bede's, but they come on down now to Timaru crew. Nice Clearwater. St Thomas is starting to push through. They've got half a canvas over Burnside who are coming back at them now. It's St Thomas's and Burnside. Too much work to do for St Bede's. And St Bede's are going to finish fourth, but down they come. Timaru will take it. Oh, it's still St Thomas's just over Burnside. Have moved out now to a full canvas. Second, the silver medal goes to St Thomas's. Burnside take another bronze. Just on the line, I think they've got fourth, Shirley. Oh, I think the stroke stopped rowing too quickly. St Bede's. Then we go to Whakatipu. Across we go to Wairo. Then we're having a look at St Thomas's again. Further back we go to Otago down here on the inside lane. Across the top goes to Kashmir in the boys under 16. Cox quadruple sculls. Well done, Timaru. Girls under 15 double, Whakatipu 1. Kira Lightfoot, Caitlin Julian went through in a time of 8:16. Kashmir 6 seconds behind, and then only half a second behind them was Burnside High School taking the bronze in that girls under 15 double. Men's Premier Cox List 4 making its way down there, and it is an Avon benefit, which is cool. They opened up their new complex last night. West Celebration went on there, which is pretty cool on the pad. Lane 4, Avon 3, Peo O'Sullivan, William McIntosh, Hunter Pethers-Boak and Fergus Johnson. Lane number 5 is Avon 1, Toby Robertson, Ted Main, Oliver Welsh, Ben Allen. Lane number 6 is Avon 2, Harry Galvin, Cody Johnson, Josh Scheim and Matthew Glenn. So many of you may have seen Matthew's father, Steve, out rowing this morning. Big night last night for Steve. He actually kicked off his inaugural rowing parents tour of Twizel. He's taking registrations down in the Avon tent. Happens late at night, comes with a free running commentary and 7 laps of Mackenzie Drive. Lane number 7, Avon 4, Charles Beale, Benjamin Ashman, B. Guerra and Luke Tompkins. Going with form here though, the Avon number 1 crew. 2 boat length lead they've got over the Avon 2 crew. And then we go back to Avon number 4, or I think it'll be Avon number 3 actually, Peo, William, Hunter and Fergus. On the outside there do Charles Benjamin Bede of Avon 4. Got a time there through for the boys under 16. Cox quadruple sculls, and they broke 7 minutes, 7:58 there for Timaru 30. Then just nearly 5 seconds back to St Thomas of Canterbury, and then another second and a bit back to 1.17 seconds actually back to Burnside High School, taking another bronze there. Women's Premier Cox List 4 is making its way down the course too. They're underway. We just watched the final here of the Men's Premier Cox List 4. Great exhibition from these 4 crews. Avon 1 going to come down and take this in lane 5. Toby Robertson, Ted Main, Ollie Welch and Ben Allen. So some New Zealand junior rowers in there. Just look how quickly they make that boat move. Very clean around the finish, these gents. Nice swing. Clean boat length back. Boat length and a half, I think, to the number 2 crew. Harry Galvin, Cody Johnson, Josh Scheim and Matthew Glenn. Some 2 New Zealand junior rowers in that boat. Then we come back to 3rd will be the Avon number 3 crew. Peo O'Sullivan, William McIntosh, Hunter Pethers-Boak and Fergus Johnson. Just beating out that number 4 crew. Charles Beale, Benjamin Ashman, B. Guerra and Luke Tompkins. That Women's Premier Cox is 4 there, just approaching the 1,000 metre mark. In lane number 3, Nelson 1, Millie Treader, Chloe Steele, Naomi Robertson and Madeline Collis. In lane number 4, St Margaret's College 1, Bronnie O'Sullivan, Belize Macquarie, Aine Leeson and Coco Flood. In lane number 1, Alia O'Sullivan, Alice Ferguson, Katie Bell and Georgie Bethel. In lane number 6, Avon 2, Mania Butler, Jessica Tavendale, Tyler Stewart and Claudia Kinder. And in lane number 7, it's Avon 3, Greta Hawke, Tori Cox, Sam Rankin and Sienna Skilling. 6:14 the time for the Men's Premier 4. Not too bad at this stage of the season. Again, building towards the National Rowing Championships, New Zealand National Rowing Championships that we'll be holding here on the week of the 17th of February. You'll see some of New Zealand's best rowers, and you might even see, I don't know if Lucy Spores and Brooke Francis are going to be racing, but if anyone wants to hop online and Google the Hellberg Awards People's Vote for this most popular sporting moment. Cast your vote if you so wish for the women's double. They raced at the 2024 Paris Olympics, did Lucy and Brooke. First crew of mothers to race at the Olympics, and it was their first competition event together. So a fantastic result, one of those gold medals we love celebrating. So you can still take part in it, but jumping on Google the Hellberg Awards People's Vote for the best, most popular sporting moment and cast your vote for Lucy and Brooke. But we'll certainly see the cream of New Zealand rowing down here at New Zealand National Rowing Championships here later in this month. Avon number 1 leading this Women's Premier Cox is 4 down. That's Alia, Alice, Katie and Georgie. Not too much in it though, just on the inside of them. So Margaret's hanging tough, and on the outside is Avon number 2. Then just a couple of links back on either side to Nelson 1 and Avon number 3. This is race 212. And on the track now, also just started race 213, the women's under 19 Cox 4. That'll be a special race. Looking forward to that making its way down. We'll give you the crews there actually because they've just started. In lane 2, Nelson 1, Greer Robertson, Gracie Ames, Francesca Palmer, Isla Martine and Brianna Williams as the Cox. In lane 3, Wairo 11, Iris Vavasau, Lily Smith, Georgette Herc, Eliza Glover and Molly Hoban as the Cox. Lane number 4, Rangiruru Girls School number 2, Samantha Parker, Amelie Wilk, Georgie Stalker, Alice Duffy and Charlie White as the Cox. In lane number 5 in that race is the Rangiruru Girls School number 1, Charlotte Gorman, Harriet Abbott, Tulala Nelson, Brooke Harper and Grace O'Connor is the Cox. In lane number 6, St Margaret's College number 1, Charlotte Brown, Jessica Brown, Shea, Isabel Brooke, Anna Rutherford, Ellie Scotland is the Cox. Ellie Scotland the Cox. Lane number 7, Timaru 11, Isla Crawford, Emily Caird, Lily Grant, Annabelle Talbot and Tessa Westgarth the Cox. And completing that field in the women's under 19 Cox 4 as they head through 500 metres is the Christchurch Girls High School crew of Laura Ryle, Summer Smith, Marley Ross, Izzy Abley and Georgette Heller. Early doors down there, it's Wairo, Rangiruru Girls School 2, Rangiruru Girls School number 1. That's the three crews that are leading at this very early stage, the women's under 19 Cox 4. Out in front of us though, we see the women's Premier Coxless 4. If you're a novice rower and want to see how the good fours rowers do it, have a look and see what you see out in front of you. And a great effort here from St Margaret's College, Avon 1, who are a club 4. Or Premier 4 of rowers who have finished at the schools are up against the school 4, and St Margaret's College doing a great job here. Bronnie, Billy's, Ain and Coco. Back on the outside we go to Avon number 2, then we go back across to Nelson 1 and then Avon number 3. But moving nicely and clearly, pushing that boat down, Alia, Alice, Katie and Georgie. Avon number 1, they've got 100 metres to go. They've got that force sitting up nicely, just tapping it along. Great exhibition of how they all swing together as one. 2 boat lengths now back to St Margaret's. Then we go a boat length on the outside to Avon number 2. This is the women's Premier Coxless 4. They come down to the line now, take the gold medal to Avon number 1. Congratulations to them. First place at the Meridian South Island Rowing Championships. Second in the silver will go to St Margaret's. And then across the outside will go to Avon number 2. Mania, Jessica, Tyler and Claudia Kinder taking out the bronze medal. And completing the field, probably 4 boat lengths back now, will be Nelson just looking to duck in over the top of this Avon number 3 crew. They're coming down to the line now. Avon still holding on to it just by a bow ball, but Nelson trying to push through him. But Avon will just hold on to that last spot, second to last spot ahead of Nelson to complete their women's Premier Coxless 4. Now, let's have a look at this women's under 19 Cox 4, see where they've got to. They're just hitting the 1,000 metre mark now. It is Rangiruru Girls School number 1, just over Wairo. In fact, Wairo might have the advantage. Have a look on the live stream as they come through. Only just poking ahead of them. St Margaret's College number 1 out there in lane number 6. Then we come back to Rangiruru number 2. Out to Timaru 11. That'll be Craighead Diocesan. Then we go out to Christchurch Girls High School number 1. I should think they're probably behind Nelson number 1 in lane 2. Starting to spread now as they head through. Next race up will be race 214, due to go at 11:38, which is the girls under 16 Cox State. That'll be a cracker too. Let's just see where we finish here though. Rangiruru, you can see the yellow caps starting to come into view. Rangiruru number 2, across on the outside from them St Margaret's. We come back across to Wairo number 1. So if you're getting familiar with your colours now, especially some of your parents in your first season, you know the Wairo have got the white with the green. Rangiruru, we've got the white, the yellow and the blue. And generally you'll see the Rangiruru crews wearing their yellow caps. Makes it easier for us, hopefully. Then on the outside of St Margaret's, generally they've got the white and the red and the green boats. And those vertical white and red stripes are pretty easy to spot. So Rangiruru number 1, moving clear of the rest of the field. Wairo trying to go with them. Then we go back to St Margaret's. Rangiruru number 2. On the outside of St Margaret's is Timaru 11 trying to hold in there. And then the pace is just a little bit too tough now for Christchurch Girls High School number 1 out there in lane 8 and back to lane 2. Nelson number 1. Just a gentle reminder, everybody, please make sure that if you do manage to drop some rubbish somewhere that you do pick it up. Use the bins or take it out with you. The facility looked in pretty good nick yesterday, so everyone paying heed to these nice requests, and we appreciate that. Sun's starting to come through too, so don't get caught short. Get that sunscreen on now and get yourself hydrated. Otherwise, it'll bite you later. Wairo Working really hard down here in lane number 3, pushing up on the crew from Rangiruru. They're through 300 metres to go now. St Margaret still ahead of Rangiruru number 2. In the outside to Timaru, just finding it a wee bit tough now, starting to drift off. So we're seeing the 3 Christchurch boats and the Wairau crew. There'll be Marlborough Girls College coming in through there. They've got some work to do, but they're close. Can they put Rangiruru under some real pressure? This is the final of the women's under-19 Cox 4. Third, we're still holding with St Margaret's College. Back inside to Rangiruru number 2. That's where the bronze medal's sitting. If Timaru want to get in amongst it, they'll have to push now. Into the yellow boys we go. 200 and so metres to go. Rangiruru now winding up. They've been given the message by their Cox, Grace O'Connor. They're going to move now through and see what happens with Wairau. Molly Hoban is the Cox there. Both the Coxes sitting in the bow seat. They can't quite see the full field, but they can see where they're going. Rangiruru holding the advantage. They've got a 3/4 of a boat length over Wairau. St Margaret's are holding on to the bronze. It's a boat length then back to Rangiruru number 2. But swinging nicely as they come through with 70 metres to go. That push where they wound up 50 metres ago worked for them. Rangiruru now moving out to a boat length in front of Wairau. Wairau looking to come back out of them, but I think they'll run out of course. Holding on to third nicely is St Margaret's, but coming down to take the gold medal in the women's under-19 Cox 4 here at the South Island Champs. It's Rangiruru number 1. Congratulations to Charlotte, Harriet, Talala, Brooke and Cox by Grace O'Connor. Second goes to Wairau. Well done to Iris, Lily, Georgette, Eliza with Molly Hoban, the Cox. And then St Margaret's College number 1 picking up the bronze. Charlotte, Jessica, Isabel, Anna and Ellie Scotland, the Cox. Rangiruru number 2 finish 4th. Then we go across to Timaru. Down here at Ilby Nelson, across on the outside to Christchurch Girls High School. Time for the Women's Premier 4. Avon number 1. The 7 seconds ahead of St Margaret's College 1, and then a further 4 seconds back to Avon number 2. All right, let's have a look at the girls under 16 Cox 8. Is everybody there? It looks like everybody's there. That's cool. We have got 9 crews. Let's see if we can get them out without spitting all over the paper in front of me. Lane number 1, Columba College 1, Isla Hales, Liv McLean, Zara Wills, Charlie Smith, Ruby Heffer, Jessica Drummond, Caitley Earl and Emma Sayer with Jade Bogue the Cox. At lane number 2, it's Christchurch Girls High School number 2, Rosie Burford, Greta Stewart, Phoebe Colley, Michaela Timo, Izzy Parsons, Dylan McCoy, Sophie Kerr, Jada Montgomery and Savrit Marley as the Cox. In lane number 3, St Margaret's College 2, Fleur Jansen, Genevieve Surrey, Jizzy Hall, Alex Campbell, Grace Miller, Sadie Erasmus, Greer Cathro, Isabella McCulley and Emily Fitzsimmons as the Cox. In lane number 4, St Margaret's College 1, Ella Drummond, Sophie Cathro, Annabelle Glengarry, Siobhan Brennan, Poppy Blakely, Jessie Kennedy, Scarlett Hanson, Lucy Butterfield with Bella Harris the Cox. In lane number 5, Rangiruru Girls School number 1, Jessica Skinner, Toya Sheed, Mania Sheed, Katie Oliver, Sophia Harris, Amelia Jones, Phoebe Ensor, Maddie Young, Charlie Ward the Cox. In lane number 6, Rangiruru Girls School number 2, Gussie McFarlane, Matilda Beresford, Chloe Malone, Lucy Johnson, Chloe King, Olivia Long, Ashley Brooks, India Barnett and Phoebe White the Cox. In lane number 7, Christchurch Girls High School number 1, Emily Shearer, Ashley Sheehan, Georgia Brown, Sophie Cleve, Amalia Scrivenger, Olive Cooper, Izzy McLeod, Sophie Robertson and Greta Brokenshire as the Cox. In lane number 8, it's Villa Maria College 1, Ruby Lee Holmes, Elizabeth Cochran, Sophia Diamani, Camellia Twalroa, Izzy Mott, Natalia Richards. Oh, I just saw your dad before, Natalia. Go well. He's not a bad cricketer. Ariella Morton, Abby Norman Lata and Ruby Shepherd-Smith as the Cox. And lane number 9, Waihopai 1, Daisy McDonald, Georgia Horgan, Avril Kuma, Livy Campbell, Anna McWilliams, Leela Carstensen, Maisie Finn and Madison Stevens with Ellie Mae Boniface. The Cox, they've made their way down as far as 750 metres to go. It looks like it's with St Margaret's College. It is at St Margaret's College number 1 over Rangiruru Girls School number 1, then Rangiruru Girls School number 3, and just across them from outside of them is Christchurch Girls High School number 1. There's a long way back to the rest of the field, I think, and that starts with St Margaret's number 2 in lane 3, inside to Christchurch Girls High School number 2. Then we go right across to Villa Maria, and then back inside to Columba College 1 down there with the orange caps on, and then right out there is the red, white and green of Waihopai in lane number 9. But the yellow caps are coming through. It's Rangiruru in lane number 5. They're under 19, 4-1 in a time of 7:28. So Rangiruru have been doing their building throughout the season, starting to see them coming to the fore now at the pointy end. Then we'll get themselves back up together again for the South Island Secondary School champs here in the second weekend of March. And as their number 1 crew, being coxed by Charlie Ward, just ahead of their number 2 crew, under pressure from St Margaret's College 1, and then it is Christchurch Girls High School looking to spoil the party. They're starting to push up on the outside now. Greta Brokenshy, the cox, has given them the word. They're heading up towards the 250 metre mark and trying to put pressure on Rangiruru and St Margaret's to take that bronze medal. But it's Rangiruru number 1. Half a boat length over Rangiruru number 2. Both those boats starting to try and pull ahead of St Margaret's. Then it is the Christchurch Girls High School crew. We go back 4 boat lengths to St Margaret's number 2. On the inside of them is Christchurch Girls High School 2. Way further back on the outside to Villa Maria. And then it is not much between Waihopai out in lane 9 and Columba College in lane 1 for the rest of it. Just following on really quickly behind them is the men's club Cox's Quadruple Skulls. That final's underway. As you look down there, you'll see in lane 1 Avon 3, lane 2 Otago Boys High School 1, lane 3 Avon 2, lane 4 Avon 1, lane 5 Dunstanarm 1, lane 6 Canterbury 1, lane 7 Nelson 1, lane 9 Dunstanarm 2, lane 10 Twizel 1. We'll see when they get to later on. But right in front of us, the girls under 16 Cox Day. Great exhibition of 8s here from these under 16s. It might be the second year for some of them, but look at how clean that Rangiruru crew is. Very clean at the catch. There's hardly any splash. They're still holding on to the gold medal. There's 100 metres to go now for them. But look how close it is between Rangiruru number 2 and St Margaret's, and trying to push up on the outside Christchurch Girls High School. They're going to have to go now, Christchurch Girls, if you want to pick up a bronze and put pressure on St Margaret's. Holding on to second now is Rangiruru number 2. Rangiruru number 1 have got 4 seats over them, and it's still St Margaret's holding on to the bronze from Christchurch Girls. I think they're going to run out of track, Christchurch Girls. Down they go to take the gold medal. Rangiruru number 1. Hands in the air, congratulations. Silver goes to Rangiruru number 2. St Margaret's take the bronze over a game fight for 4th from Christchurch Girls High School. We come down to St Margaret's College number 2. It'll be Christchurch Girls High School number 2. Then we go across in lane 8 to Villa Maria, and completing the field down here will be, after Columba College in lane 1, out there in lane 9 will be Waihopai. Well done to Rangiruru Girls School number 1, taking the gold medal in the girls under 16 Cox Day. That's Jessica, Toya, Manaya, Kate, Sophia, Amelie, Phoebe, Maddie and Charlie Ward the Cox. They'll be wrapped with that. Right, this means club Coxless Skulls, Coxless Quadruple Skulls, rattling their way down the course. It is with Canterbury and Dunstan and Avon number 1. I think we've got a few scratchings here. Avon 3 is scratched in lane 1. Well, I wish I'd looked at that first. I wouldn't have to shout out so many names. Dunstan number 2 and Twizel have actually scratched as well. So we've just got Otago Boys in lane 2, Avon 1 and 2, Dunstan Canterbury 1 and Nelson 1. And it's with Dunstan right in the middle there. That's Jelt Stuke, Jed Tisdale, Roland Ozan and Harrison Thode, coached by Simon Smith, just holding the advantage over Avon 1, Sam Mones, Kobe Good, Lockie Nicholas and Lawrence Birch. They're just ahead of that Canterbury crew of Noah Vissa, Sam Clark, Oliver Ellis, Tim Chapman. Those are your 3. Then we go across to Nelson, number 1, Ollie Hawkins, Ethan Steele, Sam Johnson, Flynn Mercer. And then back on the inside to Avon 2, William Thomas, James Tavendale, Benjamin Bolton and Sam Evans. They're just ahead of Otago Boys, who are down there in lane 2, Nicholas, Tom, Henry Lucas, Ben Thompson, Andre Adams. But it is with the Dunstan crew. They've got half a boat length over Avon. Then we go back to Canterbury. Oh, this is a real race between Canterbury and Avon for the silver, but they can put pressure on Dunstan if they work really hard. But Dunstan are renowned for a great kick in the last 120 metres. They're just about to hit that spot. Let's see where they go. Look how quickly these quads are moving down the course. Fantastic. Avon now pulling ahead of Canterbury for the silver. 100 metres to go now for Dunstan. Dunstan into the last 100 metres. A bit of a splash on the outside there from Canterbury. Avon still holding with Canterbury. There's nothing between Avon and Canterbury as they come down here in the final of the men's club Cox's Quadruple Skulls. It'll be Dunstan that'll take the gold. They're out to 2 seats now over Canterbury, who are pushing now ahead of Avon. So they're out to a seat now, Canterbury over Avon. So gold will go to Dunstan in the men's club Cox's Quadruple Skulls. Silver to Canterbury. Third to Avon on the line. Then we go 3 boat lengths back to Nelson, back down here into lane number 4 for Avon number 2, and it will be Otago Boys High School in lane 2, and then out to Twizel did make the start. So that's good for them. And they're just going to complete things out there in lane number 10. That is a very young Twizel crew putting up a game effort here in the men's club Coxless Quadruple Skulls. Time another couple of races for me, and then it will be Frank coming back in, I think. And then we'll get another crack from Will Tappendale. And then we'll bring home the last of it later in the day. So just doing some 45-minute stints for the commentators. So lunchtime for you blokes. If you haven't got your lunch with you, there are some fantastic facilities here you can take advantage of. It's almost ice cream time for me. In lane number 1, Avon 1 of the, this is the Women's Club Single Sculls, by the way, race 216, the final, Avon 1, Katie Mitchell. Lane number 2, Dunstan Arm 4, Kate Spriggs. Lane number 3, Dunstan Arm 2, Olivia Ollerenshaw. Lane number 4, Columba College 1, Kiara Patterson. Lane number 5, Dunstan Arm 1, India Nichols. Lane 6, Stella Cook from Canterbury 1. Lane 7 is Meridian College 1, Charlotte Peterson. In lane number 8, St Andrews College 1, Jasmine Christie. Lane number 9, Otago 1, Eleanor Baldy. And lane 10, Micah Pyle, is Dunstan Arm number 3. They're well through the course. There's probably 500 metres to go nearly for them. And we'll just pick out where we're at. Dunstan Arm number 1, India Nichols, sitting out there in lane 5. Then we go back to Dunstan Arm number 2, Olivia Ollerenshaw. Across to Charlotte Patterson from Meridian College. Quite prominent out there in lane number 7. You can see the Meridian there with the red and the blue horizontals halves on the singlet. 2 across there, then we go to Otago 1. So it's a very much an in-out field. Every second lane's in the lead. So sitting there with India, lane number 5, Dunstan Arm number 1. Of course, all these Dunstan Arm scullers coached by Simon Smith. And just watching down there in lane 3, it is Olivia Ollerenshaw in the last 200 metres has pushed over the top of India. Then we go out to Charlotte from Meridian College, coached by Fiona Mackay. And we go another 2 out to Otago 1, Eleanor Baldy. So we've got those 2 Dunstan Scullers, Marion and then Eleanor Baldy are in the 4 slots. We're going to try and get 3 medals out of there for those 4. Just watching on the inside, Stella Cook in Canterbury 1. She'll have a good finish too. Don't count her out. There's a long way to go for these single sculls. It can all change pretty quickly once they get them up and running. But those are the 5, really, for me. Back in perhaps to Kiara Patterson from Columba College, sitting there in lane number 4. Not too far out of it. Then we'd go back to Katie Mitchell from Avon. She's down here in lane 1. Back from her is Kate Spriggs. Dunstan Arm number 4 in lane 2. Then we go back to St Andrews College. Jasmine Christie is just out there, sitting out there in lane 8. And Dunstan Arm number 3, Micah Pyle, is in lane number 10. So the starting still emerge. It's the Dunstan Scullers. It's Olivia Ollerenshaw down here in lane number 3. Still over the top of India Nichols from Dunstan. Still Charlotte Patterson hanging tough out there from Marion. Just still watching though. Stella Cook, when's her move going to come down there from in lane 6? And moving nicely still is Eleanor Baldy. So just watching Eleanor out there in lane number 9. Stella Cook back down there in lane number 6. And coming into a pressure again now, Olivia from India. The Dunstan Scullers and Charlotte Patterson still there. I think she's got a kick to come. Just watch Charlotte Peterson, it is, from in lane 7 from Marion. These 3 Scullers now starting to pull away from Stella Cook. Stella's starting to wind up, and out on the outside is Eleanor Baldy, but they've got some work to do. Nice push here from Olivia down here in lane 3. She's still got a nice boat length now over the other Dunstan Sculler. Marion College moving into second, if he can just get ahead of that other Dunstan Sculler. Now here we head down, 120 metres to go. So India Nichols is responding. They're going to have to work hard to pull back Olivia from Dunstan, and 100 metres to go now for Charlotte from Meridian College. So it's Dunstan, Olivia Ollerenshaw. She's got a boat length over India. And then we're still holding in there with Meridian College, just making it a wee bit tough. She needs to kick on a little bit now, Marion, if she wants to pick up silver. Oh, it's very little between them. India's trying to go again, but Charlotte's coming at her. She just pushes in front, but down to take the gold medal in the Women's Club Single Sculls. It's Olivia Ollerenshaw from Dunstan Arm. Congratulations. Second, the 1-2 goes to Dunstan. And it is India Nichols taking second. Third, Charlotte Peterson from Meridian College. Congratulations. Fourth will be Stella Cook. Across the top we go to Eleanor Baldy. Then we come back down inside to Columba College, Kiara Peterson. Up the top we go to Micah Pyle from Dunstan Arm. Back down here in lane number 1 will be Katie Mitchell from Avon. And then across we go to Jasmine Christie from St Andrews College. Right, one more race from me, and then Frank will take over. I'll go and find something unhealthy to eat. It's the boys under 15 Cox State in lane 1, Christchurch Boys High School number 3. In lane number 2, Christ College number 1. In lane 3, Shirley Boys High School 2. Lane number 4, Shirley Boys High School 1. Lane number 5, Christchurch Boys High School 1. Lane 6, St Bede's College 1, probably the favourite. We'll see where they're going. Oh, yep, they're doing all right. But just watching Christchurch Boys High School seem to be ahead of them, I think, at this stage. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They are. Christchurch Boys High School got a boat length over St Bede's in lane 6. Lane number 7 is St Thomas's of Canterbury. Christchurch Boys High School number 2 doing nicely out there in lane 8 as well. In lane 9 it's the Nelson Composite. That's between Nelson and Wairo. And then we have a Christchurch Boys High School number 4 composite. That is Cashmere High School and Christchurch Boys. So Christchurch Boys number 1 in lane 5. Lockie Honeywell, Alex Cosgrove, Jonty Mason, Raph Hawes, Freddie Cairns, Andrew Ryan, Albie Sampson and Oliver Parnham with Toby Brook the Cox. They've got a boat length over that St Bede's crew of Oliver Chum, Luca Dredge, Rudy Wright, Conrad Van Heeren, Lennox Lowry, Jack Hannum, Eddie Robertson and Will Arlett with Fletcher Franklin the Cox. Then we go across to St Thomas's and Christchurch Boys High School just battling it with each other. I think Christchurch Boys High School number 2. Looking at Shirley Boys though. Shirley Boys are in the mix. Soak Brokens, Fergus Walsh, Tamana Carmacki, Charlie Maddock, Josh Haddon, Callum Skelton, Luca Abdul Malak, Ethan Danielson and Hector Gabrielson. They're sitting there in lane 4. Back inside from them is their number 2 crew. Then we go to Christ College down there in lane 2 and Christchurch Boys High School in lane 1. Right across the top we go to the Nelson Composite and then just a bit further back from them is the Christchurch Boys High School Composite. Nice impressive row down here though, coached by Tom Fraser, is the Christchurch Boys High School number 1 crew. They'll be heading past their supporters shortly. They'll be giving them a wind up and they're pulling away from the rest of the field. Christchurch Boys High School and St Bede's starting to leave the rest behind them. Into 3rd spot they go Shirley Boys. Shirley Boys holding on to 3rd. They've already got a bronze medal today. Can they get another one? This is the boys under 15 Cox State. They're well ahead now of St Thomas's and Christchurch Boys High School number 2. So St Thomas's sitting in there in lane number 7, just in behind the Christchurch Boys High School number 1 crew. Moving well away for the rest of them now becomes Christchurch Boys High School number 1. St Bede's College, Shirley Boys. Then we go back to St Thomas's. Then Christchurch Boys High School. Dutch down here in lane number 2. A nice finish coming from Christ College number 1. Just over Shirley Boys High School number 2. Come on, Shirley's, give them a big shout. Down there in lane number 1, Christchurch Boys High School number 3. Then we go out to Nelson Composite and way back to Christchurch Boys High School number 4. Very impressive this though from Christchurch Boys High School. Well coxed here by Toby Brook. He's got them well under control. He's sitting in there yelling them like a hunt away in the Highlands. They're making their way down to 120 metres to go. Almost a full boat length over St Bede's. St Bede's in a boat length back over Shirley Boys. Then we go outside to Christchurch Boys High School number 2. Back inside to St Thomas's. Working hard down here in lane 2. Good finish from Christ College. Ahead of Shirley Boys number 2. Back to the Christchurch Boys High School number 3 crew. But it's the Boys High number 1 crew. They'll come down and take the gold medal here in the final of the boys under 15 Cox State. South Island rowing champions for 2025. Over the buzzer they go. Congratulations Christchurch Boys High. Another boat length and a half back it will be to the crew from St Bede's. They'll take the silver medal. And coming down to take the very valiant bronze medal and a very splendiferous looking boat. My word, it's got some great signage on that boat. Shirley Boys High are going to take the bronze medal. Congratulations to Shirley. The Cox puts his arm in the air. Well done, boys. You've got a bronze. Then we go back on the outside to just heading ahead of them will be Christchurch Boys High School ahead of St Thomas's. Back down here to Christ College 1. They had a nice run to finish their row. And then we go back to Shirley Boys High School number 2. Down here to Christchurch Boys High School number 3. Across the top 2, Nelson Composite 1. And then we will finish with Christchurch Boys High School number 4. Right, I'm going to hand over to Frank Dean from the Deep South. I'll go and take a chill pill and we'll all see you a bit later on.
Cool. Rightio, if you might have just heard that over the mic, I've got 45 minutes and then it's Will, so I better make a good job, or they will never have me back. Rightio, we've got the men's... there we go, that's a good start. I mean, it's the men's novice Cox Quadruple Sculls B final coming down the tracks now. They're at the 1,000-metre mark. This is the B final and then A final. This race, we've got 10, St Bede's College 1, Union 1, St Thomas of Canterbury 2, Dunstanarm Composite, that's Dunstanarm Cromwell Composite, Nelson 1, Avon 1, 51, Awaroa 11, St Andrews College 1 and 2 on lane 8 and 9, and Otago Boys High on the far side. At the stage where he's coming through, and it's looking to me, I would be usually expecting these middle crews, but I reckon to me it's possibly that St Andrews College crew there in lane 8. Lane 8, are they in the lead there? And inside of them is Wairoa 11 in lane 7. Get a bit of focus here, coming down. Yes, I think it is. I think it is that St Andrews crew. So that's interesting because usually the fastest times are in more to the middle. So maybe they were just playing it crafty yesterday. So this stage, my picks would be in lane 8, St Andrews College 1, Wairoa 11 just inside of them, and then another Avon 51 there in lane 6. Coming up on the inside though, the inside lane, the sneaky inside, we've got St Bede's College 1. St Bede's College 1. They're up at the, coming up to the 750, no, that wouldn't be right. That'd be the 1250 mark, And yeah, it's looking quite, there's a bit of a line there, but yes, it's that St Andrews College crew over the far side. Just make sure I've got the right one. Can't see their blades properly, but it looks like it is. Yes, St Andrews College 1. George Leavings, Jessica Saunders, Toby Moore, Charles Hayes and Seth Overcomer. They're the guys. They're after a... They're after the win in the B final. They've actually put a bit of distance, not much, maybe half, maybe about over the inside crew. Wairoa 11, Blake Marfield, Tom Dunn, Angus Walter, Blake Pitts, and Roy O'Regan's their Cox. Just down inside them is then the Avon 51 crew. Malachi Dunn, Henry Bass, Finity, Elam, Fergus Johnson, Mason Jessup. So these three crews, and then on the inside, St Bede's College, Thomas Veal, oh God, my voice gone. Oscar, Jay, Henry, and Darcy Franken are the Cox on the inside. So they'll be picking those four at the moment, are going to be in contention for Mayor, bronze, silver, and on top of that, the gold. Then just not drifting back, but probably more out of the race now is about 2 or 3 boat lengths. We've got the other crews of Union 1, St Thomas 1, the Dunstanarm Composite, and over on the far side we've got St Andrews College 2, no, it's Otago Boys High, sorry, and St Andrews College 2. St Andrews College 1 though, they've just put a bit of a spurt on there. They haven't even got to the 250, maybe they hit it around the 275, 300, just depends on their tactics. They've put a bit of a spurt on there. They're trying to pull away from this Wairoa crew, which has responded. They're both still a boat length over the Wairoa crew, but I think the Wairoa crew is starting to walk them up. They're up. Looks like, yes, they are. They seem to be getting more distance out of every push of their boat, this Wairoa crew. This is the men's novice Cox Quadruple Sculls. They've drawn up. They're up number 2 seat. The Balboa, the Wairoa crew is at number 2 street. St Andrews are responding. They're pushing hard. Their rating's up, but they're actually not pulling away. And now, in the meantime, we've got Avon. It's Avon crew there coming through. They're really going for it. Avon 51 are also coming through, and the Wairoa crew is now rolled over St Andrews crew. The St Andrews crew haven't been able to hold them, and they're actually going to get pipped again by Avon. Avon are flying down there. Their Cox Jessup, Mason Jessup will be just blaring away them. They're pushing for silver. I don't think they'll get the gold. It's Wairoa 11. Wairoa 11 come through to win the B final, followed by Avon 51 and St Andrews College in lane 8, and then we've got this inside St Bede's crew coming through pretty quick. But we look up further down the track, and already over the 2000 is the men's novice A final. Race 219, men's novice Cox Quadruple Sculls A final. Lane 1 to 10, Kashmir 1, Whakatipu 1, Wanaka 1, Otago Boys 1, St Thomas 1, Oamaru 1, Otago 1, Timaru 30, Cure 1, and Christ College 1. I really think Timaru should have used a 1 in their number, then it'll be all the ones. Anyway, now, as more expected, we've got this middle lane here. Is that lane, is that Otago maybe in lane 7? No, I think it's lane 6. Lane 6. So that's St Thomas of Canterbury. Calix, Marcus, Caden, and Liam Cox by Jack Dunn there. Jack Dunn there. They're actually well in control. No, that looks like an Oamaru crew. So I take that back. It's the Oamaru crew. Oamaru in lane 6. Samson, Sean, Cash, and Ike, and Isla Capil is the Cox. Go away for a second. Yep. Tell 'em. Yeah. Yeah, totally. Right, so I'll read that announcement in a minute. It's quite an important one. It's about people collecting their medals. Please collect your medals because otherwise we'll melt them down and sell them. But the Oamaru crew, they are clearly showing that they are the dominant crew in this men's novice Cox quadruple final. It's the A final, so they are going to be, at this rate, the champions in this event. They'll be looking forward. This is a good statement for them to take into the Nationals in a couple of weeks' time. They've put at least 3 or 4 boat lengths on the other crews, but meanwhile on the other crews is a bit more interesting, probably a bit more interesting in terms of challenging for position. So I think we've got, is it Timaru there over in lane 8, Timaru there in lane 8, but just inside of Oamaru is St Thomas of Canterbury coming through. They're currently in 3rd spot, but they are getting attacked by Wanaka 1 here, Wanaka 1, and on the inside lane, Kashmir 1 are flying down in lane 1. I mean, Oamaru in the lead here, they're well up to 6 boat lengths away. They're looking very strong. Oh, they're just even upped it even further. But in the meantime, it's this Wanaka crew coming through in second. They've rolled over Timaru on the far side. Can Timaru respond? In the meantime, St Thomas of Canterbury just not able to keep up with them and flying down this inside lane. Kashmir 1. Are they going? They could be getting bronze. I don't think they'll get silver. That was the Oamaru crew just past the line, and here we come flying in the Wanaka crew with a very fine finish. And in lane 1, Kashmir have rolled themselves into bronze. Well done. What a kick. Lovely kick there. So congratulations, Oamaru, Sampson, Izzy Sean Lukey, Cash Patterson, Ike Newton's Carter, and Isla Capel is the Cox. That was the men's novice quadruple sculls A final. Oamaru sending a very strong and creating a very strong message into the Nationals next week. Be interesting to know their time compared to the North Island crews. Rightio, this is the mixed Masters double sculls B final, and then there's the mixed Masters double scull A final. 10 in this crew. These guys would have started at the 1,000 metre, and I think I talked about yesterday about handicaps and the different age classifications. So the older the boat, because it's the combination of the ages in the boat divided by the number of seats, means that sets the age for the boat, and then if the older the boat, the greater the handicap. Rightio, so in lane 1 we've got Union 4, Cure 1, Union 7, Canterbury 1, Twizel 1, Union 3, Dunstan Arm Composite, Union 2, Canterbury 2, and Wanaka 1 on the far side. Now I remember yesterday, this is the B final, so I'm not sure who's in it. It looks reasonably spread out at the moment. Inside lane Union 4 is probably back there a bit. Then lane 2 Cure, Sophie and Muli. Sophie and Muli are looking pretty strong. That's lane 3, sorry, that's Union 7. Sorry, I'll take that back. Union 7, lane 3, Paul Izzet and Deb Heimers Ross. But it's those middle lanes that I think are starting to push through a bit quicker. We've got, I'm just interested to see what the handicaps are on this, but I'll probably just focus on talking about their own. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So in lane 6, Union 3, they had a 4 seconds, so they started 4 seconds after go. Scott Ingalls and Amanda Richards. They're currently sitting in pole, but just outside them, Dunstan Arm Composite. This is a Dunstan Arm Whakatipu crew. Kirsten Hodge from Whakatipu and Gary Jack from Dunstan. They started on go, so they actually started before this Union crew that's creeping up on their inside. Can they hold them off? I'm going to actually recorrect that again. They have been rolled. They are being overtaken. So they've actually been overtaken. So it's Union 3 in lane 6. Scott and Amanda currently sitting in pole position. They look reasonably comfortable. Inside them we've got Twizel 1, Marley O'Keefe and Kevin Maker. Both strong rower. I know Kevin's a very strong rower. He's coming through. Is he going to... What did he start on? He had 8 seconds behind, and they're coming through. Will they take the third over this Dunstan Arm Composite? Over the far side, we've also got Wanaka 1. Angus Todd and Elizabeth Ritchie. I think they're starting to drip back, but here we go. Here comes Twizel. Here comes Twizel. I don't believe they will take this Union crew, but they are now pushing themselves into second. The Union crew are responding. They've seen this. They're holding up their 2-boat length lead over Twizel. Twizel are flying through. It's just going to be a little too late, I believe. They're flying through. It's the third place is getting interesting. It is this Dunstan composite. I don't think so. I'm thinking Union 4, Andrew and Katie flying coming through on lane 1. Are they going to pip them for bronze? I think they might. This is the B final, the mixed masters sculls, and yes. So the finish there was Union 3, Twizel 1, and Union 4. Is that car on the road, is it?
There's 2 cars blocking. There's a BMW called Topsy
And
a Mitzi Pajero with that. Please move your
got
car
it.
immediately.
Hi, look, I've got an urgent announcement here down there. If you own a BMW with the plates Topsy and you own a Mitsubishi Pajero registration number JEF798, JEF798, you're blocking some people that need to move, need to get away urgently. So if you've got a BMW with Topsy in your plates and you're a person with a Mitsubishi Pajero with registration JEF798, JEF798, please move your cars immediately as you're blocking someone who needs to leave. All right, let's get on there. And also, just a reminder to everyone, if you see your kids or you can text them or something, they need to collect their medals from the McRae Lounge. This is the McRae Lounge. This is the one that's sitting out in the front here with the awning. Please come and collect your medals. Don't do it at the end of the day. They might be melted down by then or given away. So please come and collect your medals as the Mixed Masters Double Sculls A final comes through. Lane 1, we had Nelson 7, Port Chalmers United, Union 5, Dunstanarn Composite with Whakatipu 2, Dunstanarn Composite with Cromwell Whakatipu 1. They won their heat yesterday. Union 1, Dunstanarn 3, Dunstanarn 1, Union 6, and Union Composite. So a lot of Union and Dunstanarn crews in this event. And it is, yes, I'm pretty sure that will be moored from Cromwell. Yes, it is. It's Maud and Jeff Steele and Dunstanarn Composite in lane 5. They started on go. That would have been helpful. They started on go and they're maintaining their position of a boat and a half over the next boat, which would be in lane 8, Dunstanarn 1, Andrew Jolly and Rebecca Kingan. They started 28 seconds later, so they've done well to pull themselves up, although they are getting challenged by Dunstan 3, Heather Breen and Quinton Annan, who had a 24-second. So they started 24 seconds ahead, and they're coming through on them now by the look. Actually, am I got that right? I think I know it is right. Yes, R7, Dunstanarn 3. But in the meantime, this composite crew of Maud and Jeff have really just put their foot down. They've gone through with 3 spare on top, 3 lengths. On top of that, we've got coming through now, Quinton and Heather and Dunstanarn 3, and very quickly behind them was, I'm pretty sure it was this Dunstanarn crew R8. So who was that? Andrew Jolly and Rebecca Kingham were in the 3rd slot there. So that was the Mixed Masters Double Sculls A final. So congratulations there to Maud and Jeff. And don't forget to come and collect your medal if you can hear me. Rightio, race 22. Girls under 17 double scull. I'll just take a moment. Rightio, just a reminder, if you haven't done anything about it, you've got a BMW with the plates Topsy, T-O-P-S-I-E, and you're also and there's an owner of a Mitsubishi Pajero, registration JEF798. Please make sure you move your cars immediately as you're blocking someone who needs to leave now. And another reminder, Halberg People's Awards Sporting Moment Award, Halberg Awards, the People's Vote for the Sporting Moment. Pop on there online and go to the Halberg Awards and put your vote in. Of course, we're behind the women's double. Lucy Spores and Brooke Francis, they were the first crew of mothers at an Olympics. They were also the first time they raced together, and they won at the 2024 Paris Olympics. The women's double of Lucy and Brooke, long-term stalwarts of New Zealand rowing. What a great occurrence that they did that. They deserve the sporting moment of the year. So go vote rowing in the meantime. Girls under 17 double sculls B final race 2-2-2, clearing through the 1 now. Lane 1 to 10, Villa Maria 3, Waihopai 2, Marion College 2, North End 1, Invercargill 1, Wanaka 1, Nelson 1, Otago Girls 1, St Andrew College 1, and Nelson 2. It's looking like those middle lanes there, so I'm thinking is that Nelson 1 perhaps there is maybe currently in the lead. If they are, they've got very well placed. Yes, it is Nelson 1. They're very well placed there. They look like the two, possibly one and a bit boat lengths over the rest, and after that it's actually a bit of a lottery almost. Not quite the right word, but there seems to be Villa Maria College on the inside, Maggie and Irina. I hope I just perhaps in front of them, Billy Joe, Crooks and Mackenzie Milne. And then we've got Meridian College, this is in lane 3, Peyton Moss and Oliver Barak. So these people all look like they're in a contention for a possible second or third spot, though it does seem like, well, I hope I too, Billy Joe Crooks and Mackenzie Milne have just pulled themselves a little ahead of these crews surrounding them, but then they're going across to lane 5, Invercargill 1, Maddie Malmstrom and Kira Houston. They're up there in that second or third spot as well. But they've been also challenged by Wanaka 1, Lily Garrett and Meg Ritchie just on the other side of them. But across the Nelson 1, Margot Callaghan and Casey Newberry definitely have us in hand at the moment with a couple of boat lengths. Also their far side, Nelson 2, Zoe Dunstan and John O'Connor there. They're up there in contention as well. So actually, and I just noticed this Waihopai 2 crew, Billy Joe Crooks and Mackenzie Milne, I think they've just upped themselves a bit. They're actually coming through a little bit quicker now. This is the girls under 17 B final. I can actually see the A final coming through at the 1,000 metre now, so I might have to, I'll quickly trick to that just to run you through the names before I cut back to it. The race 2-2 A final, the girls under 17 double sculls, lane 1, Timaru 12, Timaru 11, Burnside 1, Villa Maria 1, Dunstanarm 1, Whakatipu 1, Cashmere 1, Waihopai 1, Marion College 1 and Villa Maria 2. Under 17s, that's the A final. That's close on the heels of this B final that has been well contained and controlled by this Nelson 1 crew of Margot and Casey there in lane 7. And then we're coming now to the Invercargill crew of Maddie Malmstrom and Kira Houston. They've got that positioned, they're holding the silver position, but they better watch out because lane 2 there, Ariti River compatriots from Waihopai 2, Billy Joe Crooks and Mackenzie Milne are coming through pretty quick. And over the far side, Nelson 2 of Zoe Dunstan and Juno O'Connor. But Nelson 1, taking this quite cleanly. Yep, Invercargill. I say there, Kira's probably put a foot down there, and her and Maddie are now reaching out. They are pushing a lot hard. I can see their boat ticking along. Oh, Billy Joe Crooks and Mackenzie Milne from Waihopai 2 are flying on them. Kira, you better move on if you want to hold them off. Go, they're pulling themselves. Waihopai are flying. What an impressive effort. Oh, Kira and Maddie have just picked up a gear too, but I think they're going to take them. And they're actually all coming down on Nelson 1 very fast. Nelson 1 coming down very fast, but no, Nelson 1 are crossing the line now. They've got a boat length. I hope I've come through and tipped their Reti River shed, which is right next door. Just tipped them for second place with Invercargill dropping into third. So well done those crews, but I have to go quickly to the girls under 17 doubles A final because they're at the 1250 mark. Rightio. Lane 7, Kashmir 1, Leary Cleary and Thea Moody, by the look of that, to me, yeah, that's Kashmir colours. They've got the pole position at the moment, but let's see, Dunstanarm 1, Bella Breen and Ruby Smith in lane 5 there. I wouldn't count them off, and I've noticed a tendency in these Dunstan crews, I believe, for very fast finishes, and that's so I would expect probably the same from this Dunstanarm crew. They might just pip Kashmir if they don't keep an eye on them and hold them off. These two crews are at some distance, well, maybe boating a bit over the Whakatipu crew of Amy Patterson and Lucy Clark. But the Kashmir crew, who's going to hit the 250 mark first? Have they upped their rating yet? No. Yes, I think the Kashmir crew have. It's always different areas. Often 250 is a commonplace. And no, actually, I think the Dunstan crew may have just gone through those boys. They actually could be just sitting, no, they're just sitting back on this Kashmir crew, but they've definitely moved up. I can see there are a lot more water going, a lot more push now coming through in their boat. They've upped their rating. Because interesting, this Kashmir crew rating a bit lower, and I noticed that yesterday they're rated a bit lower, but they do get good movement through the water, but they might need to move it because this Dunstan Arms crew have really just gone up another gear. They're not only rating high, they're actually getting a lot more push Kashmir's responded now. They've gone up again, but the Dunstan crew is keep pulling away from them. In the meantime, we've got the Whakatipu crew. Amy Patterson and Lucy Clark are coming down there pretty quick. They might not have it in them to get through, but at this stage, it's looking like Dunstan Arm of Bella and Ruby are going to take the girls under 17 double sculls A final by a boat length over Kashmir. Yes, they did. Well done. Kashmir coming through in second spot, clear. That's Illyria and Thea. And then in the third spot, we've got Whakatipu of Amy Patterson and Lucy Clark. Some distance back to the next boat. You can see here Villa Maria, Nicola and India are just coming through now into that fourth spot. And the far side, we've got the Waihopai of Lila, Jack and Alan Norman coming through into that fifth spot. And then just on the inside lane, we've got Burnside High School 1 coming through in the sixth spot as the other crews come through. Just finishing off the tail here, Timaru 12, and then Villa Maria on the far side in lane 10. And then we'll see the umpire raise his white flag to say the race is now closed, and the control tower will note it accordingly. Well, that's a very good finish from Dunstan Arms, and I've noticed in a few of their races they're quite fast on the finish. Maybe that's a training tactic. Just a reminder, though, collect your medals from the McRae Lodge. So please, if the medal winners haven't collected them already, come to the McRae Lodge. If you come at the end of the day, then expect to wait, because historically there's sometimes a long queues. That's if I haven't sold them down and presented them on the black market as something else. Now, just throughout the day, just mention, no, it says mention throughout the day, so this is throughout the day. Any leftover food, please drop into the Secretary's office and they'll distribute it to local food banks. If you've got leftover food, don't just throw it in the trash. Drop it into the Secretary's office, which is around the back of the control tower, and they'll take it to the local food bank. Rightio, boys under 17 Cox quadruple sculls. You can see Waihopai Rowing Club there, Danny and Scott Cundall. I hope they're planning for the next national. Yes. In the meantime, we've got the boys under 17 quadruple sculls final coming down pretty quickly. This is lane 1 to 9, North End 1, Shirley Boys 1, Otago 1, Christchurch Boys 1, Whakatipu 1, St Thomas Canterbury 1, Otago Boys 1, Nelson 1, and on the far side, Wairua 11. And it's looking to me like it's that Otago Boys high in lane 7 over there. When we go into, so that's the Whakatipu crew, Jasper, McKellar, Max and Charlie. Amelia D is the Cox. They, I think, are just holding off this Otago Boys high of Tom, Ollie, Logan, Leo and Hunter Ruxton as the Cox. Maybe a boat length, so they're boat length on them. That would be all. There's then probably 2 or 3 boat lengths back to St Thomas of Canterbury, Declan, Hunter, Ben, James and Carlson. Fernandez is the Cox. The first 2 I think are pretty confident here. I think it looks like it's going to be this Whakatipu crew. They've just gone up a gear. Just checking it is Whakatipu. Yes, they've just gone up a gear to hold off this Otago Boys high crew on the far side. But meanwhile, St Thomas of Canterbury are experiencing pressure there from the Christchurch Boys High School crew, which I think are not, maybe canvas on them now. They're coming through very quick. Long reach there in that Whakatipu crew, reaching long. They're not rating super, they just say they're not rating super high, but they've definitely gone up a gear then, in which to show their metal there, the gold metal, which puts them 3 boat lengths over the Otago Boys High School, which are coming through into second place. But meanwhile, we've got Christchurch Boys High of Jack, Charlie, Ruben, Harvey and Blake Robertson. You'll just hear the buzz of them. That's them as they came through and rolled over St Thomas of Canterbury, Declan, Hunter, Ben, James and Carlson. Then we've got a bit of a gap back, and I was going to say to the Wairua crew on the far side, but just inside there's a lane here. There's the Otago 1 coming through quite quickly. I know they didn't quite make it. And that's the buzzer there. For Nelson 1, that will be Shirley Boys 1 here on the inside of lane 2. And just coming through now is the North End 1. That'll wrap that race up. So congratulations, Whakatipu 1, Jasper Crawford, McKellar Thornton, Max Davis, Charlie Manson and Amelia D as the Cox. You guys are the gold medal of the boys under 17 Cox quadruple sculls. And then we had Christchurch Boys High School with Jack Dennehy, Charles Greenslade, Ruben Fifield, Harvey Moyler and Blake Coxon and the Robson, is the Cox. In second place there, and in third, the Otago Boys, Tom Colley, Ollie Scott, Logan Miller, Leo Gardner, Hunter Ruxton as the Cox. That Whakatipu boys, I got that wrong way around, sorry. The Whakatipu boys won that in 6:44. Then it's Otago Boys High School and then the Christchurch Boys High School team. So I just noted that down wrong as they came through. Congratulations. Don't forget to come and collect your medals from the McRae Lounge. Collect your medals from the McRae Lounge. Alrighty-o. Women's Intermediate Single Scull, B final. Women's Intermediate Single Scull, A final. Race 225, 226. So race 225 here is coming through the 1,000 now. There's 10 in this race. Well, I hope I won. Sophie Kundal, Cure 2, Hannah Chadbolt, Burnside 4, Amy Muncaster, Ashburton 1, Charlotte Cox, Avonside 1, India Grace Leonard, Avon 1, Ella Keys, Timaru 21, Maisie Jane Chapman, Invercargill 2, Caitlin Titai, Timaru 11, Ella Inch, and Wanaka 1 on the very far side, Peter Craig. So I'm assuming perhaps that it's India and Ella are in the lead there, given they're in those sort of middle position. We'll just have a wee see if we can gander here. It's actually quite hard to tell. Oh no, it looks like the outside lane. Is that Caitlin Titai there over in lane, is it lane 3 I can see? Oh, not lane 3 I should say, lane 8. Caitlin Titai. Can't tell about the colours here. You can definitely see the Wanaka, Timaru. But if it is, she's been closely shadowed by Maisie Jane Chapman of Timaru there. 21. Yes, it does seem it's potentially those two. I'm thinking if I'm just counting this right. Got 1, 2, 3. Is that the Invercargill colours I can see? I think it is. So Caitlin's up there fighting for this. This is the intermediate B final. Inside of Caitlin is Maisie Jane from Timaru in lane 7. What's going on further over this side though? I can see is it 2, 3. Is it possibly lane 3? That's Amy Mancaster from Burnside. Burnside 4. Certainly looks like it is. And right beside her is Charlotte Cox from Ashburton. So it looks like, and then just inside her is the Avonside India Grace Leonard. She's just back a little bit, not too far, but possibly back on the Timaru and Invercargill rows, which I think are the ones with, along with the Burnside, Amy Mancaster, who are in the 1, 2, and 3 slots at the moment, but there's not a lot in it, not from my angle anyway. So intermediates will be a mix of some would have been novices last year that moved up, some would have been that haven't moved up yet. There might have been a couple of years in there, and so they've got a bit of experience on them as well and age, and that can help as well. But it certainly looks like it's, I'm picking at this stage, it's Burnside, Amy in lane 3, Maisie Jane in lane 7, and Caitlin in lane 8. Although there's starting to be a bit of work coming from Ashburton. There's Charlotte there just inside Maisie in lane, outside Maisie, I should say, in lane 4. She might be back a bit. But I'm thinking Maisie's the one to watch now. I think she's coming through. Let's see if we can pick them as they come through the 500. I'm thinking it is Maisie at this stage. And it also does look like that Ashburton Charlotte Cox is moving into a position over Timaru, and Caitlin's sort of dropping back a little there. Caitlin and the Avonside girl, India Grace, they're in proud neck and neck now. So it looks like Amy Mancaster, Burnside High School, now seems to be definitely moving away. She maybe have a boat length over the next boat. Is it Ashburton? Is it Charlotte on the inside of her? Or is it Maisie Jane over there in Timaru? But yes, the Amy Mancaster from Burnside has now made a nice statement here. She's going to take this B final quite strongly. She's now pulling away with each stroke. She's making a metre or two over the next two. But at the moment now it's Ashburton. That's Charlotte from Ashburton there is holding off, trying to hold off the Avonside India Grace for that second and third spot. And meanwhile, unfortunately, Timaru, Maisie Jane has fallen back a bit. She's falling back. So it's a battle going on for the second spot between Charlotte and India. It seems to me, yes. That was Charlotte Cox from Ashburn in second and India Grace in third. So lane 3, 4 and 5. Rightio, we're going to move on now because it's now the A final. Race 226, Women's Intermediate Single Sculls A final. Rightio, lane 1 to 7, 1 to 10. Twizel 1, Lucia Yates. Cure 1, Annabelle Hurst. Burnside 3, Evie Nathan. Waihopai 3, Charlotte Klein. Dunstan 1, Dana Leishman. Waitamata 1, Sammy Visser. Waihopai 1, Caitlin Whitaker. Invercargill 1, Mia Brown. Waira 1, Cecilia Spencer. And in the far lane, Canterbury 1, Meredith Lewis. This is the Women's Intermediate Single Scull A final. They're actually coming up to the 1200 now. It's looking like it's gonna. It's looking like it's perhaps, is that Waihopai 1, Caitlin Whitaker there? Does she have a slight lead at the moment? Maybe, watch out this inside lane. Lucia Yates there in lane 1. And perhaps the Burnside rower in lane 3, Evie Nathan. No, actually, that's Charlotte Klein, lane 4, Waihopai. But at the moment, we've got the Waihopai. Yeah, there's definitely got Waihopai. I recognise the colours. Caitlin Whitaker there. She's out in front at the moment. And in second spot, it could possibly be Charlotte Klein. Is it going to be a 1-2 for Waihopai? I tell you what, Charlotte Klein's moving it up a bit now. She's starting to pull away. They might have and maybe it might be at all deep south A, B and C here because we've got Mia Brown on lane 8 there from Invercargill. She would be up there with in the second spot or maybe just dropping back a bit into third behind Charlotte Klein there from Waihopai. So these are the two, Waihopai and Invercargill, two rowing sheds in the Ariti River. The distance between them is separated by a stream, probably only about 10 metres. And at this stage, they are looking to take the, wrapping up the Women's Intermediate Double Sculls A final as a deep south event. Certainly Charlotte Klein, Caitlin Whitaker on the far side is pushing away now. I don't think she's rating high, but she's getting definitely movement through a boat, though. Charlotte Klein there on the inside is rating a little bit higher, and she's tracking it down. They probably race each other all the time, and I can't even remember which one usually beats the other, to be honest, but it's not making a difference today because Charlotte Klein's coming through quick. She's coming through really quick on her fellow rower, Caitlin Whitaker from Waihopai. She's rowing over top. Okay, Caitlin is trying to respond to it, but no, Charlotte's got some beautiful length in those blades, power through the water, pulling it away. In the meantime, Mia Brown has now been pipped for the third position because we've got flying up on the inside here. We've got Burnside coming through here in lane 2. No, that's Cure. Annabelle Hurst in lane 2 is firing through. In fact, Annabelle Hurst is now pushing for the silver. Annabelle is going to Annabelle takes the silver off Caitlin Whitaker, who is now pipped into third place for bronze. So congratulations, Waihopai. That was Charlotte Klein has won the Women's Intermediate Single Sculls A final at the South Island Championships. And second spot came flying through was Cure, Annabelle Hurst there. And in third spot was the other Waihopai rower, Caitlin Whitaker. That was a quite exciting finish. A bit of kick coming through at the end. It's really nice to see. Rightio. Race 227, boys under 16 Cox State, and they're tearing down the track now. And to be the inside lane, it's not, it's that middle lane, but we better whip through the crews. We've got 2 to 9. St Thomas of Canterbury 1, St Andrews 1, Christ 2, St Bede's 1, Christ 1, Christchurch 1, Timaru 30, and Christchurch College 3 on lane 9. And it's 1, 2, 3. It's looking like it's St Bede's College. Is that St Bede's College there? I think it is St Bede's College. I've got the wood over everyone else at the moment, although these blades are made out of carbon fibre now. They've got the carbon fibre over everyone else at the moment, but just over Christ College 1 there, who are sitting on the other side of them, back in the second spot there, but then there's also this crew just outside of them again, Christchurch Boys High. They're all making the movement, but then in the meantime, inside, we've got Christ 2 in lane 4. This stage, though, it looks like St Bede's have got not a commanding lead, but they've got at least a boat length. This is the under 16 Cox State. They're rowing well. Then we go back to a Christ College crew, Christchurch Boys crew, and then another Christ College crew. The St Bede's crew look really pretty comfortable. Actually, I can see they've got nice reach there. There's nice synchronicity going on. They've clearly rode together quite a few times. And they're actually powering away now as they come through the 250. The rate's up. The boat's moving very smoothly through the water. The Christ College one on the far side of them is also rating up a bit. In fact, they're all starting to rate it now. They're trying to catch up this leader, but St Bede's is just powering away there. Every stroke they seem to make 2 metres over the inside. Christchurch Christ College one, who now both of them pulled themselves clear of Christchurch Boys and Christ 2. But is it going to be Christ 2 or Christchurch College 1 going to take the bronze? But in the meantime, St Bede's powering away. They've got 1, 2 coming up to, there'll be 3 boat lengths by the time they cross. They're making a very fine finish on this job. Christchurch College 1 be right behind them. But Christchurch College 2 are coming through very quickly. They've gone over top of Christchurch Boys at this stage, and they're coming in. In fact, they've even pulled down their number 1 crew, but they're almost just only a boat length behind. So that was St Bede's College 1. Well done, Wyatt Dent, Carter Connolly. Wyatt Dent, Carter Connolly, Alex Walters, James Franken, Isaac Guerra, Brodie Clements, Cooper Titterton Lecty, Ryan Gardner, and Matthew Casey as the Cox. You are the gold winners of the South Island Rowing Champs and the Boys Under 16 Cox Day. Don't forget to come and collect your medal, please. Then we've got 2 Christ College crews, Christchurch 1, Christ 1 and Christ 2. Jay, Freddie, Alex, Fletcher, Henry, George, Matthew, Harry with Johnny Simpson. The Cox was Christ College 1 and silver. And then number 2, Charlie, Sim, Alex, Richards, Arthur, Connor, Thomas, Edward, George, Charlie, and Sam Pilbrew as the Cox took the bronze spot. And as we're just coming through, the final crew's coming through now, and then the flag will go up. The race has been finished. That's the Christ College 3 team. So Christ College had 3 teams in this event. They did well with 2. Looking over the umpire now, he's satisfied. His flag's gone up. So that's the end of the race 226, the Boys Under 16 Coxed 8. Rightio, the women's novice coxed 4. The women's novice coxed 4, the B final. If you give me a moment. Right, the women's novice coxed 4 B final. They're not quite at the 1,000 yet, so I'll quickly go. Let's whip through. Just always good to whip through these messages. So just a reminder, if you let your kids know or you let your athletes know, please collect your medals from the McRae Lounge. Please do it now. Do it when you win. Don't wait till the end, otherwise you'll be queuing. You'll be wanting to get back home. You'll be wanting to get back home to Christchurch or Nelson or Invercargill, and you're having to queue up and you're 20 deep or more, and you're going to have to wait. So you don't want that. Get them now. Get going. Rightio. Also, just to mention that if you've got any leftover food, please drop it into the Secretary's office. So any leftover food, don't throw it out. Just take it to the Secretary's office and they distribute it to the food bank. Secretary's office is under the control tower at the back. So we come up to the 1,000. The women's novice Cox 4B final. Lane 1 to 10. We've got Ashburton 1, Avon 51, Christchurch Girls 1, Oamaru 2, Avonside 1, Christchurch 3, Wairoa 1, Invercargill 1, Nelson 1, and Canterbury 1. Looking like they're this stage as they coming through the 1,000. They're looking reasonably spread evenly. Generally a few in the line there, but it's that usual middle position there. What bones that? 1, 2. Oh, how many do I say in this race? There's 10 in this race, the B final. It's possibly lane 7, Wairoa 1. Just in a nice spot. No. What's this crew over the far side? Is there a quad there who'd like way ahead of everyone else? That is 2. Is that Canterbury 1? Because that'd be quite interesting, especially if they've got an outside lane. They are dominating this race. It's Canterbury 1 looking like on the far side of Lily, Lauren, Georgia, Natalie Cox by Zoe Sullivan there. They're actually off my screen because I was looking more to the middle. They look like they might be in the number 1 position there with Wairoa 1, Hannah, Michelle, Esme and Victoria, Sarah Ponder West is the Cox there in the perhaps in line with them or maybe slightly behind. just inside Wairo, we've got Christchurch Girls 3 and Elise, Sophie, Paige and Izzy with Stella Pennant as the cocks there. But they're looking back a bit from these other two boats. They would at least be three lengths back, I would say. So it does look like it's Canterbury 1 and Wairo 1 there. That Canterbury 1 crew, it's half of these angles. I'm going to see who's going to hit the 500 first. I think it's the Wairo 1 crew here. Yes, I think it's Wairo 1 in lane 7. Probably maybe a canvas and a little bit over the Canterbury 1 crew on the far side. And they are well ahead of the others by at least 3 or 4 boat lengths. There is a boat here, Ashburton 1. Evie Harper, Gretchen Summer, coxed by Luke Moffat there, just on this inside lane 2. That possibly is the third position for the women's novice coxed 4B final, race 228. But they'll be off the pace from these other two. Looks like this Wairo crew is now just maybe digging down and slowly pulling themselves away from this Canterbury crew. The Canterbury crew, the coxswain, are obviously watching something because they've upped their rating a bit. They want to stay up there. But the Wairo crew is creeping away. Their rating hasn't gone up that much, but they're obviously getting good movement through the water. The boat's pushing along. In fact, I've got it all wrong, haven't I? That's Avonside 1. I'm very sorry. That's Avonside 1, not Wairo. They're way back. So Avonside 1. Emily Coutier, Kira Knighton, Ruby Clark, Kate Burgess with Anika Johnson. The Cox are actually in the first position. Man, I should have put my binoculars up earlier. I missed that one. I'm very sorry about that, but it's just Avonside 1. Avonside Girls 1, who are coming through very strongly now. They've rolled over the Canterbury 1 on the far side. They're probably 2 boat lengths ahead, looking for a quick finish as well. They've upped their rating, pulling themselves away from Canterbury. Then there's a lot of clear water, maybe 5 back to this inside crew, Ashburton here in this lovely gold boat with the red nose. Coming through into third spot, but Avonside Girls 1 coming through at least 5 boat lengths by the time they cross the line, which will be, just line up my line that I drew on the window. Yep, it comes through now. Then you'll hear the Canterbury 1 crew over in the far side, the far lane coming through into second place. And in the meantime, we've got Ashburton who come flying through on this inside lane to take third. In fact, they actually almost, whoa, I was going to say they almost rolled the Canterbury crew. So well done, Avonside Girls. Emily, Kira, Ruby, Kate, coxed by Anita Johnson for that, taking that first in the B final of the race 2 to 8 women's novice cox 4. Right, so we better move on to the women's novice cox for the A final, race 2 to 9, the medal winning final. Right, lane 1 to 10, Columbia College 1, St Margaret's 1, St Margaret's 2, Rangiroa Girls 2, 1 and 3, Christchurch Girls 2, Oamaru 1, Timaru 1 and St Margaret's 3 on the far side. This will be my last race, and then I'll hand over to Will here. Just have a quick gizzy here. It looks like a Rangiroa crew. I mean, I've got pretty good odds that I would be either them or St Margaret's, given the number of crews they've got on this event. But it definitely looks like a Rangiroa crew there in the middle, and so it's the middle crew. I think that would be Abby, Lily, Bo, and Zoe, with Grace O'Connor as the cox there. That's lane 5. Yes, that's lane 5, the Rangiroa crew there. They actually look like they're easily in a good position over everyone else. Who's that 2 away from? That would be Christchurch Girls. Lola, Grace, Lily, Mia, Millie, coxed by Liv Abley in lane 7 there. Are they up there with them? I think they're a bit back. No, maybe a boat length at the most. We've also got a crew here in St Margaret's 1 in lane 2. Izzy, Sadie, Greer, Isabel and Sarah Farrell. So these 3 strong rowing crews from Canterbury, Rangiroa, St Margaret's and Canterbury. But at this stage it's possibly that Rangiroa crew, but this St Margaret's crew on the inside in lane 2 here are actually making some movement. They're actually picked it up. They've picked it up reasonably early. They're pushing themselves along. I think that they'd still probably a couple of boat lengths back in this Rangiroa crew. Have also looked like they're, I can see their blades flickering a bit more, so they've upped their rating a bit, definitely. And meanwhile, over on the far side, so have Canterbury. But Rangiroa is still in control here, but not by much, I believe, over this Canterbury crew over there in, Christchurch crew, sorry, over there in lane 7. the St Margaret's crew in lane 2 here are coming down pretty quickly. Rangiru is their coxswain. Is she watching both sides? Is it she or he? Yeah, it's a she. So St Margaret's are coming through very quickly here in lane 2. So Izzy, Sadie, Greer and Isabel coming through down very quickly here. They've now, looks like to me, they're only a boat length behind this Rangiru crew, and Christchurch girls on the other side. Lola, Grace, Lily, Mia and Millie are they're all putting pressure on 80, Lily, Bo and Zoe there. Grace O'Connor is the cox. They're coming through very quickly. This is a nice kick here from the St Margaret's crew. I think they're rolling over the Rangiru crew. Yes, they are. Rangiru are going to respond to this. They have. They've suddenly, I think, maybe they didn't see them or they're pushing now, but St Margaret's are kicking through very quickly to take this goal position unless anything drastic happens, which I doubt. In fact, they're going to take it by a boat length. Good, strong push at the finish. They're driving their boat through. Rangiru are coming through in the bronze place with over the far side, the Christchurch girls crew held on for bronze, I should say. Rangiru was silver. And then we go back to another St Margaret's 2. Then it will be Christ's College. Rangiru. Gosh, get my voice going now. That's why I need to leave. Rangiru 2. And then the inside lane here, we've got Columba College from Dunedin coming through. So congratulations to St Margaret's College 1 of Izzy, Sadie, Greer and Isabella with Sarah Farrell as the cox. I didn't see any times up there. They came through with a very quick, strong finish here to pip the Rangiru girls. I wouldn't say a boat length to pip, but they pipped them anyway in the end to come through, came through in silver, and back to Christchurch Girls High School that came through in the bronze. That was the women's novice cox 4 race 229. Right, I better hand over quickly here because I can see the next boat coming and Will is awaiting patiently for me.
B final of the men's NT double sculls just coming down now. Final stages. Lane 1 is Oamaru 1, Lane 2 Avon 2, Lane 3 Burnside High School 2, Lane 4 Waihopai 1, Lane 5 Nelson 1, Lane 6 Otago Boys High 1, Lane 7 Otago 2, Lane 8 Avon 3, Lane 9 Cromwell 1, and Lane 10 is Nelson 2. And I think that's Burnside High School putting out a pretty good performance there. So that's Mitch Cowan and Jack Payne putting out a pretty good performance in this B final. Next up would be looking at Waihopai number 1 in lane number 4 there. But here comes Burnside just sitting about 3 or 4 lengths up on this Waihopai crew. It looks like there's a bit of a battle going on between Otago Boys High School. I think that might be Cromwell there in lane 9. So that's the battle for third place right now. It looks to be Otago Boys High School by just maybe 3/4 of a length over that Cromwell crew. Then we'll be going back to Oamaru and Avon on the inside, as well as that Otago crew in the middle there, and Nelson. A final now of the men's NT double sculls coming down the course. Lane 1 is Avon number 1, Elliot Nye and Jack Wassell. Lane 2 is Canterbury number 1, Mark McDermott and Liam Collins. Lane 3 is Wakatipu number 1, Finn Henderson and Cameron Hall. Lane 4 is Otago 11, Brendan Ells and Alexander Hatchell. Lane 5 is St Andrews College number 2, John Reedy and Jack McStay. Lane 6 is Christchurch Boys High School number 1, Will Cunningham and Ricky Turvitt. Lane 7 is Dunstan Arm number 1, Brennan Keane and Jed Tisdall. Lane 8 is Union number 1, Harry Pearce and Daniel Cara. Lane 9 is Shirley Boys High School number 1, Silas Freeman and Chris Brignall. And lane 10 is Cure Boating Club number 1, Ethan McGrath and Liam Barrett. So coming down the course, I can see the Otago colours. Right tucked in beside them is St Andrews, and then on the other side we've got Dunstanam. Those are the three I'd say they're looking for a medal. Also potentially lane 2 there. I think that's Canterbury number 1 just a bit further back. Looks to be Otago sitting in the lead right now, just entering that last 250. Then we'll be looking at Dunstanam and St Andrews. So St Andrews and Dunstanam in a bit of a battle, but I think Dunstanam's just walking past them as they try to climb up onto Otago's stern there. So that Otago crew, Brendan Ells and Alexander Hatchell, trying to take this out from lane number 4. Then we're looking at lane number 5, St Andrews College, currently sitting in that bronze medal position as Dunstanam looks to climb. They've got their rating up in that Dunstanam crew. This is the men's NT double sculls A final. It looks like Dunstanam just coming past Otago through the 100 now. It's half length to Dunstanam. Dunstanam crew is Brennan Keane and Jed Tidd still working their way to this gold medal. Last 50 metres, can Otago respond? It looks to be Dunstanam by just half a length, and it looks like they're pushing away to 2 seats now over this Otago crew. It's going to be 3/4 of a length to Dunstanam over the line. Nope, just a canvas to Dunstanam. Then we go to Otago. St Andrews on a bit of an island in 3rd place. They're going to take that bronze medal position. It's Canterbury and Christ College come to the line. No, that's Union there. And then we've got Wakatipu, Christchurch Boys High School. On the outside there, that's Cure, Shirley Boys, and Avon round out the field on that one. Okay, we've got a quick race up next time. This is the men's premier Coxless quadruple sculls. Lane 3, we have Dunstanam number 2. Lane 4, Cure Boating Club composite crew. Lane 5 is Dunstan Arm number 1. Lane 6 is Avon number 1. Lane 7 is Wairo number 1. And lane 8 is Avon number 2. Coming down into that last 500, I'm seeing a white boat there. It looks like it's the Rose from Dunstan Arm charging away to the victory here. That is lane number 5, Dunstan Arm number 1, Angus Kenny, Jack Pearson, Matthew O'Meara, Henry Clatworthy. They look to be the crew in front, and I'd say we're looking at Avon potentially in that 2nd place. So Jimmy Midlicic, Ben Allen, Nathan Luff, and Scott Shackleton currently sitting in that 2nd place. But right on the inside there, looking to challenge will be Dunstanam number 2 crew. That's Angus Lowe, Josh Bartlett, Jed McIntosh, and Hamish Yeatman trying to get up into that 3rd place. They've pushed past Cure there, so that's the Cure composite crew. But here comes Dunstanam, pretty dominant performance here coming into the last 300 metres. They've got that one, they've got the sprint, they've got that nice tailwind coming down the course. They'll be looking to go sub 6:20 in this Coxless quad for sure. They come down to that 250. Expect a wine to come from Dunstanam as Avon is now being challenged by Dunstanam number 2 crew. So Avon's currently sitting in 2nd, just maybe half length up on that Dunstanam number 2 crew. Dunstanam number 2 in turn have a length on Cure, and then we go back to Avon number 2 on the outside there. But Dunstanam number 1 entering that last 250. Avon's joining them, and then we've just got Dunstanam number 2 just sitting a length back, but watch the charge coming from Wairo there as well as they battle with Cure for that 3rd spot, as Dunstanam number 2 currently holding on to that 3rd position, trying to climb up on Avon's stern. Avon's closing on Dunstanam number 1, but Dunstanam number 1's going to hold on by about 2 lengths. Then we'll be looking at Avon number 1, Dunstanam number 2 go through now, and Cure is catching them. Cure's just half a length down on Dunstanam number 2, so Dunstanam number 2 is going to need to respond as that Cure boat's starting to wind. So that's Alex Fletcher, Jostian Leota Butler, Angus Cool, and Lewis Mates. They're just sitting half lengths down on that Dunstanam number 2 crew. Dunstanam number 2 is going to hold on just by 3 seats over Cure. Then we go to Wairo. Then we're looking at Avon number 2. And now we have the younger age group equivalent. This is the men's under 19 Cox quadruple sculls. In lane 3, we've got St Bede's College number 1. In lane 4, Otago Boys High number 1. In lane 5, Wakatipu number 1. In lane 6, St Thomas of Canterbury number 1. In lane 7, Christchurch Boys High School number 1. And in lane 8, Christ College number 1. So it looks like they're just in that 2nd 500 now. Bit of distance. Time for the 8th final was, whoa, 6 minutes flat for that Dunstanarm crew. So there's a rapid time for a men's Prem quad there. So that's a Coxless boat. And we'll be looking at even just 6 seconds back on them. So just coming up to the K now is that men's under 19 quad. I am seeing the boys from Wakatipu here. Looks like they might be challenged a bit more than I thought by, that might be St Thomas of Canterbury there. It is Wakatipu in front, just maybe by Clearwater coming into the K here. So Wakatipu looking confident in this men's under 19 quad. In that second place, it might be St Thomas. Then we've got a challenge coming from Bede's, just a length down on that St Thomas crew. And then outside of St Bede's is Otago Boys High number 1. So this Wakatipu number 1 crew, you're looking at Harry Lightfoot, Max Davis, Sebastian Watson, Charlie Manser, and Mia Pagan as the Cox. Outside of them, St Thomas of Canterbury number 1 is Carter Baxter, Darby Renata, Luca Damiani, Andre Simpson, and Jack Dunn is the Cox of that boat. So 4 crews in the mix right now. That's definitely Wakatipu out in front there. So I think the boys from Wakatipu have just pushed past that St Thomas crew just a bit more. St Thomas looks to be looking good for the second. I think current battle right now looks to be between the red and black of St Bede's versus Otago Boys High School there in lane 4. So not seeing too much of an upset. I think there might have been a scratching from Christ College here. Christchurch Boys just a bit further back. Christchurch Boys did win that quad today. Not the quad, they won the 4 today. They're racing the quad. And they don't look to be winning this. But here comes Wakatipu, and they've just stormed away from St Thomas. They're sitting about 3.5 lengths up on that St Thomas crew. St Thomas sitting somewhat comfortable, but Otago Boys High School, they have shot out into that 3rd place position, just sitting half a canvas up on that St Bede squad. And those 2 crews, they're battling between each other, and that brings the fight back up to St Thomas, who definitely aren't out of the woods yet to take that silver. So St Thomas just barely clear water on Otago Boys High School and St Bede's. That St Bede's Cox in there, Theodore Gilson, who'll be trying to work his boys past this Otago Boys High School quad of Nicholas Tom, Henry Lucas, Ben Thompson, Andre Adams, Lauren Gibb is the Cox. So he'll be cracking the whip as they come up to this last 250. Bede's and Otago Boys High School in a bit of a battle, and they're both closing on St Thomas, but the boys from Wakatipu are sitting out comfortable, just watching that race in front of them. They look relaxed. They're not even rating too high. So Wakatipu just sitting comfortable in front. And then we've got St Thomas, who might have just pushed away of this Otago Boys High School quad, as Otago Boys High School have cracked the whip now and gone past Bede's, just sitting half length up on Bede's now is that Otago Boys High School quad. St Bede's sitting pretty well clear of Christchurch Boys as well, but here comes Wakatipu storming away to the victory in the men's under 19 Cox quadruple sculls. Looks like St Thomas might have just closed down on them a bit, as Otago Boys High School have walked straight past Bede's. They now have a length up on them, and it's now challenging that St Thomas quad. So Wakatipu will take the first, trying to high balance. I think, have they got that? Stroke seat's gone easy. St Thomas take the second, Otago Boys High School take the third, St Bede's for the 4th, and Christchurch Boys just a bit further back there in 5th. Women's senior double coming down now. We have in lane 1, Wairo 2, Daisy Vavasor and Grace Straker. In lane 2 is Cashmere High School number 1, Larry Clare and Thea Murdy. Lane 3 is Cure Boating Club number 1, Milligram and Messina Sewer. Lane 4 is Avon number 1, Claudia Kinder and Poppy Windham. Lane 5 is Dunstan Arm number 2, Olivia Key and Emma Spittle. Lane 6 is Dunstan Arm number 1, Millie Scott and Olivia Pybinger. Lane 7 is Twizel number 1, Sadie Mason and Kiara Dine. Lane 8 is Wyro number 1, Miller Van Redensburg and Lexi Timpson. Lane 9 is Nelson number 1, Naomi Robertson and Madeline Colas. And lane 10 is Avon number 2, Sienna Skilling and Sam Rankin. It's a pretty stacked up field. It looks like there's a bit of a lineup here as we're coming into this third 500 now. Actually, they're well past the third 500, about to enter this last 500. So we're looking at the middle lanes. I'm seeing there might be a Dunstan Arm crew performing quite well out there. And I'm seeing Twizel colours as well, the green and black of Twizel. And you'll also be looking at Avon there as well. So action is coming from those middle lanes, as expected with that arrowhead effect. Outside of Twizel, that is Wyro number 1, just seeing a bit further back, and they're about to enter that last 500 as we've got a nice tailwind coming over the course. So expect some fast times for these later races. So it is Dunstan Arm there performing well. I'm trying to see, that might be lane number 5. That's Dunstan Arm number 2, Olivia Key and Emma Spittle leading the field home here. And then I'd say we're looking just outside of Dunstan Arm number 2. It's Dunstan Arm number 1. That's Millie Scott and Olivia Pybinger. So those are the two I'd say contending well, but I think Dunstan Arm number 1 might just be getting tracked down by that Twizel crew, and also on the inside, you got Avon number 1, Claudia Kinder and Poppy Windham trying to get into the top 3 as well. Only one crew is sitting pretty comfortable right now, and that's Dunstan Arm number 2, Olivia Key and Emma Spittle. Coming into the last 250, they'll be using that tailwind, trying to track down a fast time. Time for that Wakatipu number 1 quad was 6:33, which is very fast on these Twizel waters. The time was broken for the men's under 18 quad at Marty last year. That was a 6:24, I believe, which was a rapid. And here's the Dunstan Arm crew probably trying to break another record while they're at it. Olivia Key and Emma Spittle is charging away the victory here. They're seeing 3 lengths up, but Dunstan Arm number 2 is being tracked down by this Twizel double. This Twizel double of Sadie Mason and Kiara Dine is trying to work their way into second place as Avon tries to get into the mix as well, but they're seeing a bit further back. So look at the battle for second as Twizel's charging home, and it's Balball for Balball in the last 100. So who's got the wine? That's what's going to matter. Can they keep internal? It's Dunstan Arm number 1 versus Twizel number 1. Dunstan Arm number 1, Millie Scott and Olivia Pybinger versus Twizel number 1 of Sadie Mason and Kiara Dine. It looks like Twizel's just pushing through. Can they do it? Balball for Balball. Last 10 metres coming through on the line. Dunstan Arm number 1 goes again. Dunstan Arm number 1 goes again. Swing of the Balballs. I'm going to go Dunstan Arm number 1. Twizel probably takes the third. Avon for the fourth. Then we go to Cure, Cashmere, Wyro number 1, Nelson, Wyro number 2, and Avon number 2. So I'll check for that second and third place because that was very close. It was just a swing of the Balballs on that one. Men's Club Coxless pair oars coming up now. So we have lane 3 is Nelson number 1, Ted Callahan and Ethan Steele. Lane 4, Cure Boating Club number 1, Hamish McIntosh and Didier Marks. Lane 5 is Wyro number 1, James Ripley and Liam Kirkland. Lane 6 is Avon number 1, Sam Evans and Danny Webb. Lane 7 is Avon number 2, Harry Black and Sam McAfee. So it was Dunstan Arm number 1 just barely over that Twizel crew by 0.17 of a second. So this is the club pair. Let's see who takes it out here. And I think that is the purple colours of Cure currently sitting in front. So that is Hamish McIntosh and Didier Marks currently just sitting a length up. Seems to be a battle between those two Avon crews for that third spot, as well as Wyro currently sitting in second, I'd say. Only crew really that's dropped off of the pack here is just that Nelson #1 crew. So we've got 4 crews all lined up trying to take this gold medal. On the outside, Avon #2 probably just sitting in 4th. Avon #1 sitting in 3rd, trying to get up into these top 2 positions. Will be the Avon #1 crew. Wyro just sitting in 2nd, trying to get past this Cure crew, but it's Cure out in front. Hamish McIntosh and Didier Marks coming into the final 300 metres. Wyro crew, that's James Ripley and Liam Kirkland, and then Avon #1 currently sitting in 3rd. That's Sam Evans and Danny Webb. So here comes Cure charging away into the final 250. They're just sitting maybe a length up on this Wyro crew. This is the A final. Then we've got Avon #1 just being tracked down by the Avon #2 crew of Harry Black and Sam McAfee. So I think that Avon #2 crew is just charting home with a good final 250 here. How does Avon #1 respond as they both draw up on that Wyro crew, who in turn is drawing up on that Cure crew? So it's all pretty tight between these 4 crews for that 1st, 2nd and 3rd. But only 3 crews will come away with a medal, and it looks like Cure's going to take the gold here. Hamish McIntosh and Didier Marks, but Wyro's having a question. They're saying not today. So that Wyro crew's James Ripley and Liam Kirkland, and have drawn up to a canvas. This Wyro crew's going for it. That Cure crew just sitting a little bit lower on the rate. So Wyro's trying to charge up into 1st place as that Avon #2 crew tries to roll up on the Avon #1 crew for that 3rd place. Wyro's taken the charge. They've stolen a march, and they're up by half length over that Cure crew. And then we're looking at a battle for 3rd between these 2 Avon crews. It looks to be Avon #1 bow-balling with their #2 crew. I'm going to say I think it might have just been Avon #1 on the line over that #2 crew. Then we're looking at Nelson, and that's a field in the club Coxless Piers. So great racing there. Next up is the B final of the men's under-19 pair. Looks like quite spread out. I think we might have a few scratchings in that event. So B final is Lane 2, Shirley Boys High School #1, Logan Skelton and Jack Stewart. Lane 3 is Shirley Boys High School #2, Otto Montgomery McCarthy and Finn Lloyd. Lane 4 is St Bede's College #3, Darrell Lynch and Andy Peterson. Lane 5 is Christ College #2, George Metcalf and Logan Connolly. Lane 6 is Christchurch Boys High School #2, Ruben Fifield and Harvey Moyle. Lane 7 is Wyro 11, Blake Campbell and Louis Gerling. And Lane 8 is Christ College #4, Will Donaldson and Sam Cochran. So it was Wyro that won that. Cure in 2nd. Avon #1 got the 3rd, just 0.2 of a second in front of that Avon #2 crew. I think that's Christ College in a pretty decisive lead there in this B final of the men's under-19 pair. Then we're looking at Avon. That might be St Bede's actually. And inside it's Shirley Boys sitting in 3rd. All pretty spread apart this field. So everyone that's won a medal today, please collect your medals from the McRae Lounge. And any leftover food, please drop into the Secretary's office and it will be distributed to the local food bank. So just in the final stages, that 3rd 500, I think that is the black and white of Christ College. No, that looks to be Wyro actually. That is Wyro 7. Well, Wyro 11. In lane 7, that's Blake Campbell and Louis Gerling. with a pretty strong performance in this pair. Then I'd say that might be the red colours of St. Bede's currently sitting in second. That is the red and black of St. Bede's. Then we're looking at Christ College and an Empacker boat there. That's the Empacker pair on the outside. And then inside is Shirley Boys High School. I think those are the only 4 crews entered in this B final of the men's under-19 pair. I think the rest may have scratched. So it is Wairo currently sitting in front. Pretty dominant performance here in this B final. Just seeing maybe 6 lengths up on that St. Bede's crew, who in turn are pretty well up on that Shirley Boys High School crew, who are up on Christ College. So when the field's well spread like this, you probably won't be focusing too much on your external competition, more just focusing on what you can do to make your boat go well. Especially in pairs, it will be pretty tough to see the competition because you can't be looking around. You don't have a coxswain to help you out. So really the only way you can judge it is maybe the puddles next to the water or pushing past another crew. We have Wairo here into this last 150, just taking their boat along. Probably won't need a wind there, but maybe just trying to get as much as they can up over the St. Bede's crew. Then we'll be looking at Shirley Boys High School number 2, Otto Montgomery McCarthy and Finn Lloyd currently sitting in 3rd. And then we've got Christ College in 4th. So next up we have the A final of the men's under-19 coxless pair. Lane 1, St Thomas of Canterbury number 2, James Lotter and Ben Morrison. Lane 2 is St Andrews College number 1, Jackson Evans and Theodore Thomas. In lane 3, matching them will be St Andrews College number 2, Harry Pitts and Bradley Hughes. Lane 4 is St Bede's College number 2, Jake O'Sullivan and Quinn O'Sullivan. Lane 5 is Avon number 1, Luke Tompkins and Bede Guerra. Lane 6 is Avon number 2, Charles Beale and Benjamin Ashman. Lane 7 is St Bede's College number 1, Bruno Dooley and Hugo Van Herel. In lane 8, St Thomas of Canterbury number 1, Noah Lequelic and Flynn Grace. In lane 9, Christchurch Boys High School number 1, Jamie Carmo and Billy Finau. In lane 10, Christchurch Boys High School number 3, Benson Winters and William McKay. So this field is not as well spread as I thought it would be. I thought it would be the 2 Avon crews quite a bit in front, and it looks like one of them's performing well there. But I think another one's being challenged by that St Bede's crew on the outside. So I think that might be... Oh no, that's not the O'Sullivans. That's Bruno Dooley and Hugo Van Herel, and they're putting out a statement to Charles Beale and Ben Ashman, being like, we know we're high school rowers, but we can roll over some of the best in this club grade. But it does look to be Avon number 1, Luke Tompkins and Bede Guerra out in front, pretty comfortable. But this Bede's crew, these 2 Bede's crews actually, lane 4 as well, that's Jake O'Sullivan and Quinn O'Sullivan, look to be trying to get up into the top 3 as well. But Hugo Van Herel and Bruno Dooley are really putting out a challenge here to this Avon number 2 crew of Benjamin Ashman and Charles Beale. I think it's just Benjamin Ashman and Charles Beale just a length in front, but here comes the boys from Bede's sitting in 3rd. Then we've got Bede's number 2 and then the 2 St Andrews pairs battling with each other. I think it's just St Andrews College number 2 just barely over their number 1 crew. Here comes Luke Tompkins and Bede Guerra, Avon number 1. They're sitting 2 lengths clear as I think Avon number 2's really started to put the foot down over the Bede's crews. Charles Beale and Benjamin Ashman are trying to fight off this charge coming from the boys from Bede's. So it's the red and white versus the red and black at the moment. It looks to be lane number 6, Avon number 2 just barely in front of St Bede's, but I think St Bede's just made another charge again. It's Balville for 2nd and 3rd again. These boys in Avon number 1 will be watching their number 2 crew and cheering them on from the front. And here comes St Bede's, Balville for Balville over the line. I think it's just this Avon pair just by a quarter of a canvas, rolling over to half a canvas. I think Avon's got the march at the end. They're going to take it by just a canvas at the end. Then we go to St Bede's. Then we'll be looking at St Bede's number 2, St Andrews College number 2, St Andrews number 1, Christchurch Boys High School number 3, St Thomas number 1, Christchurch Boys High School number 1 and that's says St Thomas, but that's clearly a Christ crew there. Okay, next up we have the Women's Club Coxus 4. So we've got 3 crews entered in this. Lane 4, St Margaret's College number 1. Lane 5, Avon number 1. And lane 6, Canterbury number 1. And it looks to be Avon coming through the K there, just sitting about 3 lengths clear of that Canterbury crew. Canterbury in turn have about 2 lengths over that St Margaret's crew. So field is relatively well spread. Be curious to see what those times come through as. My prediction is going to be a 7:06. Oh, no, I'm wrong again. That was a 6:57 to Avon number 1. So they go sub 7. 4 seconds behind them is Avon number 2. Then a second, just less than a second behind them is St Bede's College number 1. So very rapid times, 6:57 in Twizel. Makes me wonder what these premates can do. I'd say maybe a 5:52 at this point. So Avon's looking pretty strong in this club 4. Just this last 750 coming down. Don't really look too challenged by Canterbury, and Canterbury is not looking too challenged but from St Margaret's. So again, this will have to be this internal in the boat where they don't have too much competition going beside them, so they'll have to focus on their own rowing, trying to really urge themselves on. So that club 4 just coming past that 500 metre mark now, and they've really pushed away, just seeing 4 lengths clear of that Canterbury crew as they come past the 500 now. So this Avon crew is Cara Brignall, Kate Smith, Isabel Williamson and Sienna Godfrey Chatterton. Then lane 6, Canterbury number 1 is Meredith Lewis, Kate Streeton, Toby Reese and Libby Greaves. Then we've got St Margaret's, Ella McLean, Sophia Cathro, Isabella Green and Josie Kennedy. So Avon looking good coming into this last 250. Just trying to get as much distance as they can over these other 2 crews. So they'll just be looking to try and dominate the rest of the field. I think they've got a tandem in that Avon club boat. And then we have Canterbury there. They're into the last 250. And then we've got St Margaret's, who I think might have just closed the gap a bit. But I don't think they're going to catch this Canterbury crew as Avon comes past the last 100 now. Canterbury just seeing maybe 5 lengths back now on this Avon crew. So Avon's just doing well, taking that boat along. Canterbury's coming up to 100 now, so it's about nearly 100 metre gap, maybe just 80 metres. Then we've got Canterbury, and they're sitting about 50 metres clear of this boat from St Margaret's. So these are coxless boats. So St Margaret's probably won't be used to rowing a coxless boat. So good job coming from them. Next up we have the girls under 17 Cox 4. So lane 1 is St Andrews College number 3. Lane 2 is Christchurch Girls High School number 2. Lane 3 is Wairo number 1. Lane 4 is St Andrews College number 1. Lane 5 is St Andrews College number 2. Lane 6 is Columba College number 1. Lane 7 is Christchurch Girls High School number 1. Lane 8 is Nelson number 1. And lane 9 is Rairu Girls School number 1. Then lane 10 is Christchurch Girls High School number 3. So they're just coming up to the K here. It looks to be that St Andrews crew. I think that's St Andrews College number 2 in lane 5 there. Then we've got outside of them, that's Columba College in a battle with St Andrews College number 1, who are currently just sitting a canvas off them in 3rd. Nobody else really, maybe outside of Columba, Christchurch Girls High School could get up into the mix. But apart from that, nobody really looking too challenged there. So battle looked like it was between 2nd and 3rd, St Andrews College number 1 and Columba College number 1. And they look close enough that they could bring that battle back to St Andrews College number 2. So Charlotte Galvin, Chloe Lowe, Isabel Cody, and Lucia Abs are currently in front. Olive Steele is the cox of that boat. But she's going to need to watch a charge coming from the fellow St Andrews crew inside of her and Columba College on the outside. So they were just sitting a length out. So it's a good distance, but definitely not comfortable. So just in that third 500 now there. Some moves will be played here. This is under 17, so they've definitely got some experience under their belt. I'm still seeing that St Andrews boat in front. It's still that St Andrews boat in lane 5, and I think they've pushed away. So I think Lucia Apps will be the stroke of that boat, trying to push away from St Andrews College number 1 and Columba College number 1. I think Columba College may just be challenged by Christchurch Girls High School number 1, which is Laura Ryle, Summer Smith, Tallulah Leggett, Sienna Cochran, and Georgetta Haler is the cox. Last 500, we've got that tailwind coming down. Time for that women's club 4 was a 7:18. So just got St Andrews paddling along there. They've pushed away from that number 1 crew and Columba, so very good job in the 17:4. So under 17, they'll be in their second to last season of rowing. You might have some rowdowns in there as well. Good 17-4 could likely contend with some of the good 18-4s. Probably not get into the middle mix, but maybe able to make an A final. So there we go. Here's St Andrews College looking good here. And to the last 300 metres they go. They're just trying to hold off that Columba crew, which I think is just pushed past into second over St Andrews College number 1. So St Andrews College number 1's Katie Taggart, Sailor Hitchcock, Sophia Drew, and Molly Thomas, with Robbie Miller as the cox. And Columba College is Georgia Drummond, Isla Nicholson, Annika Lisa, Nova Whiston, and Kate Bakersfieldville is their cox. So lane number 5, lane number 6, and lane number 4. I think Christchurch Girls High School is just tracking down that St Andrews College number 1 crew in lane 4. But it looks to be St Andrews College number 2 just leading by Clearwater over Columba. Columba's just sitting half length up on St Andrews College number 1. St Andrews College in turn have a length up on Christchurch Girls High School. Then we'd be looking back to Wairo, St Andrews College number 3 as well in the mix there, and Rangiruru. So here comes St Andrews number 2. They're sitting just a length and a quarter up on Columba. Columba in turn just have a length on St Andrews, and then St Andrews have a length on Christchurch Girls High School. Just a couple rough strokes taken at the end by that St Andrews crew, but they're still going to take out the win there. Then we've got Columba just a length up on St Andrews number 1. Then we are looking at Christchurch Girls High School number 1, Wairo, and St Andrews number 3, Rangi, Christchurch Girls High School crews, and Nelson. So St Andrews number 2 look pretty wrapped with that performance. Okay, boys under 17 single sculls B final coming down now. Lane 1 is St Thomas of Canterbury number 1, Hunter Taylor. Then we have lane 2, St Andrews College number 1, Henry Taylor. Lane 3 is Dunstan Arm number 1, Max Smith. Lane 4 is Otago number 2, William Light. Lane 5 is Otago Boys High number 1, Ben Thompson. Lane 6 is Otago number 4, Noah Hamilton. Lane 7 is Oamaru number 2, Ned Newlands Carter. Lane 8 is North End number 1, Alex McKeever. Lane 9 is Avon 51, Samuel Lindors. And lane 10 is St Andrews College number 2, Hendrik Todd Hunter. So one boat looks to be in front, potentially in an outside lane. I think that's Oamaru. The yellow and the black cross. That's Oamaru number 2, Ned Newlands Carter there in lane number 7. Currently leading this under-17 single. One of the most competitive events in high school rowing. If you win the under-17 single at Māori, I do believe you get a single. You win a single for your school. A Laszlo single for your school. Okay. And then we have Dunstan Arm in the mix there as well. And that might be North End as well. And North End number 1, Alex McKeever, putting out a pretty good performance here. This will be my final race, and then I'll hand you through to Ian to take you through for the rest of the day. Coming into the final 300 metres here is the rower from Oamaru, and he's just getting challenged now by that rower from Dunstan Arm, Max Smith. And on the inside there, also performing well, is St Thomas of Canterbury number 1, Hunter Taylor, trying to get into the mix for that top 3. We've got that tailwind coming down the course. So that time for the girls under 17.4 was 7:27. So pretty fast there. Got fast conditions. That tailwind's getting stronger and stronger by the minute. We've got Oamaru into that last 250 now. Then we'll see Dunstan Arm charging through here, as well as on the inside. That's St Thomas of Canterbury number 1 getting into the mix as well. Then we have the rower from North End on the outside, and then we'll be looking back to the 2 Otago rowers. That's William Light and Noah Hamilton. So Oamaru doing well here, coming into the last 150. He's got quite a big swing there, which is quite useful in a single, particularly in a tailwind, just holding on to as much speed as you can. And he's got that nice late square, which can be advantageous in a tailwind, or is it headwind? I get mixed up. Anyway, 80 metres to go for this rower from Oamaru. Then we're looking at Dunstan Arm currently in second, and then we're looking at the rower from North End, which is Alex McKeever, currently sitting in third. Then we'll be looking at Hunter Taylor in fourth, and then we go back to the flotilla of St Andrews at the 2 Otago crews, and in between them is Otago Boys High School, Ben Thompson.
Thanks, Will. Hey team, we've got an hour to go to get through to the end of what is finals day here at Lake Ruatana for the Meridian South Island Rowing Championships 2025, and just seeing Samuel Lindors from Avon 51 just out there in lane number 9. Does that mean there is a Robert Lindors wandering around the lakeside looking at rowers? That is the B final, the boys under 17 single sculls. The A final is on its way. I'll give you the field for that. In lane 1, Christchurch Boys High School 1, Cameron Buckingham. In lane number 2, Timaru 21, Harrison Searle. Lane number 3, Whakatipu 1, Michaela Thornton. Lane number 4 is Whakatipu 2, Max Davis. Lane 5, Oamaru 1, Kalpa Lynch. Lane 6, Timaru 30, George Talbot. Lane number 7, Twizel 1, the local, Luca Mains Upston. He's got a big engine, that boy. Lane number 8, Wairo 11, Aidan Bennett. Lane number 9, Ashburton 1, Caleb Armstrong. And in lane number 10, Otago 1, Paddy Kennedy. They're just making their way up to the 1,000 metre mark. Wonderful to see such a big crowd still here. And a special welcome and hello to our patron, Fred Strawn. Down there, last I saw, eating an ice cream and enjoying his 102nd year. And Fred's contribution to New Zealand and Canterbury rowing and South Island rowing is outstanding. You will not find a better example of someone to aspire to, and you'll see a number of boats racing up and down this road with his racing up and down this lake with his name on the side of it. There's a Twizel boat with Fred's 100 on the side of it. I just saw an Avon boat coming before with Fred Strawn on the side of it. And when you are next up in the lounge, take a look at the wall and you'll see a great summary of his achievements. So great to see you there, Fred, and wonderful to see Nessie, our amazing chief umpire, because she said I had to tell everybody that she's amazing. She's been feeding Fred ice cream, so all's well in the world. The boys under 17 single sculls, that's what we're here. Fred would tell me off for waffling. Lane 5, it's Oamaru 1, Cowper Lynch just on his outside, George Talbot from Timaru 30. And then in lane 7, we've got Luca Mains Upston from Twizel. Into the second half of the course they come. Whakatipu 2, Max Davis just to the left of the umpire boat as you see them coming down now. So we're starting to see a little bit of umpire activity on the course, but pretty good to spot Cowper Lynch there on the right-hand side of that umpire boat. He's in the white boat. He's got his yellow Oamaru singlet on, and he's just tucked in behind Max Davis and Whakatipu. Just on his right shoulder there, George Talbot from Timaru 30. Then back to Luca, but just on there, further out in lane 8, Aidan Bennett from Wairau 11. So a little bit of a tailwind for these scullers. It's not as flat as it has been for most of the regatta, but it will not cause them too many problems. They would have done a lot of training on this. We go right out beyond Wairau 11 to Caleb Armstrong from Ashburton. He's in lane 9, just sitting out there as well. Very competitive, this event. Under 17 single sculls. It's one of the events that the junior selectors take note of at this particular regatta, and also South Island Secondary School champs, and of course Marty at the end of March, heading up towards 750 metres to go. And it is still with, it looks to me, Whakatipu 2, Max Davis out there in lane number 4, just maybe ahead of Timaru 30, George Talbot. And I think now that Cowper Lynch from Oamaru is between those two scullers. Watching out on the outside, Aidan Bennett from Wairau 11. You see him out there in the white and the green. He'll be rowing out of Marlborough Boys College under the Wairau colours, coached by Clayton Lindstrom, Glenn Marfell. Doing quite handily out there. So it is a lineup of the 4 of them for me at this stage. It is Wairau, it is Timaru, Oamaru, Whakatipu 2. Just over inside from him would be Whakatipu 1, the next best of the rest, I would think. Then inside 2, Timaru 21, Harrison Searle. Back to lane 1 is Christchurch Boys High School number 1. Right outside then to lane 10, Paddy Kennedy from Otago, just battling out there in lane 10. Not easy. Now George Talbot starts to move. Up alongside Aidan Bennett from Wairau. Cowper Lynch hasn't given them up. Oh, we've got 4 lined up here. This could be a handy finish as we get down to the business end. That umpire boat that you can see coming down just on his right, you will see the sculler from Whakatipu. Max Davis heading towards the last of the red boys into the yellow boys. There's very little between these 4 scullers. We've got Whakatipu 2, Max Davis. Then it's Cowper Lynch from Oamaru. Then we go to George Talbot from Timaru. Across there. And then on the outside it is Aidan Bennett from Wairau. Tis. So George just starting to make a push. They'll head into the red boys now. They're dead even, these 3 scullers in front. Just starting to fall behind a wee bit now is Aidan Bennett. He'll have to catch up with them. But it's Timaru just ahead of Cowper Lynch. Cowper takes a snicky look to the right-hand side out of the Oamaru skiff. His hand speed starting to move now. Right alongside him is Whakatipu 2, Max Davis. Their way they go, these 3 boys. The advantage is just with George Talbot from Timaru. It's Timaru, Oamaru, Whakatipu. The very little between Whakatipu and Oamaru. Just got the advantage. Has the sculler from Timaru, George Talbot, falling away. He looks like he's crabbed over there. Has the sculler from Wairau. Caleb Armstrong from Ashburton just going alongside him to take 4th. But the business ends down here. George Talbot's got his head up and his arms down, and away he goes. He's out to a clear boat length now over the 2 scullers, Whakatipu and Oamaru. It's still a boat length now for Timaru. And just poking his nose in front to take the silver will be Whakatipu. He just got him at the end. He has over Oamaru. Broken him down, I think. But well done to George Talbot from Timaru. Takes the gold medal in the boys under 17 single sculls. Second and silver goes to Whakatipu number 2, Max Davis. And a game third there for George Cowper Lynch from Oamaru. Takes the bronze medal. Finishing 4th across the top will be Ashburton. Then through to Twizel, Wairau. Back there we come down to Whakatipu number 1. Down here to Timaru 21. Right across there in lane number 10 will be Otago 1. And completing the field will be Christchurch Boys High School number 1, Cameron Buckingham. Great racing between those 3 boys and their under 17 single sculls. They'll continue to compete with each other through the rest of the season for them. And those of you who have been lucky enough to win one of the medals today, make sure that you go and pick them up from the McRae Lounge and any of that leftover food that you've got, which is non-perishable, please get that through to the Secretary's office so they can distribute it to the local food bank. Wonderful initiative. Let's try and minimise the amount of food waste that we see from these regattas. Girls under 15, Cox State. Let's see who we've got in these fields. We've got time. They've just gone through up towards the 500 metre mark. In lane 1, St Andrews College 1. Tyler Darling, Winter Francis Sinclair, Sienna Curry, Violet Sigley, Sophie Beerman, Rebecca Buis, Lauren Exon, and Anika Piesner with Samuel Terry the Cox. In lane 2, Meridian College 1, Ava Thomas, Olivia Walker, Lexi Fickery House, Taylor Vale, Esme Tuilanga, Charlotte McLaughlin, Annabelle Carter, Aisha Clark, and Jessie Wayman as the clocks. St Margaret's College number 2 is in lane 3. Ceci Bridge, Holly Murdoch, Elizabeth Cooper, Tessa Corcoran, Leela Elkington, Olivia Beecroft, Stella Dick, Grace Jones with Lucy Johnson, the Cox. Wairo 1 are sitting in the middle of the field there in lane 4. There'll be ones to watch. Maisie Shenfield, Poppy Fernandez, Maggie Clark, Liv Horsnail, Daisy Lindstrom, Ruby Lindstrom. Good rowing names, those are Lindstroms. Emma Isles, Charlie Bennett, Hayley Sutherland as the Cox. Watch out for Rangiruru. They're out there in lane number 5. You'll see them with the yellow caps as they start to come down the field, and that's where they're sitting right now, in the middle of the course and leading them down. Addie Cathray, Mila Wilk, Alice Johnson, Lily Neppelenbrook, Bo Collier, Olivia Long, Phoebe Ensor, Zoe Fahey and Grace O'Connor as the Cox. Just on there outside and second at the moment, St Margaret's College number 1. Eliza Bliss, Alex Campbell, Sophia Tivers, Siobhan Brennan, Grace Miller, Sadie Erasmus, Greer Cathro, Isabella McCulley and Ali Scotland as the Cox. In lane 7, Christchurch Girls High School number 1. They did well 2 weeks ago at the Otago Canterbury Champs here. Phoebe Colley, Alice Bradshaw War, Sophie Kerr, Izzy Strawn, Paige Battersby, Lily Irving, Mia DeFrays, Millie Parsons, Stella Pannett is the Cox. Columba College 1, you'll see them out there. They're in lane number 8. They'll have the orange caps on. India Scott, Elodie Brown, Zoe Wallace, Devon Skivington, Lucy Earle, good rowing name there as well. Grandad will be watching. Hazel McRae, Isla Petty, Stella Ingalls and Hannah Paul the Cox. And lane number 9, Wairo 2, Kate Young, Ellie Ross, Lily Taylor, Izzy McLaughlin, Hannah Nicole, Emma Anderson, Casey Twiddle and Georgie Fissenden with Maisie Ferguson the Cox. This is the girls under 15 Cox 8 final. It is with Rangiruru number 1. They're currently leading by a boat length over St Margaret's College number 1. Then Christchurch Girls High School number 1. We go back on the inside to Wairo. Then St Margaret's College number 2. Right next to them is Meridian College 1. And I think we might have, just make sure everybody's there. They are. There'll be St Andrews College down there in lane number 1. To St Andrews College back there in lane number 1. Then we go right across to Columba College in lane 8, and on the outside, Wairo number 2. So quite dominant at this stage, Rangiruru number 1. Grace O'Connor sitting in the coxswain seat, guiding them down. She's got them through 12.50 as they head up past the passengers, all on the grassy knoll, looking at everybody. That doesn't make any sense, but it sounds good. St Margaret's College number 2 still sitting second. Then we go Christchurch Girls High School out there in lane number 7. Immediately after this race, we'll move into the intermediate double sculls for women, their B and the A final. So a little bit more challenging for the double scullers, but not too bad. Got a time for you for that boys under 17 single, won by George Talbot from Timaru 30 and a time of 7:39.42. Not too bad considering the conditions. 0.87 of a second back to Max Davis from Whakatupu number 2, and then Kaupa Lynch a couple of seconds back there. Oamaru 1 taking the 4th spot, Ashburt 5th, then Whakatupu number 1 finishing 5th. Clearwater for Rangiruru number 1 over St Margaret's. And Wairo moving into contention for this bronze medal. Just looking at Christchurch Girls High School number 1, Stella Panner, the Cox, will be looking across and just seeing Wairo coming into view, and she'll be counting the seats and letting the crew know where they are and what they've got to do to get back into it, because they're in danger of letting a medal slip here. St Margaret seem to be under control as far as second and silver placing goes here in the girls under 15 Cox 8. Standard rigging on all of these boats, and well under control Rangiruru number 1. Great effort here from the team. Eddie, Mila, Alice, Lily, Bo, Olivia, Phoebe, Zoe with Grace O'Connor the Cox. They come down to the red buoys. They've got 100 metres to go. Might be a little bit of a ripple on the water, but they're looking very clean and tidy as they go in and out. Nice swing around and back into a clean catch. Down with 50 metres to go. They've got 3/4 of a boat length over this crew from St Margaret's College number 1. That's Eliza, Alex, Sophia, Siobhan, Grace, Sadie, Greer, Isabella with Ellie Scotland, the Cox. But down they come. Commanding effort this from Rangiruru Girls School number 1 to take out the girls under 15 Cox State in the gold medal of the South Island Rowing Championships for 2025. Silver will go to the St Margaret's crew, and they've recovered well out there, have the St Christchurch Girls High School number 1 crew. Look like they're in danger of giving that up. Wairo will finish 4th though. 5th down here will be between, they've just crabbed. There's the 2 seat there for Meridian. That's unfortunate. Just gives the advantage up to St Margaret's College number 2. They'll come in ahead of Meridian, then we'll go across to Columba, across to Wairo number 2. Just through the 1,000 metre mark, the B final for the women's intermediate double sculls. No mean feat to be rowing a B final at South Island Rowing Championships. In lane 1, Dunstan Arm 2, Alia Cunningham and Summer Phillips. Lane number 2 is Invercargill 1, Katie Johnson and Caitlin Tatai. In lane 3, Waihopai number 2, Sophie Kundell and Charlotte Klein. In lane 4, Timaru 11, Olivia Moffat, Jasmine Payne. Lane number 5 is with Cashmere High School number 3, Abby Graham and Rose Swinburne. In lane number 6, Whakatipu 3, Scarlett Kavanagh and Evie Burra. In lane 7 is Wairo 1, Amelia Hardy and Zoe Halls. In lane 8, Cashmere number 1, Abby Pincus and Isla Anderson. Lane number 9, Otago Girls High School 2, Jamie Steib and Harriet Rowe. And out there in lane 10, Burnside High School number 1, Miranda Ewan and Julia Mitchell. Pretty even. Looks like Cashmere High School just to the right of the umpire's boat as you look. You can see them leading them down just on the left-hand side of their Timaru 11. Then we go across to, looks like Whakatipu 3. Very little between them and Wairo 1. And then very even across to Cashmere High School, Otago Girls number 2. Back down to Waihopai 2, I think, in lane 3. No scratchings, everyone's there. Back to Invercargill 1 and then Dunstan Arm number 2 back there in lane number 1. That's the B final. We'll just watch them come on down. But underway is our A final. That is through 500 metres. So the women's intermediate double sculls, the A final's on its way. This is race 244. North End 3, Brianna Patterson, Annie Tocker. Lane 2, Otago Girls 1, Ariana Oswald and Frances Donald. Lane 3 is Waihopai 1, Caitlin Whitaker and Thea Boyle. Lane 4 is Cure Boating Club 2, Hannah Shell Bolt and Ella Barnes. Lane 5 is Whakatipu 1, Caitlin Purdue and Caitlin Roberts. Lane number 6, Union 1, Ruby Bell Ferguson and Jamie Seddon. Lane number 7, Cure Boating Club 1, Perry Stevenson, Macy Barnes. Lane 8, Dunstan Arm 1, Charlotte Crosby, Charlotte McKenzie. Lane number 9, Wanaka 1, Chantel Thurston, Pierre Craig. And out there in lane 10 will be the second Union crew, number 2, Charlie Tate, Michaela Hurst. Looks like Whakatipu 1 early and Union 1 leading those crews down. Yep, pretty even across there. Let's just follow the B final down. And they're starting to manoeuvre themselves into position as they come through the last of the red boys. Being led down there by Abby and Rose from Cashmere High School in lane 5. Back across to Waihopai 2, they'd be second, just trying to push up on that Cashmere crew. Then we come back to Timaru 11, I think, across to Whakatipu 3. Cashmere number 1 would be next. Then we go outside to Otago Girls 2, back inside to Wairo 1, outside to Burnside number 1. Won't be a whole lot of fun out there in lane 10 this time of the afternoon. Lane 2 is Invercargill 1, they'll be next, and then Dunstan Arm number 2 in lane 1. So as the B final comes down, just another big thank you to all the volunteers who've done such a wonderful job delivering this regatta. Lots of organisation required within your own schools and clubs, as you know, but then an umbrella version, we have to deliver the regatta. Lots of volunteers to make this happen. And I guess some of those umpires are probably enjoying being able to come down the course now, as opposed to doing the zonal umpiring they've been doing for the last couple of days to keep the weight down. This is the B final, women's intermediate double sculls, moves into 100 metres to go, and that is with the Cashmere. They're leading the B final down over Waihopai, then Timaru into Whakatipu, go across the Cashmere number 1. On the outside to Otago Girls, come back into the middle to Wairo number 1. Down here in lane 1, Dunstan Arm number 2. Very little between them and the Burnside crew out there in lane 10. Then we come back down into Invercargill in lane number 2. So congratulations to the Cashmere crew going over to win that A final. B final as well. The silver will go to Waihopai. And it looks like third and fourth are a little between Timaru, or Timaru just putting a quick spurt on to take third over Whakatipu. But let's turn our attention to this A final. And it is with Whakatipu initially. But look at Union sitting in second. But beyond Union, though, it's Perry Stevenson and Macy Barnes from Cure Boating Club. They're leading by 2 boat lengths over Union. Back inside to Whakatipu just. Right next to Whakatipu would be the second Cure Boating Club. So we might have a bit of a purple blanket going across here. When we go outside to Dunstan Arm number 1. Right next to them, Wanaka 1. Down here in lane 2, Otago Girls number 1, just sitting alongside Waihopai, and trying to sneak through there in lane 1 is North End number 3. They won't be minding these conditions. Then we go back out to Union number 2. Coming up past the supporters, you'll need to give them a rattle and a cheer as they come down. They've done a great job here so far. Have the Cure crew in lane 7. Out there in the purple, Perry Stevenson and Macy Barnes. This is the final of the women's intermediate double sculls. They've got a boat length over Union. Just. Then we go to Dunstan. Then we go to Whakatipu. Inside from Whakatipu still is Cure number 2. Can Cure do a 1 and a 3 here the way they're going? Union will be wanting to put the foot down so they can make sure they get themselves a silver medal. They're under pressure now from Dunstan. So it is at this stage. Cure Boating Club, Union, Dunstan, back inside to Whakatipu. Cure number 2. Then we come down inside to Waihopai. Across on the outside to... looks like Wanaka. Back down we come into lane number 1, North End 3, trying to sneak through where no one can see them, and it's a little bit calmer. Inside from them is Otago Girls, just sitting in behind Waihopai. Cure Boating Club holding on to their lead out front. Cure Boating Club number 1. Dunstan right alongside Union. Just watching this Cure Boating Club number 2 crew. What have they got lined up? They can come right past Whakatipu and alongside Union and upset the apple cart. They've got 120 metres to go. Have Cure Boating Club in the final, the women's intermediate double sculls. Through the red buoy they go. 100 metres to go. Here comes Dunstan. Here comes Union. Look out for Cure Boating Club number 2 riding down in lane 4. Just going past Whakatipu. They've got work to do. They'll need to move. They'll win another Cure medal. Dunstan trying to make sure a second. Holding on hard as Union. They've got third. Coming down the line though. They've got 4 strokes to go. Just about have the Cure Boating Club number 1. Perry Stevenson and Macy Barnes. They take the gold medal on the buzzer. Well done Cure. Take the gold medal now. Down the line comes Dunstan. Fast finishing from Union is going to be on the stroke. Oh, that's a babble. Between Union and Dunstan, let the photographer have a look there. Fourth will be to Whakatipu. Then we have a look at Cure Boating Club number 2. Across the top to Dunstan, Wanaka rather. Then we come down to Waihopai, North End, Otago Girls, across to Union number 2. Oh, second and third. Couldn't call them. I think it was on the line. That'll give the photographer something to do. But well done to Cure Boating Club number 1. They take out the women's intermediate double sculls, Perry Stevenson and Macy Barnes. Right, a bit more fun coming. This is race 245. It's the men's novice coxed 8. And it's a full field, crikey. In line number 1, we've got Christchurch Boys High School. Tim Boswell, Liam Malley, Hunter Gerard, Mason Tucker, Ryder Townsend, Cooper Swale, Kelvin Leon, JD de Villiers and Max Cosgriff, the Cox. Lane 2, St Andrews College 1, Oliver Julius, George Levings, Toby Muir, Oliver Wilton, Jesse Saunders, Toby Moore, Yido Hu and Charles Hayes with Seth Overcomer, the Cox. Nelson 1 there in lane 3, Sam Ibbotson, Benji Newsom, Jaden Kutsia, Ashton Willis, Tom Shaper, Harrison Newsom, Matthew Hay, Luca Marfell, Douglas Miller, the Cox. In lane number 4, Christchurch Boys High School number 1, Albie Sampson, Alex Cosgrove, Lockie Honeywell, Raph Hawes, Brody Newfield, Oliver Parnham, Freddie Cairns, Andrew Ryan and Blake Robson is the Cox. Then we get to the middle where the favourites are. Lane number 5, Cashmere High School number 1, Thomas Clear, James Ogg, Cooper Wakelin, Lucas Sutherland, Daniel O'Keefe, Cameron Taylor, James Gebby and Charlie Fellets. The is sitting next to the Cox, Jacob Haley. Charlie will be doing the stroking, and it's coming out of St Bede's College in lane 6. Oliver Chum there in the middle and leading. Will Allett, Ruari Wright, Henry Robertson, Lennox Lowry, Jack Hannum, Eddie Robertson, Conrad Van Heeren and Zihang Hung is the Cox. Right next to them in lane number 7 is Otago Boys High School number 1, Angus Colley, Will Chittick, Sam Glover, Hunter Knox, George Murray, Digby Sutton, Bede Perkins, Charlie Anderson, Connor Sinclair, the Cox. Christ College number 1, Joshua Pariachi Jew, Charlie Wilson, Cody Rollinson, Max Ingalls, Ollie Gleiklin, Sage Chatter, Harry Holmes, Jonty Ramsden, Alex Innes is the Cox. St Thomas the Cannery number 1, they're in lane 9, Dale Vocal, Noah Fidau, Marcus Fisher, Calix Manahira, Jed Hooper, Charlie Smith, Caden Barrow, Liam Jessup and Carlson Fernandez is the Cox. And completing the field out there in lane number 10, Wairo 11, William Smith, George Lane, Reese Wilson, Tom Dunn, Blake Marfell, Angus Walter, Ollie Sagers, Blake Pitts, Rory O'Regan is the Cox. It still sits with St Bede's College. Right out in the middle there in lane 6. In the red, just inside from them, and probably a couple of boat lengths back now would be Cashmere High School. Then we go to Otago Boys High School sitting there. And there's some Masters races coming across after this. They're just going across in the background if you were wondering. It's not a scene out of Dunkirk. Christchurch Boys High School in lane 4, just sitting alongside Cashmere High School. Then we go across the top, Christ College number 1, right alongside them, back a little bit further, half a boat length maybe St Thomas's, a further half boat length back to Wairau 11. Then we go down and have a look at St Andrews College down there in lane 2, and they are squeezed in between Christchurch Boys High School and Nelson 1. They've got Clearwater already, have St Bede's College in lane 6. This is the men's novice Coxed 8. Well clear they are already as they come up towards 750 metres to go. Cashmere look like they're just holding on to second, but under pressure from Christchurch Boys High School. In fact, the Boys High might have gone past them. And then you've got Otago Boys High on the other side of St Bede's. Those are the 4 starting to move away now from Christ College on the outside, back inside to St Andrews College in lane 2. Then we come back at Christchurch Boys High School just moving along there in lane number 1, but they've moved past on the outside St Thomas's Canterbury lane number 9, they're sitting out there. And then behind each of those you've got Wairau 11, and then just sitting in there in lane number 3 would be the Nelson crew with their blue boat. Under 500 metres to go now for St Bede's. They'll be coming up past their supporters' tents very shortly. They've got well clear water now. Hanging in tough there are the crew from Otago Boys High School, as is the crew from Cashmere and Christchurch Boys High School. So there's your 3 crews that are going to fight out for 2 medals. Barring anything else, it'll be a gold medal here for St Bede's. I've still got 250 metres to go, just over that. They're still in the red boys, going to move into the gold boys shortly. Standard rigging on that St Bede's boat. Out they come, 250 metres to go, moving out to a boat length and a half now, and we still have Cashmere just poking a nose in front of Christchurch Boys High School, right along Otago Boys still sitting out there. We then have 2 boat lengths back to Christ College, further back to St Andrews, across to St Thomas's, back we come to Nelson, just down there in lane 1 still is Christchurch Boys High School number 2, and then out into lane 10 it's Wairau. But very impressive this from St Bede's College. This novice Coxstate have been a force to be worked with all season so far. There's some big boys in there and really making that boat move. Not too much splash, giving a little bit of chop out there, but very tidy and together for a novice 8. 100 metres to go for them now. And Cashmere now starting to put pressure on Otago Boys High. These Otago Boys and Cashmere moving away from Christchurch Boys High. So silver and bronze will come there just by half a canvas now. Otago Boys get the advantage over Cashmere. There's still nearly 2 boat lengths back, extending down to the line now and taking the gold medal in the men's novice Coxstate is St Bede's College. Congratulations to them. We come on down now and we watch Otago Boys starting to push out even further now. So they're down now to 4 seats. Otago Boys High in lane 7 will take the silver medal from Cashmere, will take bronze. Then it will be down here in lane number 4 to Christchurch Boys High School. Across we go to Christ College. Out down here into lane number 2 for St Andrews College number 1. Out to St Thomas's, Wairau, down to Christchurch Boys High School number 2 and Nelson. Women's Intermediate double, Cure Boating Club won that in a time of 7:56. Time's starting to go a bit slower as you would expect with the conditions changing. Now we move to the Mixed Masters Coxless Quadruple Sculls. This is the final for them. Big field yesterday. I think there was 2 heats. Now just a reminder that these are Masters and they're all graded based on their age. And we're not going to tell you their ages, because that would be rude, but I do need to mention one chap who I had the pleasure of rowing with yesterday. He also rowed a single, and that's John Wilson rowing from Aotearoa, who this week just gone turned 80 and has been out rowing here marvellously. Not in this event, but he rowed earlier on today, and it just shows what's possible if you keep on moving. So the Mixed Masters Coxless Quadruple Sculls, I think they're just about underway. They are. In lane number 1 is Union 1, Andrew Thompson, Nick Scott, Katie Fish and Leonie Nola. Lane 2 is Dunstanarm Composite 2. That's between Dunstanarm and Whakatipu. So Kirsten Hodger, Anna Lightfoot, Graham McGregor, Gary Jack is in that crew. And then we go to lane 3, which is Dunstanarm 1. Rebecca Kingan, Heather Breen, Phil Newsom, Quinton Annan make up that quad. And then in Union 2 are in lane 4, Tanya McDonald, Liz Jarmy, Scott Ingalls and Stuart Wade. Lane number 5, Union 4, Deb Hymas-Ross, Andreas Giagakokorius and Dominic Marnie with Kirsty Marnie. Watch that crew, lane 5. Lane number 6, Nelson 1, Yavanka Clarice, Colin Brown, Kerry Williams, Tony Crosby. And lane number 7, Union 3, Amanda Richards, Chaz Todd Hunter, Anne Arndt and Paul Willits. They'll be strong too. Lane number 8, Canterbury 1, Amandine Frazels, Valentine Frazels, Richard Moyer and Jane Higgins. And lane 9, Port Chalmers United, Anok Sullivan, Neil Adams, Judith Varadi and Corinne Sullivan. So we have the Union number 2 crew and the Port Chalmers United crew were on go. Canterbury 1 had a 7-second penalty and the rest of them had a 4-second penalty as they continue to come down. So we can see that in the middle of the course it is Union 2 working away nicely in their lane 4. Just inside of them is the Dunstan Arm crew. And Nelson's strong showing in lane 6. So a lot of these are a mix of rowers who carried on from school, but many of them are just like you, parents who decided to get into it after coming here and watching their kids. It's a fantastic sport, and what's been noticeable this particular regatta is the number of Masters competitors that are taking part. We've had some large numbers in the heats, so to have heats and finals for Masters events is really quite cool. Outside from Nelson is the Canterbury number 1 crew sitting there quite tidily, so it is still sitting there with Union number 2, then Union 4 just sneaking in. So you see the handicap starting to come into play now. Union 2 were on go, and Union number 4 had a 4-second handicap. Now just watch that crew. They're in the middle of the course. They're sitting behind one Union crew now, but I would pick they will end up going past them. Then we have Nelson, then we have Dunstan Arm, then we go across to Canterbury, back down to Union number 3, and then we have the Dunstan Arm Composite down here in lane 2 and Union number 1 down there in lane 1. We have a time for you for the men's novice 8, St Bede's College, 6:43. 9 seconds ahead of Otago Boys High, who took out the silver medal, and the bronze, of course, to Cashmere High School, who were just a second further back. And that's that Union 4 crew just starting to move alongside their number 2 crew now. Nelson holding second. Union number 2 just holding third. Then we have the Dunstan Arm crew starting to come through. Quinton and Anne sitting in that boat. We go across the top to Canterbury. Port Chalmers actually. No, I don't think Port Chalmers are there actually. Anyway, well done Union number 4, you've won it. Nelson have come second, Union 2 are third, then Dunstan Arm, then Canterbury, then Union number 3, and back down here to the Dunstan Arm Composite, and then Union number 1. Actually, I don't think Port Chalmers made it. Now, if you've lost some stuff, remember we've got drink bottles, and there are pairs of Crocs also sitting in the secretary's office. I don't know how you lose Crocs and forget it. You must look down in amazement at your bare feet. But we've also got 3 pairs of sunglasses that have been handed into the secretary's office. So fun for the whole family in the secretary's office, picking up your lost and found. Boys under 15, Cox quadruple skulls. Lane 1, Shirley Boys High School number 3, Reuben Jones, Josh Harden, William Thiels, Zach Brokels and Vadim Vicker. Actually, we'll give you the crews where they're in, because I know there's some anxious coaches down there. Lane 2 is Otago 1, Lane 3 St Bede's College 1, Lane 4 is Timaru 30, Lane 5 is Whakatipu 2, Lane 6 is Whakatipu 1, Lane 7 is Nelson 1, Lane 8 is Burnside High School number 1, Lane 9 is Christ College 1, Lane 10 is Shirley Boys High School. And if we look out onto the course, it is coming out up Timaru 30 and Whakatipu number 1. Those 2 leading. Then we go back to Whakatipu number 2. Outside then to Burnside High School in lane number 8. Then we come down to lane 2, Otago number 1. Back from them, Shirley Boys High School 3. Then we go to St Bede's College 1. Cross on the outside to Shirley Boys High School number 1 out there in lane 10. Then a bit further back to Christ College number 1. Yep, Timaru 30 and Whakatipu number 1. So that Whakatipu number 1 crew, Baxter King and Phineas Thomas, Reuben Davis, Henry Monia and Charlie Pagan as the Cox. Look back to Timaru 30. They're currently holding second. Idris Huddart, Murphy, Hawapa Park, Baxter, Hawapa Park. They did well in the double earlier, those two boys. Josh Sadler and Toby Connor is the Cox. Then we go across to Burnside. Jack Payne, Felix Rowe, Sean Gilman, Tyler Rogers, Jessica Rankin is the Cox. So it's still with Timaru, then it was Whakatipu, then it's Burnside, then we come back to Whakatipu number 2, Flynn Webber, Zebi Jarvis, Kaito Nakazawa, Baker Schmitz and Mia Pagan is the Cox. That's where it's coming out of. Down into lane number 2 though, Otago 1, Ryan Clearcorner, Ollie O'Connell, Archer McDonald, Gus Carr and Cameron Lane is the Cox. Then we go out and have a look at what's happening with Shirley Boys number 1, Luca Hartley, Ethan Danielson, Luca Abdul Malak and Sam Harmon. Back inside from them is Christ College number 1, which is Leo Eklund, Tom Osmers, Johnny Leeson, Ollie Wells and Cooper Ward. And just sitting out there in lane number 7, a little bit further back is Nelson 1, Ollie Moriarty, Harry Playford, Raphael Ardiles Heller, Matteo Ardiles Heller and Finlay Tripp. Still Timaru moving away. They have a boat length over Whakatipu number 1. Then it's Burnside. Burnside holding third at this stage. Then we go back to Whakatipu number 2. Right down here in lane number 2 is Otago 1. That'll be the ones that the Whakatipu and Burnside crews need to watch out for. Into the middle of the field is Nelson. Oh, they've come to a stop out there in lane number 10. That's not ideal. That's Shirley Boys. They need to get going again unless they've had a mechanical issue, but they've stopped dead. And so now have Whakatipu. Oh, it might be a little bit of this. They're under 15 Cox quadruple skulls. They might be catching their oars in there, but carrying on out here and keeping on going is the Timaru crew. They've got a boat length over Whakatipu. They've got a boat length over Burnside. They're well clear, these three crews. Just got to watch out for Otago coming down here in lane 2. They've got the run on their boat now. Nelson then coming in the 5th position after that. Whakatipu is still stranded, so are Shirley Boys. Moving past Whakatipu is St Bede's College and bringing Shirley Boys High School number 3 with them as well. And out the back in lane 9 is Christ College. 100 metres to go now for Timaru number 30. They're coming down here towards take the gold medal. I think they will quite comfortably. They've got Clearwater back to Whakatipu. Clearwater back to Burnside. Burnside need to watch out for Otago coming down here in lane 2. They've got a nice run on their boat. The hand speed left to come from the boys out there in lane number 8. But look down here in the middle of the course. Nice and tidily is Timaru 30. They'll come down, take the gold medal, and the boys under 15 Cox quadruple sculls. Silver's going to go to Whakatipu, and Burnside have done enough out there in lane number 8, Christina. They'll take the bronze. Down here in 4th will be Otago. Across into the middle will be Nelson. Come down into lane number 1 will be Shirley Boys High School. Then at St Bede's College. Across to Christ College. And then we've got the 2 stranded vessels. Shirley Boys and Whakatipu both look like they've had some mechanical issues. They'll just have to get off the course. Congratulations, Timaru, well rowed. That's fantastic. And the boys under 15 Cox quadruple sculls. Those crews will need to get moving. The girls under 16 Cox 4ers into the last half of the course for them. This is race 248. Lane 1, Avonside Girls High School number 1. Olivia Lycan, Alyssa Upton, Kate Orchard, Brooke Sykes and Emily Coetzee is the Cox. Lane 2, Christchurch Girls High School number 2. Emily Shearer, Olive Cooper, Michaela Timo, Sophie Cleve and Georgetta Heller is the Cox. In lane number 3, Oamaru 1, Indy Jones Horgan, Bridget Spittle, Emmy Wainwright, Tessa Wright with Quinn Anderson the Cox. There in lane number 4 is Ash Burton, Robbie, Tegan Marriott, Zara McGillan, Georgia Scammell, Isla Moffat and Isabel Wall the Cox. She's already got a medal today. Lane number 5, Christchurch Girls High School number 1, Amelie Scrimmager, Izzy McLeod, Sophia Robertson, Sienna Cochran and Greta Brokenshire is the Cox. Oamaru doing really well. They look like they're leading this at the moment, just second from Christchurch Girls High School as they come through, 750 metres to go. In lane number 6, the first of the 3 Rangiru Girls School crews. Number 1, Jessica Skinner, Toya Sheed, Mania Sheed, Maddie Young, Charlie Ward. Number 2 is in lane 7, Chloe Malone, Kate Oliver, Ashley Brooks, India Barnett, Penelope Sutton is the Cox. The number 3 crew is in lane 8, Chloe King, Matilda Beresford, Gussie McFarlane, Lucy Johnson, Charlie White is the Cox. St Andrews College number 1 out there in lane number 9, Sophia Cathro, Siobhan Brennan, Annabelle Glengarry, Josie Kennedy and Annabelle Scott is the Cox. Out there lane 10 completing the field, actually you might have a scratching looking at that, is Christchurch Girls High School number 3, Rosie Burford, Greta Stewart, Evie Jones, Jada Montgomery and Liv Abley is the Cox. But it is all with Christchurch Girls High School. Their number 1 crew is looking quite commanding in the middle of the field over the Rangiru Girls School number 1, just ahead of Rangiru number 2. Then we come back down into lane 3. Oamaru aren't giving up without a fight. Just back from them is Ashburton number 1. Those are the 5 crews battling for the 3 medals. Further down we go to the Christchurch Girls High School number 2 crew in lane number 2. Then Avonside Girls in lane number 1. Right across to, I think we might not have a St Margaret's crew there. That might be what it is. It is. Christchurch Girls High School number 3 are in lane 10. So I think St Margaret's in lane 9 may have scratched. Clear water for the ladies from Christchurch Girls High School, coached by Sophie Chapman. Little bit of splash out there. Those, you see the Whakatipu crew from the previous race just making their way back to the boat park, and it looks like the bowman's got a mechanical issue. It's disappointing for them. A lot of things have to work together to make rowing work. Yeah, but they're doing that, and that crew in lane 5, Christchurch Girls High School, this is impressive from them, but also is impressive the sprint coming in the last 200 metres from Oamaru. They've moved into second over the top of this Rangiruru Girls School number 1, and also looking at Ashburton. So Ashburton are getting a run on their boat. They've burnt off the Rangiruru number 2 crew. They need to keep moving to get past Rangiruru number 1. It's all with Christchurch Girls High School, though, in the final of the girls under 16 Cox 4. Down to 100 metres to go now as they pass the red buoy line. Oamaru moving nicely into second. Rangiruru looking and trying to hold off the Ashburton crew. You'll see that the first 3 crews have got the cocks sitting in the bow. Ashburton have got the cocks in the stern. A little bit harder sometimes maybe, trying to push versus pull. Down we come now though. It is all Christchurch Girls High School. Amelie, Izzy, Sophia, Sienna and Greta Brokenshire the cocks. They come down the line, take the buzzer and the gold medal in the girls under 16 Cox 4. Congratulations. Second and silver will go to the crew from Oamaru, and then taking out the bronze medal will be Rangiruru Girls School number 1. Ashburton will finish 4th. 5th will be the Rangiruru number 2. 6th will come down to Christchurch Girls High School number 2. Then we go to Avonside Girls, and then across the top to Christchurch Girls High School number 3. Women's novice Cox quadruple sculls, race 249, just heading through the 1,000 metre mark. This is the B final of the women's novice Cox quadruple sculls. Lane 1 is Avonside Girls High School. Lane 2, Nelson number 1. Lane 3, Ashburton number 1. Lane 4, Rangiruru Girls School number 1. Lane 5 is Villa Maria College 2. Lane 6, North End 1. Lane 7, Whakatipu 3. Lane 8 is Christchurch Girls High School number 1. Lane 9, Columba College 1. And Union 3 sitting out there in lane 10. So running pretty much on time, maybe a couple of minutes behind. We're looking for the final of the women's novice Cox quadruple sculls A final. That should be underway already, but just running a little bit behind, I think. No, they're out there. Well spotted, Ian. So as the B final makes its way down, we'll give you the field for the women's novice Cox quadruple sculls. In lane 1 is Burnside High School number 1, Mercy Song, Courtney Capon, Lucy Gibson, Harriet Gorman and Amy Muncaster as the Cox. Lane number 2 is Otago Girls 1, Ellie Ryan, Isla Marshall, Kira Nicholson, Lara Cadman and Ruby Merriman the Cox. Lane number 3 is Timaru 11, Heidi Harper, Greta Murray, Ella Metcalf, Mackenzie Raymond with Tessa Westgard the Cox. Lane number 4 in that A final, Whakatipu 2, Isla Coldson, Liberty Hyde, Cinnamon Williams, Mimi Blundell and Bella Naughton the Cox. Lane number 5, Whakatipu 1, Jessie Bates, Kira Lightfoot, Posey Mansard, Caitlin Julian and Jessie Glover the Cox. Lane 6, Villa Maria College 1, Sarah Nicholson, Aja Clark, Sienna Climo, Sophia Taylor and Alyssa Clark is the Cox. Lane number 7, Union 1, Emily Gilmore, Ava Warawatai, Aika Sato and Billy Rochford with Tanisha Chinnery the Cox. Lane number 8, Invercargill 1, Millie Hackett, Lily Clark, Shakayla Brown, Tiziana Maceda Chironin and Rachel Rees is the Cox. And in lane 9, Canterbury 1, Lily Davidson, Georgia Williams, Lauren Hitt, Natalie Walsh, Zoe Sullivan the Cox, with in lane 10, Villa Maria College number 3, the second of their crews in their A final, Edison Cumming, Charlotte Moriarty, Amaya Napora and Jade Ingles with Ruby Shepherd Smith the Cox. They are through 500 metres. So we'll pick them up again shortly. Just watching the B final make its way down, heading towards the 750 metre mark. And that Rangiruru Girls School number 1 crew, Isabel Carnahan, Jasmine Collins, Meg Duffy, Tilly Harris and Alia J. They've got the lead just over the Ashburton crew. Eve Marshall, Gretchen Ross, Summer Tilson and Harper Tuadavaki with Luke Moffat the Cox. So that's your 1 and 2. Then we go back to Villa Maria number 2, North End number 1, across to Christchurch Girls High School number 1, across to Columba College. Then it would be Avonside Girls 1 back to Nelson and right across to Union 3. Just in the middle of the course, it looks like that is Whakatipu number 3. The B final makes its way down. Some intermediate single sculls coming up after this novice quadruple sculls. Then we move into the men's and women's club doubles. And then it's the heavy hitters. The 8s come out, the men's and women's Premier 8s, and then the men's and women's under 19 Coxed 8s. And that'll be us, team. So as you start to pack your bags and get yourselves ready for the nice, polite and courteous departure, because we have got a lot of vehicles here today, please make sure you take your rubbish with you. We don't want any of that left behind. B final, though, out in front of us now. Women's novice Cox quadruple sculls being led by Rangiruru number 1. They have 2 boat lengths over the Ashburton crew, who have a boat length over the Villa Maria number 2 crew. Then we go right on the outside, Columba College doing some good work there in lane 9. Just on the inside of them is Christchurch Girls High School, and in the middle of the field in lane 6, North End. So those are the heavy hitters in the B final. In the A final, it's just hitting the 1,000 metre mark now. Oh, it's very close, I can tell you that much. Timaru in lane number 3, maybe, with Whakatipu number 2, then Whakatipu number 1. And then Villa Maria, I think. Not much between them at all. And Burnside, not much at all between maybe the first 8 crews in that. They'll start to make their moves. We'll look out to see who does what. Down here, though, with 50 metres to run, it is Rangiruru number 1. It still was a bit of a tailwind pushing them through the late, but it doesn't make it too easy. They go across and take the win in the Women's Novice Cox Quadruple Sculls B final. Second will go to Ashburton. Third will go to Villa Maria College number 2, working hard out there in lane number 5. Then it will be Columba back inside to Christchurch Girls High School. Then North End in the middle of the field. Then we go right across actually, and probably 5 boat lengths back into lane 10, which is Union. Won't be too much fun for them out there. They're going to finish just behind the Whakatipu crew. Then we'll be 3 boat lengths back further to Avonside Girls High School down here in lane 1, and another 3 boat lengths back to Nelson 1. Starting to get a bit of movement now in that A final. It's up towards 750 metres to go. It is very even. Oh my word. Lane 3, Timaru 11. Right next to them, it is Whakatipu number 2, then Whakatipu number 1. Those are the 3. That's in lanes 3, 4 and 5. Then we go out to, I'm going to say lane number 8, we're in Invercargill. Then we go back across to lane 1, Burnside High School. Then, or they might be just in behind Otago Girls as well, by the look of this. Lane Otago Girls down there in lane number 2. So still sits with the 2 Whakatipu crews. You can see the yellow hulls in the middle of the course. Umpire boat just sitting in the background, just in behind the number 1 crew. Whakatipu number 2 just ahead of their number 1 crew. Inside from them is Timaru. Then we go outside to Villa Maria number 1. Back inside to Otago Girls, just ahead of Burnside. On the outside then to Union. But look at that crew from Invercargill. These must be southern conditions out there. They're looking like they're just moving themselves into maybe 3rd or 4th position as Whakatipu number 2 continue to push ahead of their number 1 crew. Then it's Invercargill. Oh, in the last couple of 100 metres they've pushed, have Invercargill doing a nice job out there. So Rachel Rees, the Cox, has obviously made a call and they've responded. They've moved past Villa Maria. They're holding maybe 3rd. Whakatipu number 2, Whakatipu number 1. Then we go to Invercargill. Then it is back inside to Timaru. Those are the crews. Then we come down to lane number 2, Otago Girls still. You see them there in the black and white quarters as they come down in lane number 2, just starting to go past their supporters. Right outside we go to the crew from Villa Maria number 3, then back to Canterbury, just sitting further back there in lane number 9, and then Burnside down there in lane 1, just making up the rest of the field in terms of where they are place-wise. But it's Whakatipu continuing to move. This is their number 2 crew, Isla, Liberty, Cinnamon, Mimi and Ballinodden. They've got all their level pegging almost down. They're trying to pace each other down here. The number 1 crews realise this is no good. We're behind the number 2 crew, if that's how they've been put together, and they're trying to come back at them. There's only half a boat length between them, but those 2 boats are now clearing out from the rest of the field. Invercargill hanging on to them. Villa Maria starting to move up on Invercargill. Don't count out Timaru out of Canterbury Dawson down there in lane number 3. And the Otago Girls are starting to get a roll on as they head through the 250 metres to go. So it is Whakatipu 2 now, still by about a half a boat length over Whakatipu number 1. Invercargo out there in lane number 8 in the final, the women's novice Cox Quadruple Skulls. Then it's still Villa Maria pushing up on Timaru. It only takes a half a stroke being missed here and they're in trouble, and that's what Timaru have done. Timaru have crabbed, has let Villa Maria push through up into 4th. They've got that on their own. Now they're going to put pressure on Invercargo to take the bronze. Whakatipu number 2 have got half a boat length still over their number 1 crew. Invercargo pushing up on the outside. The Villa Maria trying to kick through and take that bronze. Here does Timaru coming again, but they might have left it too late. And the 2 Whakatipu crews are going at it. Hell for leather down the middle of the course. They're closing in on the number 1 crew, pushing right up on their number 2 crew, but number 2 are going to hold and take the gold by half a canvas over Whakatipu number 1. Third on the outside is going to go to Invercargill. They'll take the bronze back to Southland. Villa Maria will finish 4th. Timaru will take the 5th down here to Otago Girls High School. We go across to the top to the Villa Maria second crew. Then it'll be Union. Then down here in lane number 1 we Burnside. And completing things out there will be the Canterbury crew in lane number 9. Congratulations to Whakatipu number 2. They take the gold. And the women's Coxed Quadruple Skulls second goes to the number 1 crew. And Invercargill taking the bronze medal. And while that was happening, they let the men's intermediate single sculls go, the B final. So this is race 251. The alpha is V in lane 1, Whakatipu 2, Cameron Hall. In lane number 2 is Twizel 1, Bryn Smith. Lane 3, Union 1, Chris Brooks. Lane number 4, Wairo 11, Jesse Englefield. Lane 5, Union 2, Daniel Cara. Lane 6, Cure Boating Club number 2, Ethan McGrath. Lane number 7 is Burnside High School number 1, the 15-year-old Thomas Carey. And lane number 8 is Whakatipu 3, Louis Dela Cruz. And lane number 9, Union 3, Harry Pearce. Lane number 10 is Cromwell number 1, which is Connor Haig. Cure Boating Club, Ethan McGrath. Is that him out there? No, that's Daniel Cara from Union. He's leading them down there. 2 across we go to Thomas from Burnside. Just next to him is Ethan from Cure. And Chris Brooks, he's out there in lane number 3. You see him out there in the nice blue Swift. Just either side of him, he's got Twizel 1, Bryn Smith and Jesse Englefield. So Chris Brooks, wide range of ages out there. If you look at it, we've got Thomas sitting there in lane number 6. He's 15. And Chris Brooks is a master and once used to be 15. But it's all being led down there by Daniel Cara. He's got 2 boat links over the rest of the field. Over Chris, I think, will be holding second. Then we go back to Jesse Englefield from Wairo, maybe just over Bryn Smith, the local from Twizel. Not much between those. And Ethan McGrath from Cure Boating Club. Then across to Thomas. Then we go on the outs. He's from Burnside. On the outside to Harry Pearce, Union number 3. Then we go back to Louis Dela Cruz from Whakatipu. And then completing the field right back there in lane 1, Whakatipu number 2, Cameron Hall. And out in lane number 10 is Connor Haig from Cromwell 1. So nice effort here from Daniel Cara. Going to take out this B final. A final though. Lane 1, Otago 11, Brendan Isles. Lane 2, Avon 1, Luke Todd. Lane 3, Dunstan Arm 2, Brennan Keane. Lane 4, Nelson 1, Thomas Good. Lane 5, Otago 12, Alexander Hattrell. He'll love these conditions. Lane 6, Canterbury 1, Liam Collins. Lane number 7, Otago Boys High School number 1, Ollie Scott. Lane 8, Dunstan High School number 1, Jed Tisdale. Lane 9, Whakatipu 1, Ollie Watson. Lane 10 is Cure Boating Club number 1. They are through 750 to go just about. Just watching the B final finish out here. And that's going to be well wrapped up there by Daniel Cara from Union. Chris Brooks in a battle with Cure to take second. Move those hands, Chris, you'll get second. He's holding second just by a bow ball. And Cure will take third. So he's done enough, the veteran. He takes second. Third goes to Cure. Oh, and then it's Twizel. Then it's Wairo. Then it is Union. Then it is Burnside. Then it is Whakatipu. Then we'll come back down to Whakatipu number 2. And the B final will be completed by Cromwell number 1 out there in lane 10. But looking at the A final as it makes its way through. Canterbury 1, Liam Collins, right out in the middle, just to the right of the umpire's boat. So if you are new to watching rowing and you want to know where the leaders are, just take a view on where the umpire's boat is. It normally tucks itself in behind the leading crews. And that is Liam, and it looks like his, just in lane 7, the other single sculler out there has come to a bit of a standstill. That's a bit unfortunate. We'll just try and pick up who that is for you. And it looks like Otago Boys High School. Ollie Scott just having a couple of difficulties out there and might actually be rowing across the course. Liam Collins isn't though. He's looking quite comfortable out there in lane number 6. Then we go across to Dunstan Arm, Whakatipu. Actually, Whakatipu, Ollie Watson's got the jump on this. Oh, this is going to be close. Oh, look at this. So we've got Alexander Hattrell down there in lane number 5. Thomas Good from Nelson just ahead of him. He's down there in lane number 4. This is the final, A final, men's intermediate single sculls. So I'm going to go in the outside lane, lane 9, Ollie Watson just over Thomas Good from Nelson. Then we'll go back to Dunstan Arm, Jed Tisdall. He's right alongside Liam Collins from Canterbury. Just tucked in behind them is Alexander Hattrell from Otago. These 4 scullers line up, and don't count out on the outside Hamish McIntosh in lane number 10 from Cure Boating Club. And take a look at Luke Todd down in lane number 2 from Avon. He's just starting to wind up now with 300 metres to go. He's quickened his hand speed and started to put some real pressure on Thomas Good from Nelson. Inside from him we go back to Brendan Isles from Otago, then back to Brendan Keane, Dunstan Arm number 2. Looks like he just might have caught a buoy. He has, and obviously there's something wrong mechanically with that Ollie Scott's boat out there in lane 7, just making his way back into the transit lane. Into the last of the yellow boys. 200 metres to go. It's a nice lineup here, isn't it? Whakatipu, Dunstan, Canterbury, Nelson. He's pushed nicely, has Nelson, Thomas Good. Still some work to do for Alexander Hattrell from Otago and Luke Todd. I told you to have a look at it. This is a withering run coming from him down in lane number 2. Oh, this is going to be a great finish here. I hope I can get it all right for you. Lane number 9, Whakatipu, Ollie Watson. And then it's Canterbury. Then it's Nelson. Avon coming through. Otago with work to do. Dunstan getting into the mix now too. It's still Whakatipu by half a boat length. Oh, look at the Dunstan sculler. That's Jed Tisdall starting to push up alongside Liam Collins, who's giving it what for in the Canterbury boat. So it's with Whakatipu, Canterbury, Dunstan. They might have fallen away down here. Nelson back to Otago and Luke Todd from Avon. Oh, Canterbury have gone straight through. He must have missed a stroke out there, Whakatipu, because Dunstan just about to take second too. Well done to Canterbury. No, he's got it. Whakatipu second. Dunstan third just from Nelson. Then Otago. Then we come down to Avon, right across to Cure Boating Club, down here in lane 1 for Otago, and then back to Dunstan Arm number 2. Brendan Keane, Liam Collins from Canterbury, congratulations. He got the gold medal in the men's intermediate single sculls at the South Island Rowing Championships. Right, very quickly, men's club double sculls. Let's see who's there. Lane 1, Dunstan Arm number 3. Lane 2, St Bede's College 1. Lane 3, Canterbury 1. Lane 4, Canterbury 2. Lane 5, Dunstan Arm number 1. Lane 6, Whakatipu 1. Lane 7, Nelson 1. Lane 8, Nelson 2. Lane 9, Whakatipu 2. Lane 10 is Avon 1. It's Dunstan Arm number 1. Roland Ozarn and Harrison Dode. They're leading this A final of the men's club double sculls. There is 300 metres to go. They're leading from Whakatipu. And then Nelson number... Oh, we've got some scratchings out there actually. We'll call it Nelson because there's supposed to be another Nelson next to them. I don't think Avon are there either. They're supposed to be on the outside. That's Jackson and Jake Luty. They must have had trouble laying the concrete pad. Canterbury 1 and 2 in behind there too. So it's with Dunstan. They've got a clear water over Whakatipu and then Nelson. Those are the 3 crews. The pressure's going to come from Canterbury 1, which is Oliver Ellis and Tim Chapman. So Dunstan Arm number 1, Roland and Harrison. Then we go to Whakatipu, which is Charlie Manser and Max Davis. Nelson right alongside them. I'm going to say that's the Nelson number 2 crew, Ryan Flintoff and Ted Callahan. We'll just confirm that. No, it's Nelson 1, Sam Johnson, Flynn Mercer. They're holding third. Too much work to do, I think, for Canterbury 1, Oliver Ellis and Tim Chapman. And behind them, Sam Clark, Noah Visser from Canterbury 2. Coming down, 70 metres to go. This is commanding from Roland and Harrison. Their coach, Simon Smith, will be happy with them. So the races, look at Nelson's hand speed starting to go. The drag race between Nelson and Whakatipu. Dunstan have got this under control, but it's all between Whakatipu and Nelson. Oh, Nelson just starting to move over the top of Whakatipu, but it's going to be on the line. It goes to Dunstan gold, and Whakatipu are just going to get the silver over Nelson. They came back at them again nicely. Then we've got 7 boat lengths back to Canterbury number 1. Canterbury number 2 a boat length back. We go 2 boat lengths back to Dunstan Arm number 3. St Bede's College will complete this field down there in lane number 2. B final of the Women's Club double sculls making its way down the course. Just lost our computer up here, so we're making the scratchings up as we go. In lane number 1, Avon 1, Julia Middleditch and Kate Smith. Julia's father looking resplendent down there on the Avon barbecue with a lovely red and white pinny yesterday. Lane number 2, Avonside Girls High School number 1, India Grace Leonard and Sarah Webley. Lane number 3, Otago Girls number 2, Katie Rowe and Sienna Nicholson. Lane number 4, Dunstan Arm 4, Ellie King, Micah Pyle. Lane number 5 is Dunstan Arm 5, Drew Thomas, Kate Spriggs. Lane 6, Avon 2, Katie Mitchell, Bethany Mitchell. Lane 7, Otago 1, Eleanor Baldy, Olivia Duffy. Lane 8, Whakatipu 1, Annika Arlett and Emma Andrew. Lane number 9, Timaru 12, Sophia Lawless and Libby Brown. And lane 10, Invercargill 2, Maddie Melstrom, Kiara Houston. That's the women's B final of the club double sculls. The A final looks like they're just underway. We'll just see if we can work out what the order is in the B final, then we'll go back to that field. Avon number 2, fairly handily placed out there in lane 6. But it's with Dunstan Arm number 5, just sitting right in front of the umpire's boat as you look down the course. They've got the advantage. And then probably across to Otago 1, actually, in Whakatipu number 1. Otago Girls number 2, Katie and Sienna pretty handily placed. Just next to them, Avonside Girls, India, Grace and Sarah doing a good job. And then we have Avon 1 just down there in lane 1. So not much between this first 6 or 7 in the field as they come down. Interest, of course, is with the A final. They are through 500 metres now in that women's club double sculls. Just be working the water between the start, the 500 metre mark, and up to the 1,000. It'll be a wee bit different than what they're getting here at the moment. Lane 1, North End 1, Georgia Coburn, Lola Castles. Lane 2, Otago Girls 1, Kate Merriman, Lisa Tolson. Lane number 3, Dunstan Arm 2, Niamh O'Doherty and Emma Bryant. Lane 4, Dunstan Arm 1, India Nichols and Olivia Oleran Shaw. They just battled against each other in the club singles earlier on this afternoon. And lane number 5, Canterbury 1, Georgia Wynyard and Stella Cook. Lane number 6, Marion College 1, Charlotte Peterson. She got a bronze medal earlier on, and she's in there along with Sophie Davis. Lane number 7 is Timaru 11, Abby Hurst, Annabelle Talbot. Lane number 8 is Wairo 1, Iris Vavasau and Lily Smith. Lane number 9 in that A final, which is heading through towards the 1,000 metre mark now, is Dunstan Arm number 3, Maggie Hepburn and Lola Ritchie. And lane number 10 is Canterbury number 2, Kate Stretton, Libby Greaves. As that makes its way through, we'll then get into the last 4 races of the day, which will be the 8s. But the B final from the Women's Club Double Sculls is heading into the last 350 metres. And that is sitting nicely there with Otago 1, Eleanor Baldy and Olivia Duffy sitting out there in lane number 7. We came back then to Dunstan Arm number 5, sitting second at this point. Then Otago Girls number 2, Katie Rowe and Sienna Nicholson will be holding 4th, just up from Avonside Girls. Right next to them is the Avon Double, making its way up past the new Avon 10 and Pad. Not too far to go before they're doing that. Then we go back in the middle, of course, Avon number 2 sitting there, and then it is Dunstan Arm number 4. We go across to Whakatipu 1, and then just a little bit further back will be Timaru 12 and Invercargill 2. Just looking at the A final making its way down. Marion College showing strongly. In fact, it's Marion just inside from them, Canterbury, then Dunstan Arm number 1, and then we go out to Dunstan Arm number 2. Those are your crews currently. Into the second half of the course they go. In the A final. The B final continues to make its way down in front of us, and it still is actually with the Otago crew. You can see the blue and the white vertical stripes on their row suits, and those blue oars with the white stripes just making their way in and out of Lake Ruataniwha. It's just settled down a little bit now, which is great. Dunstan Arm number 5 holding second, about a half back from Otago. Then they would have just over the Avon number 2 crew. And then watching Waihopai down here and lining up against Avon and lining up against Whakatipu on the outside. It's going to be Otago goes across the line. Second will go to Dunstan. Third will be Avon number 2. Then we'll have Waihopai, and then we'll have Avon number 1, I think, just over Whakatipu. Dunstan number 4. We go right across to Timaru 12, and then Invercargill number 2. That's in the B final. A final. 500 metres to go, and it's with Dunstan. Dunstan Arm number 1, just over Canterbury number 1. So India and Olivia working together instead of against each other like they did in the singles before, making a magnificent pairing in the double just over the Canterbury crew. Then it is Marion, but look on the outside, Right over there, it's Dunstan Arm number 3, sitting out there in lane number 9. Those are your 4 crews. We come back inside to Dunstan number 2. Sitting alongside them is Otago Girls number 1. Right next to them is the crew from North End. And then we go out into the middle of the course, and it is with the crew from Timaru. Right next to them is Wairo. They're just all a bit further back from Canterbury number 2. So definitely with Dunstan number 1. They hit up towards 300 metres to go. They're still in the red boys. It's going to be a drag race here between Dunstan Arm and Canterbury, and then Meridian. So Meridian, if they want to get in the medals, they have to look out for that Dunstan Arm number 3 crew sitting out there in lane number 9. Next to the rest will be Dunstan number 2. So we're looking at Dunstan still half a boat length over Canterbury, 3/4 of a boat length, if not Clearwater, over Marion, then across to Dunstan themselves. So the 3 starting to emerge. They're starting to pull away from the rest of the course. Into the yellow boys they go now, Dunstan. The wind-up comes. India and Olivia have just put their foot down, increased their stroke rate, moving together nicely though. No real interruption as they increase that rating and just starting to push ahead of Canterbury. Now Canterbury respond. Georgia Wynyard and Stella Cook, coached by Josh Smith, they're going with them. Then comes Marion, Charlotte Peterson, Sophie Davis. They're holding on to 3rd. To do so, they're going to have to hold off on the outside lane, Dunstan Arm number 3, and then back inside to Dunstan Arm number 2. As they head on down now to the red boys, 100 metres to go. Dunstan holding this nicely. They put off the challenge from Canterbury. Canterbury still holding a good boat length over Marion, but these 3 crews are well clear of the rest of the field, which is the 2 Dunstan crews. This is the final, the women's club double sculls, and they still have half a boat length. They're still coming at them, Canterbury, but I think Dunstan will do enough to hold them off. Strong finish from Marion to ensure the bronze. Gold medal in the women's club double sculls goes to the Dunstan crew. India Nichols and Olivia Ollerenshaw, congratulations. Silver medal goes to Canterbury number 1. Georgia Wynyard, Stella Cook, and Marion College holding out to take the bronze, Charlotte Peterson, Sophie Davis. Then we have 4th down here is Dunstan Arm number 2, across the top to Dunstan Arm number 3. Then 4 boat lengths back to Otago Girls number 1. Right on the outside lane, half a boat length back to Canterbury number 2, back inside to Timaru. Down here in lane number 1 is North End 1. Then we go 2 boat lengths back to Wairo number 1. Okay, I'm going to have a guess at what's happening next, because there's meant to be the men's Premier Cox Day with 3 8s in it, and I'm not completely stupid, but if I look down that course, there's more than 3 boats. So it's supposed to be Avon 3, Avon 1 and Avon 2. That's meant to be race 256. Following that is race 257, which is meant to be the women's Premier Cox Day. But I can do maths, and I reckon that they've put them both together. So let's just see if we can work out who's who. I know that we've got Avon 3, Avon 1 and Avon 2 are in race 256. And the women's Premier 8 is Rangiruru Girls School number 1, St Margaret's College, Avon 1, Dunstan Arm Composite 1 and Avon 2 and Nelson Composite 1. And as we look down the course, we can see that it's Rangiruru sitting there in lane number 3. So that's reasonable. I'd say Dunstan Composite in lane 6. Nelson Composite are out there in lane number 8 where they're supposed to be. So it's an Avon crew leading down, but the Dunstan Arm Composite crew are on the outside. I guess as we get closer, we'll work out who's who. So the Dunstan Arm Composite crew are leading this down. I imagine that's the women's Premier 8. And we'll say that it's Avon number 1 inside of them and St Margaret's just inside of that. I'm not sure which crews are here. There's a men's crew just the right-hand side of St Margaret's. And a women's crew to the right-hand side of the Dunstan Composite. Then Rangiruru, and then there's a men's crew down here in lane 1. And then there's another men's crew down here in lane number 1. So let's have a look and see what we can come up with here. So Dunstan Composite on the outside, that will be the Dunstan Women's Premier 8 Composite. And they are leading second at this stage from, I would say, will be the Avon Men's Premier 1 team. So that'll be Avon 1, I'm thinking. Avon Women's Premier 8 just sitting there in 3rd position. Then we've got St Margaret's. Then we come down the inside of another Avon Men's crew. I'm saying that might be the number 2 crew. Then we go into Rangiruru. Then we go across into Avon 2, the Avon 2 ladies team. And Nelson across the top. So not quite sure who's who there. We haven't got the information, but it's a jolly good race anyway. And good to see them all finishing, having fun on the lake. So there's a men's crew from Avon have won it. A Dunstan Composite ladies crew have finished 2nd. Looks like the Avon Premier ladies have finished 3rd. And then we've got the Avon men's number 2 team. Then we've got St Margaret's. And then we've got Avon number 2 women. Then we've got Rangiruru Girls School. And then we've got Nelson Composite. I take no responsibility for that. Right, let's see what we've got here. This should be the men's under 19 Coxed 8 final. And it looks like it is. So Christ College number 2 in lane 1. Lane 2 is Otago Boys High School number 1, a full field here of 10. Lane number 3 is Oamaru number 1. Lane number 4, St Andrews College 1. Lane number 5, Christ College 1. Lane number 6 is St Bede's College 1. Lane number 7 is St Thomas's of Canterbury 1. Lane number 8 is Christchurch Boys High School number 2. Lane number 9 is Christchurch Boys High School number 1. And then we go to Christ College 5 in lane number 10. So looking to see, based on the heats yesterday, St Bede's won theirs, Christ College won theirs. And then we had a good there too from St Thomas of Canterbury. So looking to see what happens between those St Bede's and Christ College crew. The Christ College crew number 1, lane 5, Finney and Allen, James Haddon, George Pavey, Henry Jones, George Wilson, Max Erie, and George Young with Mark Reedy and Jonty Gray as the Cox. Very little between them and St Bede's, just ahead of them at this stage, I think. Cooper Titterton, Leakey, Christopher Guinea, Jamie Warren Thompson, Alex Cowan, Alex Walters, Bruno Dooley, and Hugo Van Heeren with Quinn O'Sullivan and Matthew Casey as the Cox. So that is St Bede's. I think actually that as we look down the course, that it might be between them and it is Christ College just on the outside of St Bede's and St Thomas of Canterbury. But look at Christchurch Boys High School out there in lane number 9. Christchurch Boys High School number 1, Jack Dennehy, Ben Rowe, Harvey Moyle, Henry Hegan, William Harrington, Ollie Browning, Hugh Parnham, Reuben Fifield and Toby Brook as the Cox. Those are the 3 crews in this early stage, and St Thomas's is right there as well. Noah Laquellic, Ben Morrison, Carter Baxter, Luca Diamani, Darby Renata, Flynn Grayson, James Lotter, Andre Simpson, Jack Dunn is the Cox. Those are the 4. It's St Bede's now right alongside Christ College. Then we go out to St Thomas's, moving past Christchurch Boys High School. Then we come to Oamaru down there in lane number 3. Lane 2 is Christchurch Boys High School, back to Christ College in lane number 1. That's their number 2 crew. We move out into lane number 10, which is Christ College number 5. Making their way down. Oh, don't forget about lane 4. That's St Andrews College. They're just in behind the Oamaru crew. We've got a bit of work to do, though. And St Bede's and Christ College. The Ding Dong starts. They're fighting it out there between the 2 of them. Then we go to Christchurch Boys High School and St Thomas's. Oamaru starting to move nicely down in lane 3. Heading towards the 500 metres here of this race, which is the men's under 19 Cox. And St Bede's now, they've moved ahead of Christ College, taking with them Christchurch Boys High School, back to St Thomas's. Here comes Oamaru and trying to work back their way back into it is St Andrews College number 1. Nice row coming down there in lane number 1 from Christ College number 2. Cox by Gabriel Bevan. Then distance back from them is Otago Boys High School number 1. We go right across the top to Christchurch Boys High School number 2, sitting out there in lane number 8. And then on the outside it's Christ 5. Then in the middle of the red boys, St Bede's have the advantage over the yellow Impacker from Christ College. They've got 300 metres to run. Then it is still Christchurch Boys High School number 1 right alongside St Thomas's. These 4 crews starting to move away, but taking Oamaru with them, who are a boat length back. Then we go to St Andrews. Then we go to the rest of the field. So St Bede's, they come up to the 250 metres to go. They hit those gold boys first. They've got a boat length over Christ College. Then we still St Thomas is starting to push up past Christchurch Boys High School. Then we go your boat length back to Oamaru, half a boat length back to St Andrews College, back to Christ College number 2 in lane 1, and the rest of the field are chasing. 150 metres to go now for St Bede's. They've got a clear advantage over Christ College. Christchurch Boys High School on the outside starting to put more pressure on St Thomas's. Oh, where's the bronze going to go? St Thomas's and Christchurch Boys High School are both attacking Christ College. St Bede's have got it under control, but Christ Colleges are under attack for the silver. 100 metres to go for Christ College. They're all coming back at St Bede's now. It's now back to 3/4 of a boat length. They're still holding on St Bede's. St Thomas's are coming at Christ College. St Bede's will take this, but St Thomas's are moving up into second. And out the outside is Christchurch Boys High. They've done too much. Oh, we're coming down the line. St Bede's take it. Christ come back at St Thomas's, and Christ take the second. Bronze goes to St Thomas's. Great finish, team. Across the top we go to Christchurch Boys High School. Back down here to Oamaru. Then in the middle it's St Andrews. Christ College number 2 in lane 1. Across we go to Christchurch Boys High School number 2, just finishing ahead of Otago Boys High School. And then we go to Christ College. St Bede's took it by 3/4 of a boat length. Second though, they fought back gamely, Christ College. They took it by a bow ball on the line to take that silver from St Thomas's. The final of the men's under 19 Coxed 8. Last race of the day, race 259. Well delivered by the volunteers here. We thank you all. The starters have done a great job down there too. This is the women's under 19 Coxed 8. In lane number 4, St Margaret's College 1, Mackenzie Large, Hannah Jones, Scout Fiskey, Charlotte Brown, Tilly Rooks, Isabel Green, Isabel Brook, Jessica Brown, and Sarah Farrell as the Cox. In lane 5, it's St Andrews College number 1, Katie Taggart, Lucia Apps, Charlotte Galvin. Any fingernails left, Anna? Isabel Cody, Jasmine Christie, Sailor Hedgecock, Sophie Drury, Molly Thomas and George Rankin is the Cox. In lane number 6, it's Christchurch Cashmere High School, Regan Kelly, Lucy O'Connor, Marley Lloyd, Zoe Clark, Ellery Clare, Millie Brooks, Charlotte Clatworthy. Good to see Dad out there racing earlier on today. Took a silver medal off me, the sod. Thea Moody and Eliza Omar. And then in lane 7 is Columba College 1, Hannah Bloxham, Katie Caitlin Earl, Katie Nelson, Alice Porter, Georgia Drummond, Emma Sayer, Fenella Millen and Kiara Patterson with Kate Baskerville the Cox. This is the women's under 19 Coxed 8 final. This is the last race of the day, and as we look down there, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, which is great. That's what we wanted, and it's right in the middle though, isn't it, between St Andrews College and just ahead of Cashmere they are. Then we go back to St Margaret's College and then a bit further back to the Orange Hats of Columba College. Under 500 metres to go, and they're looking fairly comfortable, St Andrews College, but Cashmere will have other ideas about that. They're within a boat length of them. They're both clear of St Margaret's College in lane 1, then well back to Columba. Just remember to take a look around your team as you're packing up. Make sure you pick up any rubbish. We can all do our bit, which will be good. And this is very impressive from St Andrews College number 1. They've been rowing well all season. This is Katie, Lucia, Charlotte, Isabella, Jasmine, Sailor, Sophia, Molly and George Rankin, the Cox. See those navy blue blades with the white diagonal cross of St Andrews dipping in and out of Lake Ruataniwha. Just extending now, I think they are on Cashmere High School, just finding they're going a little bit tough as they come through that midsection. So they'll have time to go again if they want to. Standard rigging on both those boats as they make their way down with 350 metres to go now. And then it would be 3 boat lengths back in this under 19 Coxed 8 to the St Margaret's crew. With their red, white and green 8 making its way down, and then we're probably 5 boat lengths back to Columba College, just finishing out there in lane number 7 they will be. through the last of the red boys comes the St Andrews crew, making their way down to the 250 metre mark. So just holding that advantage over Kashmir and looking very comfortable for the gold medal here in the final race of the day. We thank Meridian for their sponsorship of the Meridian South Island Rowing Championships for 2025. Always appreciate their support. They're great supporters of South Island rowing. And still holding on to them though is Kashmir, doing a good job here. Trying to keep them in touch. Eliza Omar just letting them get back into the contention, probably up to nearly 3/4 of a boat length now, they're hoping to. And St Andrews well under control, swinging together nicely. Nice strokes in and out. And they head down 80 metres to go now, and they will take this gold medal as they continue to go down this way. There would be 6 boat lengths back now to St Margaret's and another 8 boat lengths back from St Margaret's to Columba College. So St Margaret's will take the bronze. And in the final race of the day, the women's under-19 Cox State final, taken out by St Andrews. They take the gold medal. Congratulations, ladies and St Andrews. The silver medal will go to Kashmir High School, and following them down to take the bronze medal will be St Margaret's, and completing the field will be Columba College. That's it for us, team. On behalf of South Island Rowing, thank you for your attendance and your behaviour and lots of fun that we've all had. To all the volunteers, a wonderful effort. Thank you very much for delivering such a spectacular event. We have been very lucky. That is 2 regattas in a row now that we have had no delays whatsoever, so different to last year. And we will all be back here for the New Zealand National Rowing Championships the week of the 17th of February, not too far away now. Looking forward to delivering that on behalf of South Island Rowing. We will be live streaming, of course, and for those of you that are going to be here in person, we look forward to seeing you again. But other than that, travel safe, team. Take what you bought with you. Look after each other, and we'll see you all back again here in 3 weeks' time. Just a reminder to everybody, if you haven't been into the McRae Lounge and picked up your medals, please do so as